coverage of the Democratic National Convention on The Nation Decides 2024. I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meier. It's the convention's final night, which officially starts at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. Presidential candidate Kamala Harris will be closing it up with her nomination acceptance speech, and we'll be covering all of it live here on NTD.
And with us here at the desk is Vice Chair of the Center for Energy Environment at the America First Institute and former United States Ambassador to Denmark, Carlos Sands, and founder and CEO of the U.S. Hispanic Business Council and former President Obama campaign advisor, Javier Palomares. And we'll be hearing from many of the speakers tonight, including Governor of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer, Senator of Massachusetts, Elizabeth Warren, and former Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger, all before Vice President Harris's nomination acceptance speech.
And on the ground there in Chicago, we've got multiple teams. NTD Washington correspondents Jack Bradley and Luis Martinez on the floor at the DNC. NTD's Kelly Wright at Media Row. And here in the studio, NTD election data analyst Dave Martin over at the Data Hub. First, let's go to Jack and Luis. What can you tell us on day 4 from the convention floor?
Hey there, Tiff and Steve. Yes, it's day 4 here at the DNC, fourth and final day, and already it's getting crowded. Very packed. This is more packed than we've seen at this time in previous days. And like earlier, it gets crowded like a can of sardines in here as we get on into the night, especially with that big crowd of speakers we have coming up later on.
And today, there's a little bit of a difference in the ambiance because we can see a lot of people dressed in white and pink for the suffragette movement, and pink also to match what we expect to be what Kamala Harris will be wearing tonight. So a lot of excitement, again, themed of the 4th day of the DNC. Also, a little low on energies this morning. I was telling Jack here, Steve, Tiffany, how I ran into Congressman Robert Garcia this morning at the coffee line. There's only one spot to get coffee here at the DNC outside of the United Center. And when I asked him for his expectations for the day, he wanted to first have a coffee and then talk about it. But minutes later, Jack, I did get to talk to Robert Garcia, and I asked him what his message was for undecided voters, and he said, don't vote for a felon. So,
very interesting. You know, we have a lot of energy building up here tonight, and there are pro-Palestinian protests already gathering outside with a communist group as well, side by side in the red shirts. We also, tonight's also expected to see, we're seeing the most amount of people here inside and protesting outside. So a lot to look forward to here. And yesterday we heard from Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota. Even after the convention ended, we saw lots of people still, the delegates in Minnesota, still there cheering on. They're saying Harris Walz, like even after, well, like maybe an hour after the convention ended, they were still here, probably the last ones to be here.
And today, I think the big performance that is expected to appear here on stage is singer Pink. It was in the lineup announced yesterday. That did not happen, so it'll most likely happen today. A lot of anticipation. I spoke to some DNC organizers, and I mentioned that Pink was going to be the only big star, and they said, just wait and see. We have big surprises for you all, so it'll be excited to see what those surprises are.
Most definitely. So lots to bring you here from the floor at the DNC. We'll look forward to seeing you guys again very soon. Back to you.
Jack and Luis there on the floor. Thank you. And now over to NTD's Kelly Wright, who's at our booth there at the convention. Kelly, what have people been telling you all day?
A lot of them are talking about the substantive issues that have to be brought forward, not only tonight, but beyond this entire DNC 2024 National Convention here in Chicago. Without a doubt, this is the most consequential moment in Kamala Harris's political life, when the vice president steps forward tonight to not only accept her nomination, but to also talk about why she deserves the nomination. She will also have to talk about why she deserves the nomination and must go out to earn the nomination. How will she do that? She'll have to talk about herself, introduce herself to the American people yet again, people who don't really know her. The people who do know her have been very stalwart in defending her and actually putting out the information that she will be a candidate that will be transformative, from the sense that not only will she be a prosecutor able to stand up towards bullies and people who are adversarial to America, but she will have to show how she will deal with the nuts and bolts issues of an economy. an economy that's a drain on a lot of people who already feel marginalized? What will she do about the immigration issue? What will she do about the attacks against her from the former president of the United States, her rival, who has been talking about the fact she's a border czar who did absolutely nothing, and on the economy issue where he called her comrade Kamala and making a Maduro plan for the economy, referring to Maduro of Venezuela. But here in the room where it happens tonight, there will be an overflow, an abundance of support from people who have championed her cause, stating that she will be a candidate of joy, getting away from the issues and trying to get the soul of civility brought back into America, to make it an issue-driven campaign that's purpose-driven, but that can lift everybody up. That's what she's going to try to show tonight, to show people that she's an all-tent party, bringing everybody in, Republicans, Democrats, independents, as Oprah Winfrey talked about last night, making herself known that she's a proud person who is an independent, registered, but reaching out to Republicans and Democrats, people from every spectrum of American life, regardless of the religion, regardless of their gender, regardless of their race, bringing them into the Democrat tent to be a party for all people, to do something that she says will be transformational for the future of America. Kamala Harris will be the person that people will watch most notably tonight. What she does here tonight will reverberate throughout the United States and the world for the next 75 days as she runs for becoming the president of the United States against Donald Trump, who is also running for that same position.
Kelly, right there at Media Row for us. Thank you. And let's go now to the Data Hub with NTD's Dave Martin, who will be giving us numbers that really matter in this election. Dave, take it away.
See, to start, I want to take a look at some national polls to show the difference between Joe Biden and Kamala Harris in the race against Donald Trump. Now, we're going to start with where Biden and Trump were just before their June 27th debate that really changed this race forever. So here we go. This is according to a June 23 to 25 YouGov poll. Biden, Trump tied in the pre-debate polling here, 42% for each of them. Now, you remember 8 years ago when Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton, he won despite losing the national vote by nearly 3 million. So this isn't always the end all, but of course it's still very telling. Now, less than 2 months later, Kamala Harris is in, Joe Biden is out. She gets a 4-point bump in the polls. Meanwhile, Trump survives a very scary assassination attempt and gets a 2-point bump there. But back to Harris, we really don't know where she stands yet on a lot of major issues, but so far it really hasn't seemed to matter in these polls. So it'll be interesting to see if she lays out more of her plan tonight in her acceptance speech. But right now, though, let's head back to the desk.
All right, Dave, thanks for that. And we will be checking in with everyone throughout the night.
And coming back to our in-studio guests, we have Ambassador Carlos Sanz and Javier Palomares. Great to have you both with us. So, Javier, I'll start with you. Obviously, tonight will be a big night for Kamala Harris. She's going to have the opportunity to essentially reintroduce herself to the American people, focusing on what I think a lot of Democrats want to see is some of her policy issues. How is she going to differentiate herself both from the past 4 years where people might not be too happy and showing people what is in store for them if they were to elect her for the next 4 years?
Well, thanks for having me, Stephen. I think that'll be part of the trick here, right? That first and foremost, she's got to create some distance between the administration in which she is still serving and the track record there, and start to point, and paint the picture for how she is going to manage the thorny issues that are in front of the American people. The economy, health care, the cost of living, immigration. There's so many items on the list. And, frankly, she's got one night to make her case. Everything has been compressed since Kamala Harris came into the race. Right, wrong, or indifferent, that's the case, that's the situation. She's got to make it tonight very clear to the American people that there is a clear distinction between the way she will handle those items and the way they've been handled in the current administration. Certainly the American people are, on bated breath awaiting, her response to those questions. And certainly the small business community in America, we are on pins and needles wanting to see what it is that, you know, Kamala Harris is going to do to help with all the challenges the American small business community is facing right now.
Ambassador Sands, I want to get your thoughts, obviously, on the speech tonight, and how consequential do you think it is for Vice President Kamala Harris tonight to lay out some very clear policy distinctions?
Right. Well, Ronald Reagan once said the scariest words in the world are, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." Kamala Harris owns this economy. She's been in the meeting. She's been helping to run the government. She's been the border czar. She says she's the last person in the room. So it's whether it's the out of control spending that's causing all Americans to feel poorer, no matter who you are, to her promise of spending multiples of what Joe Biden spent. She wants to spend $10 trillion on her Green New Deal spending, which will benefit China and really hurt the American people and cause us to even have more problems. She's promised to increase taxes on individuals, on capital gains. She's talked about taxing unrealized gains, which would cause a collapse of new investment into startups and would really hurt people that have any asset that increases in value, including a home. She is radical. She has said she's radical. She has a wide open border where we have fentanyl and criminals and others coming over our border, but not legally. We want legal immigration. We want to know who's coming in our country. This is all on Kamala Harris. This is what we got, so we know what we're getting.
And to your point, undecided voters and Democrats themselves, from what we're hearing, are very hungry to find out what is on the agenda for, you know, the Democratic side of the ticket. Tim Walz last night didn't really lay anything out too specifically. So we have some sound here we're going to play of some of the voters, actual voters, what they're saying and what they want to hear.
The first thing that Kamala Harris should address is to strengthen global cooperation when it comes to security concerns.
We're not talking about it, but the national debt is going to bankrupt the country and affect our position as a first world nation.
Affordability, housing. So I think in general, like, people are now very dissatisfied and angry because everything is just so expensive.
Human rights around the world. Immigration, I feel like because it poses a security threat to America.
Women's rights, our body, our choice.
Immigration, you know, that's something that is really impacting our life and all of us.
Address the genocide in Gaza. I definitely would love to see her address the wage disparity, the cost of living. All of these issues are super important.
Abortion rights, I think like that's important for women across the board, and so not to take those away.
Close the border.
The foreign policies. I think we have to increase our alliances.
First of all, inflation, the economy, and then the border, and then the crime. So those are my top four.
You know, the world's evolved. This is not the same planet, let alone the same city that it was 20, 30 years ago. And, you know, a lot of those entry-level jobs are now replaced by technology. That's a big challenge for young adults and young people getting out of schools like this, who need to cut their chops and get some experience and start making some money to live independently.
So Javier, obviously those were all Democrat voters, mostly Kamala Harris supporters. They're hungry right now. They want to hear about crime, the border, immigration, inflation, the economy. What are some of your takeaways listening to those Democrats?
I completely agree. You know, as you know, I'm a Democrat myself, and I'm eager to see what is the plan, as I mentioned, for the economy, for healthcare, for the cost of living, immigration. You know, the thing I keep coming back to, Steve, is wages have gone up about 3 to 4% over the last handful of years, which sounds, in and of itself, sounds okay, until you consider that healthcare has gone up 31%. Energy has gone up 27%. Groceries have gone up 25%, and the list goes on. And so that's what the average American family is having to deal with. So despite the promises, despite, you know, the verbal confetti that comes from both campaigns, the American people want full-throated answers, authentic, clear answers for how are you going to help me pay the rent, you know, pay for my health care, keep the groceries coming to the children, et cetera, et cetera. Those are the issues the American people are looking for, and I'm hopeful that Kamala Harris will, in a very clear fashion, articulate what her solution is for these really thorny issues.
On that note, Javier, we did hear from her VP choice, Tim Walz, last night. It was a pretty short speech. There wasn't much policy. Given that, how do you view that in terms of Harris's speech tonight? What will she have to do when we didn't hear so much policy from him?
Yeah, well, let me begin by saying that I love the individual. I don't know Governor Walz, and I'll also say that brevity is a virtue, so I really appreciated how short it was. I think it's going to rest on Kamala. Regardless of what the vice president said or might have said, at the end of the day, the quarterback is the president. And so people are going to want to hear from her, what are the views for these issues that we're talking about, healthcare, the economy, the cost of energy, mortgage rates going through the roof, et cetera. I think she's got it on her shoulders. This is her responsibility, and I think a clear articulation for what her plan is to solve those issues. As a small business association, clearly we want to hear about regulation, taxes, things of that nature. So she's got a tall bill tonight, unfortunately, but it's also an opportunity, the way I look at it.
And right now we're just going to take a quick look at the screen there where you see folks filing into day 4, the final night of the DNC. Where the Vice President Kamala Harris is going to give her speech tonight and hopefully lay out some of these policy issues that we just saw from many Democrat voters throughout the country are so eager to learn about and hear about from their candidate. We're going to be keeping an eye on it as you can see the folks filing in. In the meantime, back in studio, Ambassador Sands, former President Trump on the border today, laying out some really serious policy agenda, if you will. How do you think this will contrast to what Kamala Harris might say tonight?
Well, for your viewers, I just want to share, so President Trump's down on the border to bring attention to the fact that under his administration, our border was the safest and quietest it's been in my lifetime. Illegal immigration was under control. We want legal immigration, but not illegal immigration. And to Javier's point about what Kamala Harris is going to suggest to solve all these problems, Kamala Harris caused all these problems. When President Trump was in office, inflation was about 1.4%. The average American could afford to buy a house. Groceries were increasing, but lower than our wages were increasing. So everyone had about $11,400 more in their pocket than they do under President Biden. People could afford to put gas in their car because it was 50% cheaper under President Trump's positive American clean energy plans. President Biden and Kamala Harris have had a war on American energy, an open border, and they have caused the inflation by the high government spending.
An important discussion as we're seeing on screen. There's a lot of people filing in. This is quite before the convention starts there, so it looks like there's going to be, as our reporters are saying, sardines in a can. But we'll have a lot more for you in just a few minutes, so stay with us.
The 7th NTD International Piano Competition will take place at the Kaufman Music Center in New York City. Pianists from around the world will come together to revive the great piano masterpieces. Join us on this uplifting journey. The semifinals, finals, and the winner's concert will be open to audiences and live streamed from October 17th to the 19th. Get tickets now at 212-501-3330.
Come to Mathis Home for the Monumental Savings Event and get big values on the latest bedrooms. This modern bed from Ashley with a floating panel design is a hot buy at just $290. This Ashley bed is only $399 with an upholstered headboard and a clean contemporary design. And this bed with a blonde finish even has charging ports for extra convenience. It's a great buy at just $699. Don't miss your chance to save at the Monumental Savings Event at Mathis Home.
As we naturally age, many people are getting zero amount of this incredible and unique substance. That's when we start seeing an impact in our joints, skin, nails, and even our digestion.
People ask me, Dr. X, what is the #1 supplement I should be taking? My answer is multi-collagen protein.
People's reactions to me, people were like, what are you doing? What is going on? You look amazing. You have a glow about you.
What makes Ancient Nutrition Multi-Collagen stand out from other brands? 10 types of collagen. It's grass-fed, pasture-raised with vitamin C and probiotics. It's proven to reduce joint discomfort rapidly, continuously, and persistently. It improves the appearance of crow's feet after 4 weeks and improves skin tone after 8 weeks. And it promotes hair thickness, growth, and a reduction in hair breakage.
It has transformed everything from my hair. Like, my hair was starting to kind of just, come out, and I don't have that anymore. My skin feels amazing.
Call the number on your screen and find out how to get a free bottle when you order, plus free shipping and our 30-day money-back guarantee. And as a bonus, we will include Dr. Josh Axe and Jordan Rubin's revolutionary book, Multi-Collagen Makeover, free with your order, plus free shipping and free returns.
I have implicit trust in Dr. Axe because the plan worked. I'm living proof of it.
This is the collagen protein that is backed by clinical studies. It's what my family uses, it's what I use, and I know you're gonna benefit in a big way as well.
Love the results or get your money back. This special TV offer is not available in stores. Call the number on your screen or go online now.
And there on your screen is a live look at the United Center, where the DNC is set to get underway tonight, day 4 of the Democratic National Convention, where Kamala Harris is set to speak before the crowd tonight. In the meantime, we are going to take you back to the United Center inside, where NTD's Kelly Wright is standing by for us. Kelly, what can you tell us?
Steve, look, this place, the United Center, you just showed that wonderful shot outside of the United Center. This is a very iconic building in terms of sports history. Just to my left, we can't show it to you right now, is that statue of Michael Jordan, the GOAT, the greatest of all time when it comes to NBA history. Tonight, Kamala Harris will have to show that she is someone who's worthy to be just as formidable a champion as Michael Jordan, as the iconic nature of this United Center. And the question is, can she do it? She has had a lot of people coming here to talk about her, to talk about what she's capable of doing. And many people who know her are saying, rest assured, America, she will be the kind of candidate who will bring hope, who will bring joy, who will bring stability, and bring some foreign policy. We haven't heard a lot about Kamala Harris and her foreign policy. We do know that she, along with the President of the United States, are working with Israel, our strongest ally in the Middle East, to try to broker a ceasefire and a deal, but most notably to bring the hostages home. Earlier today, I spoke with Ambassador Jeff Bleich, who worked with the Obama administration as an ambassador, U.S. ambassador to Australia, and we talked a little bit about Kamala Harris and what he anticipates she will say tonight, but also his confidence in her that she will be able to execute a solid foreign policy for the United States. Watch this. What do you think the world is saying?
Well, look, I think the world is used to our process, which is an unusual one around the world, and so they pay close attention. I don't think they're surprised that it's, contentious and there are twists and turns. That's what they've come to expect. But I do think that they understand this is a particularly consequential election for America's standing in the world, and how we are going to work with our partners and allies and ensure national security and stability and prosperity around the world. She has a long career in public service. Started out as a district attorney, then attorney general, then U.S. senator, and vice president of the United States for the last 4 years. So I think there is a sense of, we want to know a little bit more about how she experiences those different roles and what she's thinking about the future for this country. And they want to hear it from her lips. But in terms of needing to define herself, I think she's well defined in the public.
So getting on with what Ambassador Bleich went on to tell me, more specifically about foreign policy, he said that she'll be the kind of president who will strengthen our allies and to assure our allies that we stand with them and not against them. And she says it's critical that, well, he said it's critical that we have that kind of strength with our allies around the world so that we can send battleships if necessary to Israel to protect Israel as we did during that Iran missile attack. He went on to tell me that that wasn't just the United States helping to protect Israel. It was also all of our allies. It was the UK, it was Turkey, it was other places that actually helped us to endure that. The bottom line, he basically thinks that Donald Trump will send some of our allies packing, and that some of our allies are looking at the former president as saying as seeing him as someone who would just be America first and actually really kind of disrupt what's going on in terms of brokering a better deal with our allies so that we can move on to be a nation that is seen as a beacon of hope and as an ally to everybody around the world. So that's his take on that. We'll wait to see what Kamala Harris says tonight. Steve?
NTD's Kelly Wright, thank you for that live report from inside of the DNC convention. We'll be checking back in with you throughout the evening. And as we take a look at the screen there, that's still a live shot from outside of the DNC as folks continue to file in to see Kamala Harris give her speech tonight. We're going to take a short break and be right back.
Shenyun Creations, the streaming platform from Shenyun, featuring world-class dance, past programs, and all original music. Masterclasses, behind the scenes, comedy, and more. Explore shenyuncreations.com.
Lord Heavenly Father, I pray to you today to guide us tomorrow. Give us strength as we face death. Help us not to be afraid.
Tangazo hili linahusu njaa. Tarajia kuona watoto wakiwa na njaa katika maeneo haya. Mambo yalikuwa bora kwa miaka mingi. Tuliweza kupigana na njaa na watoto wachache walikufa. Lakini sasa mambo yamebadilika na kwa mabaya zaidi. Hii ni kwa sababu wakati huu ukame umeangamiza zaidi.
Через війни та конфлікти ми мусимо залишати наші домівки і всі наші речі. Ми навіть не маємо їжі. Тому нам потрібна ваша допомога.
Millions of children are fighting to survive due to inequality, conflict, poverty, and the climate crisis. Save the Children is working alongside communities to provide a better life for children. And there's a way you can help. Please call or go online to give just $10 a month, only 33 cents a day. We urgently need 1,000 new monthly donors in the next 30 days to help the children we support around the world. You can help provide food, medicine, care, and protection, plus so much more that a child needs, by calling right now and giving just $10 a month.
Ви можете допомогти голодуючим родинам вижити. All
we need are 1,000 monthly donors in the next 30 days. Please call or go online now with your monthly gift of just $10. Thanks to generous government grants, every dollar you give can have up to 10 times the impact. And when you call with your credit card, we will send you this Save the Children tote bag as a thank you for your support.
Toto kote duniani потребують вашої допомоги.
Your small monthly donation of just $10 could be the reason a child in crisis survives. Please call or go online to givetosave.org to help save lives.
And welcome back to The Nation Decides 2024. This is NTD's special live coverage of the Democratic National Convention, Day 4, as we take a live look into Chicago, Illinois, right outside of the DNC. We're going to bring you all of those very important key speeches throughout the evening. In the meantime, I'm going to bring it back in studio where we have Javier Palomares and former Ambassador Carla Sands. We were just talking about illegal immigration, obviously a major issue even on Democrats' minds. I found that rather surprising that a lot of Democrats are really vocal as their top issue, illegal immigration. Former President Trump was down at the border earlier today where he laid out some really critical policy issues. I want to play a soundbite of what he had to say from the border.
It's the Rolls-Royce of walls, I can tell you. It's very hardened steel outside, 7,000-pound concrete inside, and rebar inside of the concrete, all different, all very hard to get through. And it's sad to see it sitting here. We have crime going on up the road. In this direction, it's as far as you can see is wall. We have no problem there, but they come in where they refuse to put it up. That was when I first realized that they want open borders. I thought nobody could be so foolish or stupid to want open borders and have the world's population, the world's criminal population pour into our country. That's what's happening.
And Javier, what are your thoughts as a Democrat when you hear and see many of those Democrats that when we had on earlier Man on the Street interviews talking about the border and illegal immigration being a top priority for them this election?
Well, I think rightly so. Look, it's no secret. I've been with you before, Steve, and I've made the point that America was founded by immigrants. We're a country of immigrants. 45% of the Fortune 500 corporations were started by immigrants. Keystone industries like agriculture, construction, manufacturing, they all rely on immigrant labor. Those are the facts. Unfortunately, another fact is that during the Biden administration, some 8 million people have crossed the border illegally. And if you look at that, that is equivalent to the populations of Rhode Island, Delaware, Vermont, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, and Alaska combined. Clearly, we have an issue on the border. That is a crisis. That is priority one. That needs to be fixed. I completely agree with Ambassador Sands that, there needs to be a way, and we need to have a leader who is courageous enough to call it as it is and be honest with the American people. We have to stop the bad actors. We have to put a system in place that allows those who are here to work, to help us grow our economy, and to do good, a way to get in, and absolutely cut off those who are here to do us harm.
And to your point, when you see former President Trump talking about building a border wall, at the wall, as a person who comes from a family of immigrants and a Latino, do you find that offensive in any way?
I don't, and I may be in the minority, but I think less and less Hispanics are getting offended by that. The fact of the matter is, as proud as I am to be a Hispanic, I'm even prouder to be an American. I'm that first and foremost, as are all Hispanics in this country. This is an American challenge. This is no longer a Hispanic issue. This is no longer a border state issue. This is an American challenge, and we need a leader, whether it's a Democrat or Republican, who has the courage to do the right thing by the American people and certainly by the American economy.
Ambassador Sands, I'll give you a chance to respond.
Sure. Well, immigration, the illegal immigration issue, the open border is an 80%, 20% issue for the American people. It's regardless of what party you're in, Americans don't like it. They want people to come in legally, to come in through the door, don't break in through the window. And so it's causing increase in housing costs. It's crowding out native-born Americans from jobs. Native-born Americans have lost jobs. Illegal and legal immigrants have gained the jobs. Almost 2 million increase in immigrant jobs, a loss of about 1 million legal American citizen jobs. So non-immigrant jobs. And then also it's causing, it's crowding out native-born people from jobs that, like you said, farming, manufacturing, it's being taken by a lower wage immigrant, and so wages are being suppressed for native-born Americans. But Kamala Harris is the border czar. It's on her that this border is wide open and has not been controlled. President Trump actually had a great border. He had a great plan. He finally got it implemented. We had a quiet, safe border. Let's just put the plan back. I mean, we know what works. Too bad that Kamala Harris didn't want to say, let's use President Trump's plan. It works.
And just to verify, and to your point, for viewers watching, when you say that, there were a lot of former President Trump's policies that were rolled back via executive order as soon as the Biden administration.
On day one. That's right.
Javier, when it comes to these jobs being taken by, say, non-American citizens, you and I have spoken about this before. You actually broke down the numbers when it comes to those jobs and who wants to fill the position. So why don't you tell us about that?
As much as I love and respect the ambassador, I agree with her on so many things. I have to disagree on that one point. The fact of the matter is I spend a lot of time with the citrus growers in Florida, with the strawberry growers in California, with the beef and farming people in Texas, with the dairy industry in the heartland. And they are telling me, as Republican as they are, by the way, they are telling me that they cannot hire native-born Americans at any price, at any wage. The fact of the matter is these immigrants are doing the kinds of work that no native-born American would do, roofing that house in 104-degree weather in the housing boom in Texas, picking that crop, you know, in Florida, in the humidity and the heat. So there is a place for those immigrants that are here to do the kinds of jobs that Americans simply won't do at any price. And we need to find a system that allows them to do that.
There is
With
a system.
That said,
it's the Bracero system. It's already in place.
I completely
to bring
agree.
the immigrants in, do the work, and then they go home.
I agree with that. And so I think there is a way to do this, but we need a leader who will be courageous enough to tell the American people the truth. It isn't what the right is saying, and it isn't what the left is saying. As a business person, as somebody who knows this intimately, it is actually in the middle. And we need somebody courageous enough to say, we need to stop this kind of immigration, but we need to continue to, you know, engage in this kind of immigration because it's good for the American people, it's good for the American economy.
On that note of the middle, right, when it comes to Harris's speech tonight, Ambassador, how do you see Harris trying to get to those middle of the line voters when it comes to the issue of the border? We haven't heard much in terms of policy. She was called the border czar by her own administration and by the media, and now that's kind of being called a right-wing talking point. But how do you see her navigating that tonight, or will she?
Well, she's going to try to throw joy out there and sprinkle joy, and that's going to solve everything. But the fact is, the border's wide open, and her foreign policy has been, unfortunately, a disaster. She was the last person in the room when they made the Afghanistan plan. Now our $1 million base, Bagram Air Base, is controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. $81 billion worth of great new equipment was left there. Now it's been, I'm sure, sold off to the highest bidder around the world. This is a disaster. That's on her. She has been in the room. She's been part of the foreign policy decisions throughout this administration. Her foreign policy is worse than Jimmy Carter's. We definitely want to have President Trump back in the White House because he surrounded himself with people who knew their job was to keep the American people safe.
I agree with the ambassador. I think, you know, this party atmosphere is a lot of fun to watch, right? But to a large extent, she's preaching to the converted. American business wants to hear real answers to the real problems that we're facing. And that's where, you know, I hope that the Democratic Party understands nobody is going to gain access to the Oval Office without the support of American business. And we are waiting to hear, both large and small businesses are waiting to hear, what are the answers to the questions that we have? How do we continue to have the greatest economy in the world in an environment like the one we've got now? We need solutions. And I understand, you know, the euphoria that's going on. I enjoy it as much as anyone else. I don't know if Beyonce will be on tonight. And I don't know that Beyonce can solve the problems that we have. At the end of the day, we need a leader who will very clearly articulate what he or she is going to do for American business.
And Ambassador, I think Javier makes a very important and interesting point, which is at these conventions, whether it's the RNC or the DNC, this is the base. These people have to be the most motivated people. They're essentially the officers in the military. but they have to go back to the troops and project that. And do you think that the Democrats will be able to come out of their convention and project that type of enthusiasm to the American people?
Well, I think that enthusiasm doesn't really get you elected. I think it's helpful, but people really want their problem solved. They want to have more spending money. They want to have less government regulations if they're a business person. But I'll just give you one more foreign policy example. President Trump and his team had a maximum pressure campaign on Iran. Iran was pretty much boxed in. They were not funding the Houthi rebels, Hamas, Hezbollah. Then President Biden and Kamala Harris come in. What do? They give $6 billion to Iran for several hostages. We never pay for hostages. Then he removes the sanctions so they can sell their energy to China at a high dollar. And now what do you see? You saw Hamas invade Israel. You saw American hostages and the killing by Hamas of Israeli Americans and others. It's a travesty what has happened with this know-nothing group. I'm sorry to say it, a know-nothing group in the White House. Kamala Harris is a disaster in foreign policy, and I pray to God she's not elected president.
Well, there's certainly contrasting perspectives, and you do have the Trump campaign talking about we would not be in these situations if there were a Trump administration versus what we're seeing to have to now solve these situations. What is your take to the ambassador's point?
I agree with the ambassador. We're in a very tough situation as a nation. We are the country that the rest of the world has always looked to, and we don't have anyone else to look to. And so we need the courage. This is not a popularity contest anymore. Popularity is a lot of fun, but this is a real job, and we need somebody who's going to take that job as seriously as it demands. Where we stand on an international basis clearly has declined over the last decade. I think both sides are to blame. Certainly this administration has had some guffaws. I can't deny that. I'm looking forward. I'm looking at what do these two potential campaigns and potential leaders of the free world have to tell me and the rest of the American business community about all of these issues. At the end of the day, foreign policy, like everything else, ends up impacting the American business community. Everything impacts business, and business impacts everything else. Business abhors two things: avoid, and we abhor chaos. We can't invest, we can't plan, we can't grow in an environment where we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. And we find ourselves exactly at that spot. We're looking for a leader who's going to point the way and clearly articulate a set of policies that are going to change the trajectory of this nation.
And right now we're going to take a short break as we take a look at the feed there. The DNC, people filing in some big speeches tonight, where you'll have Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, Eva Longoria to perform, as well as the keynote speech, the big speech everybody's waiting for, Vice President Kamala Harris. We'll take you there after this break.
Imagine a coffee that cares for your health. Expertly fermented with a 50-enzyme complex to enhance flavor and remove bitterness. Small batch roasted to a decadent medium dark, resulting in a brew that is gentle on digestion, low acid, and up to 90% less caffeine than regular coffee. Try America's first enzyme fermented coffee today.
This is it, the culmination of everything our young athlete has worked for these past months. He's filled with determination. You can see it in his face. Is today the day he overcomes? And here we go. There is no defense in the world that will keep him at bay. He's on fire. Nothing can stop him. Watch him as he heads towards the goal. Oh, he's blocked hard, but that doesn't stop him. He's a warrior. He's back up. His eyes are on the goal. He's set up for the shot. He shoots. Goal!
Achieving goals like this is only possible with the monthly support of people just like you.
Please call the number on your screen right now and give your monthly support to Shriners Hospitals for Children so other children can reach their goals too.
If you give just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we will send you your very own Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of the love you're giving us. Because of monthly support of people like you, nothing is stopping me from achieving my goals.
And here we go. There is no defense in the world that will keep him at bay. He's going left. Oh, he fakes right and continues. Look at those moves. He takes the shot. Goal! Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, call again or go to loveshriners.org to give right away. Your monthly gift helps kids achieve their goals. Goal!
And welcome back. There you have a live feed of the United Center where the final night of the Democratic National Convention will be taking place. It's still not close to the opening time, but there's a lot of people heading in. As our reporters were commenting, the floor was even getting full about 2 hours ahead of the convention starting. But let's bring it back in studio now where we have Ambassador Carlos Sanz and Javier Palomares with us. Earlier, we were talking about the topic of foreign policy. We had Kelly Wright, host of America's Hope. He was interviewing the U.S. ambassador to Australia, former U.S. ambassador to Australia, was talking about when it comes to foreign policy and how our allies or potential adversaries are viewing us. He had an interesting take that they might be concerned with former President Trump being a little too America first. Now, you're actually with America First Policy Institute. You don't speak for them. But when it comes to this stance of America first, what would that mean for our allies, but also our adversaries?
Sure. So all political views are my own. But I will say this. America first should be the first thought of every American president. Just like the Prime Minister of Denmark thinks about the well-being of the Danish people all day long. That's her job. That's why she was elected and why they pay her. It's the same for every leader in the world. They should be top of mind, their people. You know that in Paris, in France, they're thinking about their people. It's the same every country. So if the American president is thinking about foreigners and sending our money to foreign countries before they take care of our own, especially our veterans, especially our seniors and the people who are the least of us, they're not doing their job.
We do hear a lot about, say, President Biden really working on diplomacy or working with our allies, whether that's NATO, the EU. How do you view the issue of foreign policy this election cycle? Of course, probably not as top of mind as inflation, the economy, immigration, maybe abortion, depending on which section of society you talk to. But how do you see foreign policy playing in?
Well, you know, foreign policy, and again, I'm no expert, certainly not to the extent that the ambassador is, but you know, we need to have a very strong sense for who we are and what our priorities are. I agree with the ambassador that any American president, priority one is, you know, take care of America. And every Democrat I know feels exactly that way. Somehow this America First moniker, you know, somehow got maligned and it's something bad. It actually isn't. Every American, Republican or Democrat, wants our leader to think of us first. That's why we put him there or her there. And so the idea that, you know, America first and that somehow that stamp makes you a bad actor on the international stage, I disagree completely. You know, our economy needs help. Our people need help. We've got a lot of challenges in this country right now. We've enumerated several of them on this program. And I think that our next president needs to be very focused on how we make things better in the United States first. Now, obviously, we have to be a good neighbor. We have to be a leader. We've always been the leader. And we need to continue that role. And so there's some diplomacy that needs to play into this assignment, obviously. But to me, it has never been a bad thing to say that a person or an elected leader is an America First individual. I think that's actually a good thing. And I can tell you that maybe the Democratic leadership doesn't enjoy that term, but Democrats are just fine with that. We want our president to think about us first and foremost.
Right now, when it comes to foreign policy, we are hearing reports and seeing footage of the pro-Palestine groups outside the convention center the first night. There was someone that tried to unfurl a Palestine flag on the floor of the convention. They were quickly moved out before our reporter could get to them. But when it comes to that, you know, we've kind of seen Kamala Harris threading the needle or trying to, you know, her husband's Jewish. They're talking about, you know, standing up for the Jewish people, especially in our country when we've seen things happening on college campuses. But at the same time, you are seeing, you know, this pro-Palestine group really trying to make their voices heard, whether that's the uncommitted vote we saw in Michigan in the primaries when President Biden was still running for president. How do you see Kamala Harris threading the needle, if you will, tonight? Or will she leave that thorny issue for maybe a media interview down the road?
Well, I don't believe that she's going to reveal any significant policy. I think she's going to talk top line once again. She's not had any press interaction at all without a teleprompter. In other words, no one has heard her speak extemporaneously, maybe one short time, and it was a little bit of a gobbledygook. We need leaders who communicate peace through strength. And if viewers will vote for President Trump, what we will have is we will have peace around the world. And how do I know that? Putin would not have invaded Ukraine with a strong American president leading with peace through strength. Xi would not be threatening Taiwan as much as he is. Our trade would be in a better place in that situation. Hamas would not have invaded Israel. They wouldn't have had the funds, and they would have been afraid of what he would do, the retribution of invading their neighbor, Israel, who does so much for their Arab citizens, treats them as equals. And the border would be closed, and we would have a secure border. So if Americans know how to get there to this good place and how to have a great economy, he did Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in his first year as president, and that was revolutionary, how it helped businessmen and women across the country. And a strong America is actually a better partner in foreign policy. If we have energy security and we have economic security, we will have that military strength, and we will be able to defend our allies and defend ourselves.
And speaking of the, you know, Israel-Hamas conflict, you know, we have to kind of look back in the short span of the past year or so since the war broke out, where let's talk about the college campuses. There were a lot of protests that were really starting to percolate right before summer break. And because of that, everybody kind of went home, but school is almost back in session. And we're seeing tens of thousands of protesters out here right now. These are mostly, a lot of them, Democrats. We saw the uncommitted vote in Michigan. How big of an issue will this be if she doesn't clearly address this in her speech tonight?
Well, we have some American and non-American nonprofits paying for these protests. These are AstroTurf. They're not grassroots. They're delivering the tents to the sites. The signs are manufactured for them. This is a very anti-Semitic effort. And the college presidents, rather than being the adults on the campus and reestablishing, first of all, order, but also protecting Israeli students who have been attacked on campus, in some cases having to hide from attacks and being blocked. I think on one campus, it might have been UCLA, we're not even allowed to go into certain areas. They've sued and won since then. So we want college presidents to act like adults. We saw the testimony less than a year ago, and it was truly despicable to see them kind of prevaricate about not understanding whether someone is threatened or not by these attacks from the river to the sea and personal attacks. So we have a lot of work to do in the United States to reestablish our, you know, freedom and equality for all.
And on that note, we do have NTD's Kelly Wright there at Media Row. He's the host of America's Hope. He's done a lot of episodes speaking to really trying to get the message out on what is happening, what happened on October 7th, and all of that. So that would be another great place to get a lot of information on what we're talking about here. But Kelly Wright, who do you have with you and what can you tell us?
Well, Tiffany, we're here live at the DNC 2024 convention. Here with me is someone who's widely known throughout Democratic circles. I would dare say that Tom Perez is also known throughout the nation. Tom, thanks for joining us.
Great to be with you, Kelly.
You have served the Democrat Party in America for many years in public service. Former chair of the DNC, former labor secretary. What is the essence of tonight's speech from Vice President Kamala Harris?
Well, this is a chance for the Vice President to reintroduce herself to the nation, to articulate her vision of inclusion and opportunity for everyone. It's going to be a speech about the future. It's going to be a speech about how everybody gets a fair shake. And I think the American people are going to be really excited. I have not seen momentum like I've seen, Kelly, in the last 30 days. 2008 comes to mind, but the momentum is palpable, and she will be speaking not simply to Democrats. She's speaking to everyone. You've seen the convention, Democrats, Republicans, Independents. She wants to move away from this us versus them. I only succeed if you fail. That's not who we are. Her vision is for all of America, making sure that everybody has access to quality, affordable health care, making sure that everyone has access to affordable prescription drugs, making sure women have the freedom to make decisions about their own bodies. These are not issues that are only limited to certain subsets. And that's why I think there's such excitement, because it's an inclusive vision and, frankly, a joyful vision.
Tom, you worked at labor, and there's a lot of people in America who would like to have more labor, to put more money into their pocketbooks. Talking about kitchen table issues, there are people on the south side of Chicago who are right here in Chicago, close to the convention, yet they don't feel the euphoria and momentum that people feel here because they're still finding it hard to get money to buy food and to pay rent. How does the Democratic Party reach out to them on a ground game to say, we've got your back, as Oprah Winfrey said that Kamala Harris would do?
Well, she outlined, I believe it was last week, a very forward-leaning set of proposals about reducing costs. I'll give you one example. Going after what she calls greedflation. You look at grocery prices, and they shot up in the pandemic. They came down to a fair degree, but not nearly enough. And the reason they didn't come down enough was the large grocery chains were reaping record profits. Why did they do that? Because they could. And, I was reading some polling the other day about people who feel like we're on the wrong track, and they were asked, why do you think we're on the wrong track? And the number one answer was greed. And you know what? They're right. And so she outlined that. We also need to make housing more affordable. And she had a very granular and forward-leaning plan on how to make sure that people can afford the rent, and that, if you're ready to buy a house but you just don't have that down payment, she has a proposal to provide that down payment assistance so you can get into that American dream. One of the top ways we accumulate wealth in this country is through home ownership. We've got to make it more accessible. And these are examples of things that she's doing that are focused on these pocketbook issues, continuing the work that the Biden administration and, frankly, President Obama did to lower the costs of prescription drugs. We finally beat Big Pharma, and she was part of it, casting the deciding vote in that critical bill. And we're going to continue to make sure that insulin's affordable and that a host of other prescription drugs are affordable.
Tom, down the road, we've got to get ready to go, but down the road, do you see a future and a hope for Americans on the left, on the right, liberal, conservative, Democrat, Republican, and independents to come together and work together, agree to disagree, and still work together for the benefit of all Americans?
Absolutely, with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. I mean, the Governor Walz talked last night about this. Your neighbor, they may worship, they may have a different faith tradition. They may have differences of opinion. They are your neighbor. And, if there's a fire, you're not going to say, well, I remember when you, voted for someone else. That's not what neighbors do. And that is why I think this campaign has taken off. Because, in Donald Trump's America, I succeed only if you all fail. In Donald Trump's America, immigrants are sucking the blood of our nation. That's not America. And the divisiveness of our leaders is one reason why people shy away from politics. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are articulating a vision that is a vision for everyone. And you saw in this convention, Republicans, Democrats, and independents spoke out about that yearning for community again.
Tom, I want to thank you for stopping by to talk to us here at NTD for our special coverage. And we'll be talking again between now and the election time.
Absolutely.
The ground game is the most significant thing after this speech. But again, I thank you for stopping by to talk to all of us. Tiffany, I'm going to toss it back to you now. Tom Perez, former chair of the DNC and Labor Secretary, back to you.
Right, thank you for that. He's down there at Media Row in Chicago, where the DNC will be officially kicking off in just under 30 minutes. So we'll have a lot more for you with big speakers and some performances potentially lined up. So stay with us, a lot more to come.
When I drink it, the first thing was I feel the warmth in my tummy. It's kind of like gently radiating out, a kind of a very comforting warmth. And it was really good, actually. I felt much better. I did feel, actually, an effect. And I find that it is actually better when I take it regularly.
It's actually steamed and dried 9 times. And so it's really, the essence is really extracted.
Then the second time, I tried it really like on an empty stomach and just 2 teaspoons of it and over a few times. And wow, that was a big difference because suddenly I could feel, wow, I was very good energized. I didn't have to eat. I could work outside in the garden for a couple of hours and I still felt very well. And I was impressed by that. So I think it's a good product.
there are real consequences to controlled media. And NTD's founders know them firsthand. Our freedom of thought is the price. This is the lesson that guides us in everything we do.
So there's the tear gas there.
We know the value of a free society. And we take seriously the responsibility to preserve it. We are NTD.
And welcome back to NTD's The Nation Decides 2024. I'm Steve Lance with my co-host Tiffany Meier. We'll be hearing from many speakers tonight, including Governor of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer, Senator of Massachusetts, Elizabeth Warren, and former Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger. This all before Vice President Kamala Harris's nomination acceptance speech. In the meantime, we're going to take a look over at the Data Hub, where NTD's Dave Martin is standing by with some updates on some battleground state polling.
Thank you, Steve. Now, as we wait for the DNC to start, I want to take a look at some more presidential polls in those three blue wall swing states. That's Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. Now, Trump, of course, broke through the blue wall in 2016 after Democrats had won that in the presidential race 5 straight years. So we're going to look at the difference between how Kamala Harris is doing versus Joe Biden was doing in the race against Donald Trump. So let's first start here with Michigan. This is according to Real Clear polling average June into July, so not too long ago. Trump versus Biden in Michigan. You see here Trump with a slight lead, just over 1% over Joe Biden. Now, 1 month later, Biden out, Kamala Harris in. She gets a 3-point bump here. Meanwhile, Trump survives a very scary assassination attempt and actually loses nearly a point. So that's a 4-point swing overall there for Kamala Harris. Now, let's take a look at Wisconsin. We've got 10 electoral votes here. As you can see here, just a month ago, a little over a month ago, Trump with a 3-point lead over Joe Biden. 1 month later, Harris comes in. Look at this. She goes up nearly 3 points in this. Trump goes down nearly 2. That's a 4.5-point swing for Kamala Harris, so she takes the lead here too. That's as of August 19. Now, the all-important Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes here. Trump, as late as July 12, a 4.5-point lead here over Joe Biden. Again, 1 month later, a different story. Kamala Harris, a 3-point bump here in for Joe Biden. Meanwhile, Trump loses 3.5, so it's a 6.5-point swing here for Kamala Harris. So I think she's got a lot of momentum right now. I think it'll be interesting to note what Harris says tonight to kind of continue that momentum going forward. In any case, back to you guys at the desk.
NTD's Dave Martin with that update. Thank you, Dave. And back to our in-studio guest, Javier Palomares, Ambassador Carla Sands. Continuing our conversation from earlier about the border, NTD's White House correspondent Iris Tao was actually at the border where former President Trump was speaking. We're going to play some sound of a question she asked him earlier.
Mr. President, if you get back to the White House, are you confident that you can reach a consensus with Democrats and how to fix the border?
Well, I think right now you look at it, and I'm one that believes that we want to unify our country. But when you have an issue like this where some people, and I don't happen to believe it's the Democrats. I think it's Democrat leaders that want the open borders.
Javier, there you heard former President Trump talking to our White House correspondent Iris Tao, where he sort of made a distinction between the Democrats and Democrat leadership, saying that basically the way I took it, the average Democrat wants border security. We saw that earlier with our man on the street interviews. What do you make of President Trump's response?
I actually agree with the former president. The average American does want tighter controls at the border. The average Hispanic wants tighter controls at the border. We're in a crisis. This has gotten way out of hand. As I mentioned earlier, some 8 million individuals have crossed our border illegally. That equates to those are record-setting numbers. And the fact of the matter is, while it has come down of late, that's not a solution. We need an actual solution, a sustainable, long-term solution. We need a leader who is less worried about being popular and more worried about getting the job done. I think the big secret, and what nobody's talking about, is that probably 80%, 90% of Americans, whether Republican or Democrat, they want something to be done. And they're ready to listen to anybody who will come up with action, with some solutions, with a sustainable strategy for how we manage this very thorny issue down at the southern border.
When it comes to those solutions you're talking about, we've been hearing from some of the speakers at this convention so far that, the Democrats and Republicans had these bipartisan border bills that they were introducing, but it's, Trump and his backed, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, those that are blocking it. Ambassador, what do you make of that talking point and how much resonance it might have with the American people?
Well, I think that Tim Walz actually referred to it last night, that there was a bipartisan bill. But as a matter of fact, that bipartisan bill allowed 5,000 illegals per day to come over our border. Well, that's what we have right now. That's what's killing the schools, letting in criminals and gang members, as well as probably hardworking people, but they need to come in the legal way. They need to apply to come in as immigrants. And I think that it's a false premise to say it's okay to have 5,000 people come over our border. Obama's own Jay Johnson said 1,000 people coming over our border a day is a crisis. Right now, we have an emergency. Kamala Harris is the border czar. She's let it be an emergency. And they're even flying people in. We're not even counting. And then we have the gotaways. We're not even counting those. This is a crisis for the United States. No country in the history of the world has ever allowed this.
I have to say, what I'd love to see is our leaders spending time on the border. I give credit to former President Trump, and I hate to do it, but the fact of the matter is he's down there. I think that we need to let the people on the border, the Americans on the border, inform the strategy for where we go from here. My daughter has been a nurse for almost 2 decades down in McAllen, Texas. The health system is absolutely strained. The educational system is strained. My son is a Border Patrol agent going on 23 years now. They are beside themselves just waiting for somebody to come and help. And it doesn't matter whether you're Republican or Democrat. This is an American issue, and we need American leadership at a time like this.
And the Democrats have had an exciting 3 days. They're going into day 4 of their convention, and obviously this is the biggest night of the week for them. We're going to go bring it over to Dave Martin, who's at the big wall right now, for an update as to what to expect tonight.
Thank you, Steve. We have quite a list of headline speakers coming up tonight, including, of course, Vice President Kamala Harris. But let's take a quick look at a few more of them here, starting with Senator Tammy Baldwin of Wisconsin. She's been a senator for more than a decade there. Previously served 14 years in the U.S. House of Representatives. After her, Representative Catherine Clark of Massachusetts. She's been in there for more than a decade as well. Previously, she served in both the Massachusetts State Senate and the Massachusetts State House of Representatives. And finally, Senator Bob Casey of Pennsylvania. Now, of course, his father, Bob Casey Sr., was governor of Pennsylvania for 8 years back in the 80s and 90s. Bob Jr. was elected to the Senate back in 2006. So that's a quick look at a few of the headline speakers coming up tonight. We'll have more as the night continues, but right now, let's go back to you guys at the desk.
All right, Dave, thanks for that. And as Dave mentioned, quite a lot of big names, and the convention will be officially starting quite soon in just under 15 minutes. So we'll have a lot more for you when that does start, and all the big names and performances and a lot more analysis. So stay with us.
The one-time drug dealer turned pastor, along with 2 others, will be executed at 12 midnight local time.
I thought this would be our final run ever. We had made millions and millions of dollars, but God had other plans.
We're gonna walk straight out of here, pretend to be the media.
This pathetic maggot got caught trying to escape my prison.
He's a changed person. He's a new man.
My name is Peter Lowe, and I will be executed in 2 hours. Why am I being executed, you ask?
Salvation is a gift.
We all know that words have power. They set things in motion.
And make us happy or sad.
But there's one word that stands out because when people say it, lives are changed. It's not a big word.
It's itsy bitsy.
It's only 3 little letters. But when you say it,
The life of a kid like me can be changed.
So, what is this special word?
It may surprise you.
It's yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes to becoming a monthly supporter of Shriners Hospitals for Children. That's right. Your monthly support allows the doctors and nurses at Shriners Hospitals for Children to give the most amazing care anywhere and change the lives of kids like me. And me. And me. Because people like you have said yes. Now I can play football. And I can play catch.
And I can walk.
So what do you say? Will you say yes right now? It's so easy. All you have to do is pick up the phone or go to loveshriners.org right now and say yes. When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day. My life is filled with possibility because of the monthly support of people just like you who called the number on your screen and said yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Your yes is making a difference in my life and the lives of so many other kids like me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for giving.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, call again or go to loveshriners.org to say yes right away.
There are real consequences to controlled media. And NTD's founders know them firsthand. Our freedom of thought is the price. This is the lesson that guides us in everything we do.
Yeah, so there's the tear gas there.
We know the value of a free society. And we take seriously the responsibility to preserve it. We are NTD.
And welcome back. There you have a live feed at the stage at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, where very soon the speakers will be taking the stage. And tonight, of course, the big focus is on Vice President Kamala Harris as she lays out her potential policies as as she seeks the presidency. Now we're going to bring it back in studio here where we have Javier Palomares and Ambassador Carla Sands. Now last night we heard from Oprah Winfrey. There was quite a starred lineup actually. John Legend was performing. We had Stevie Wonder as well. So there's a lot of celebrity backing. Now Oprah Winfrey made an appeal to independence, saying she's an independent herself. She seemed to highlight that, values and character are what's most important and that they're on the ballot. Now, Javier, what do you make of that? Why do you think she's trying to appeal to independence this way? Do you think it will work?
Well, I think certainly both campaigns should be looking very hard at independence. I mean, at this juncture, we kind of have the tails wagging the dog here, the extreme on the right, the extreme on the left. But the vast majority of Americans are actually somewhere in the middle. And there is a growing population. The number of independents in this nation is growing. Hispanics happen to be the one voting bloc that is most independent. Some 35% of Hispanics identify as independent. And so I think that's going to be the telltale. That's going to be the audience that both campaigns need to convince, to come to their side. I do want to make a point about what I saw last night. I'm very encouraged by the young leadership that's coming up on both sides of the aisle. I saw Hakeem Jeffries, Josh Shapiro was just amazing, Wes Moore. I love the energy on both sides. I am ready, and most Americans are ready for fresh faces, a fresh approach, looking for people that can work across the aisle to bring this nation together. It's time for a change, frankly, across the entire ecosystem, both on the right and the left. And I think Oprah makes a very valid point that, the independent vote, more than ever, is going to count in this particular election.
When it comes to the independent Hispanic vote, given how big of a voting bloc that is, what would you say would be their top issues, and what would they like to hear from Harris tonight?
Well, we polled, I believe it was 2,700 of our members. And it was an even higher number in the Hispanic business community. I think it was like 37% of our members identified as independent. And surprisingly, the Republican/Democrat distinction, they were very close. They were within a point of each other or two. So again, that independent bloc is going to become incredibly important. I think as we move forward, what the American business community, what the Hispanic business community is looking for is a campaign and a leader. First and foremost, in my mind, a leader's first duty is to inspire my nation, inspire my community. Two, somebody who is courageous enough and authentic enough to tell them the truth about what's going on. The American people, we're no fools. We see what's going on. We just want our elected officials to reflect the reality of what's going on in the border, what's going on in our economy, what's going on with healthcare and things of that nature. So I think that's what the Hispanic business community is looking for. And as goes Hispanic business, I think American small business goes that way. The only thing we're prouder of than being Hispanic is being Americans. And we see ourselves as American businesses. We pay American taxes, we create American jobs, and we're driving the American economy forward. We need an American leader who's going to be courageous enough to tell us the truth.
Very important point. And let's go now to the floor where we have NTD's Jack Bradley standing by with some guests. Jack, who do you have with you?
Well, I have Laura Hall, state representative and delegate from Alabama. Laura, thank you so much for joining.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Now, Kamala Harris is expected to speak tonight. If she wins the presidency, what would that do for America?
Well, I think it indicates to everyone nationwide, worldwide, that America is ready to put democracy first and be mindful that every American with his or her dream to become president, that the possibility does exist.
And you are wearing white like many of the attendees here. It means the women's suffrage movement. It's symbolic of that, the 19th Amendment. And for Alabama in particular, how does your values resonate with that of Harris?
Oh, I think they're closely aligned. I certainly believe that every child should get a good education, every family should have good health care, economically be able to have a safe place to live. But education is the foundation, and making sure that we are able to provide for those individuals. And certainly when we do that and do it well, our democracy certainly should be a great one for everyone to be a perfect or a good citizen in his or her country.
We're seeing a very polarized society, it seems. Do you see that? And also, how can we unite America?
Well, I mean, the polarized society certainly exists. And one of the best ways for helping to begin to break that polarization is communication. I find many times we're talked at and not talked to. And until we do that, in terms of, we may not change opinions in many ways, but we can certainly understand why an individual feels the way they feel, and hopefully be able to come up with solutions to address the concerns that they may have.
Laura Hall, State Representative from Alabama and Delegate, thank you very much for your time and insight here.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, guys. Well, the atmosphere is getting more and more crowded here. We're about to start the event. We also see women in pink. If you look up here, there's the sorority sisters of Kamala Harris, Alpha Kappa Alpha, all sitting up there from different states representing her sorority. Very excited, and a very exciting night as we get started here tonight. So we'll bring it right back to you in the studio.
All right, Jack Bradley there with a state rep from Alabama. Thank you for that. And bringing it back in studio here, Ambassador, we were just talking about Oprah Winfrey's speech last night, trying to make an appeal to the independents and really highlighting values and character, saying that's what's most important, that those are on the ballot. What did you make of that? And, you know, if it will move the needle among the independents towards the Democratic Party?
Well, I think what's on the mind of independents is what's on the mind largely of Republicans and Democrats. They want to be able to afford their life. The inflation is killing them. They want a secure border. They want health care. They want to be able to afford their health care. These are fundamental issues that are like very large, weighing large on the American mind. And if you think about the great economist Milton Friedman, he once said that government spending is the cause of inflation, and inflation is like a tax on the people. So Kamala Harris was the tie-breaking vote for a record number of these big, bad bills that were passed in the Congress. It's record spending by the government that's caused the inflation that's affecting everyone. And then Kamala Harris's and Biden's war on American energy. That has increased the inflation. That's why they feel the pain. We know the solution. It's to unleash American clean energy, which is renewable. Hydrocarbons are renewable. And then it's to stop the excessive government spending, take care of what we should, take care of our people, and stop frittering away our money and just spending like drunken sailors. It's terrible. It's terrible. And we're spending ourselves into debt, $1 trillion every 100 days right now. Impossible to pay back. It must be stopped.
And Ambassador, to a previous point that Javier made, that most Americans are somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
We kind of see this in different states. I think Ohio is one state where you have J.D. Vance and Sherrod Brown, two polar opposites. And also one of the cards that Dave pulled up earlier on the big wall is in the state of Wisconsin. You have somebody like Tammy Baldwin who's going to speak tonight, who is, you know, very to the left in the Democratic Party, but also Senator Ron Johnson. Why do you think this happens in certain states throughout the country?
You know, I think that these people catch fire, and the Democrats have a real machine. They're able to get just about anybody elected, even if they're not quite cogent. I mean, they elected Joe Biden as a candidate. They elected John Fetterman when he was not even able to speak. So that says to me that there are two very different parties. Republicans, we look at the candidate and we think about it rather than create a machine and just get the right person elected. But I think that to your point about the split in our country, we are a 50-50 country. And President Trump wants to be the president for all Americans. He's a uniter, not a divider. He's never demonized the American people. His opponents as politicians, sure, but the American people, he knew who he worked for. And when I was ambassador, I represented and worked for all the American people. I never looked at party. We worked hard to bring American jobs, to our country and to increase our security against our adversaries like Russia and China.
To that point, you were at the front lines of the Trump administration representing the United States in Denmark. So tell us, what was Trump's so-called America First policy like in practice?
Sure. So what it was is he knew, just like Barack Obama did, that our NATO allies weren't paying their fair share. They expect the American people to pay for rich European countries' defense. That's not right, and people know that's not right. So he said to the NATO allies, you have to pay your fair share. You promised 2%, now do it. This was before Russia invaded Ukraine. Now I believe there will be a new agreement of 3%, probably moving to 4.5%. But speaking of spending, I'm hearing that Kamala Harris is actually going to call for a kind of Marshall Plan on her Green New Deal and really juice spending. What that will do, it'll make it impossible for us to pay for our defense or help our allies in theirs.
So Javier, is it fair to say that most Americans are somewhere in the middle?
Absolutely. You know, I spend a lot of time with Republicans and Democrats. My constituency is made up of the farthest ends of the political spectrum. And the reality of it is we are all pretty much down the middle. On some issues, we lean a little bit right on taxes, regulation, you know, government spending. And then we lean a little left on some of the social issues. That's the American way. We've always been down the middle. Somehow, our elected officials, our parties have gotten to the point, as I said earlier, to where the tail is wagging the dog now on both sides. We need, as American people, to put our foot down and stop rewarding people who play those kinds of games. And only elect the kinds of leaders who are going to be honest with us and are going to work across the aisle like they used to in the old days. We used to reward and honor those, you know, elected officials who had the courage and the ability to work across the aisle and find solutions on behalf of the American people. That's what we need to get back to.
To that point, you actually worked with the Trump campaign at certain points as a Democrat. Tell us about your experience.
Well, it did not go well for me when I came back to the Democratic Party. I was called everything imaginable and accused of every wrongdoing under the sun. But the fact of the matter is, you know, Donald Trump passed tax reform that ended up helping American small businesses. And that had not been done by an American president since 1986. Mm-hmm. Since 1986, when Ronald Reagan was president, no president had ever done anything to help lower taxes for the American small business community. We are not the Goldman Sachses of this world. We're not the Wells Fargos of this world. We don't have divisions of tax lawyers. We don't have, you know, armies of lobbyists. When America and our elected officials pass a law, American small business is left with no recourse. And unfortunately, in today's America, if you don't have a voice, you don't get a choice. And my job is to give voice to the American small business community. After all, we're the ones that represent 95% of all employers in this nation. We're the ones that are driving the American economy. We're the very beating heart of the American economy. And we create almost 70% of the new jobs, not the big conglomerates. We're the ones who need help. We're the ones who need attention from the White House.
And right now we're going to bring our attention to the feed at the DNC as it's just getting set to kick off. Looks like the color guard is making their way out to start this evening's ceremonies. Let's take a look.
Detail, attention, carry, colors. Forward, march, left, 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 left. Colors, colors, sir.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Luna Mehring, 6th grader from Oakland, California.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Left. 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 Left.
She's a fighter for the American people, committed to our values, our hopes, our dreams, bringing joy back across our nation.
And there you had the Pledge of Allegiance to start off this evening's festivities there at the DNC. And, you know, just to kind of carry on our conversation here, we were talking about America First and also how the nation has much more in common, if you will, than it does, you know, than we do not. Ambassador Sands, I also want to give you the opportunity to talk about some of your personal experiences when you were the ambassador. You did a lot of things that were sort of targeted toward China. So from a foreign policy perspective, tell us kind of some of those initiatives that you took.
Sure, I'm happy to. As soon as I got there, I began to talk about Confucius Institutes. Back then, they were still a problem. And now they've morphed into a new name, but the same activities. China was trying to implement one of their national champions called Huawei as the 5G network in the Kingdom of Denmark. And I began to talk to the ministers. I brought in experts from the White House to brief them. I went to Greenland and talked to their leaders, went to Faroe Islands and talked to their leaders. And the Faroe Islands leaders seemed to be reluctant to not use Huawei in their 5G. So I wrote an op-ed in their paper. It's only about 52,000 people in all of the Faroe Islands, but I was the first US ambassador to do it. And as a matter of fact, the Chinese ambassador went to the Faroe Islands and threatened the premier of the Faroe Islands, if you don't use Huawei in your 5G, you're not getting a trade deal. Well, that's a big deal to a small country with that big market. And he actually repeated the story when he was mic'd for a TV show in the men's room soon after that. So it got out into the press. And when I learned about it, I kept talking about it to people. Look, this is a real threat. And there's not a backdoor in Huawei to use it against the people and to spy. There's a front door. So you really don't want to use Chinese-made 5G equipment. And finally, Denmark as a kingdom came out. They were the first EU nation to do so. We're not going to use 5G equipment from a non-democratic nation. And then he began to lobby, that time the foreign minister, the other EU countries not to use Huawei. And we were largely successful. So that was I would say, a success story as ambassador.
I think when we think of China's kind of global ambitions and their nefarious activities, whether they use debt trap diplomacy or, you know, like you said, they use the Confucius Institutes in our own country. We think of Africa, where they've tapped into the minerals there. We think of South America, Brazil right now, where they have a strong look. But we don't really think about Europe. So you were there. You're saying that China was trying to influence some of these countries in Europe as well.
Well, successfully. So they did buy European ports. They did Belt and Road projects. Italy, sadly, is now re-engaging with some of the Belt and Road initiatives that I thought the new Prime Minister had rejected. And even Greenland, the Chinese Communist Party flew over the Premier of Greenland and his government, rolled out the red carpet, the C-suite meeting. What can we do for you? And offered to fund and to finance and build 3 airports for the Greenlanders. And that is just an example how they do the debt trap diplomacy. Thankfully, Denmark stepped in and funded those airports, and then China was no longer interested in constructing them. China threat is global and it is huge, but America is the big prize. And they are attempting to defeat us with not a shot fired from within. And there's many, many levers that they're using. I think a great book that your viewers could read might be The 100-Year Marathon by Michael Pillsbury. He started out very pro-China, but by the time he learned about the nefarious methods they were using to become the global leader and take down Western values and our system of government that has given us this amazing country and the Western world with our high standard of living and our liberty. So it's a great book that they might enjoy.
Javier, obviously China, the way the ambassador just laid it out, is poses the greatest threat to the United States. We hear so much in this campaign from both sides, Republicans and Democrats, about domestic issues, the economy, immigration. We don't really hear too much about foreign policy, but when things are presented this way and how, you know, America is their number one target, how much should both candidates be talking about China beyond the fact that jobs are at stake, but more of our national security?
We should, the ambassador is spot on. We should be laser focused on China. It is an existential threat to the American way. It is a threat to American business. You know, and I'll give you an example of how we shoot ourselves in the foot when it comes to China. Right now, our tax code allows a U.S. company to write off anything that is deemed either research or development. And so that was put into the tax code to allow American companies to continue to innovate, to continue to be the leaders in technology and experimentation. Well, in their zeal to punish the big, huge corporations of this world, like the Googles and Microsofts of this world, the Democrats are trying to repeal that and not allow a US-based company to write off any research or development expenses. Sounds great at the top until you realize that there are literally millions of small businesses that also get to write off that research and development. And now all of a sudden our tax bill is going to go up 100%, 200%, 400%. Ultimately what that does, it disincentivizes American companies from innovating. And that's not that bad until you start to consider that right now, China files more patents than the US, Japan, South Korea, Germany, France, India, and the United Kingdom combined. China is beating us all over the place when it comes to technology and innovation. And our elected officials oftentimes shoot ourselves in the foot without even realizing we're just handing the win over to China.
Now, when it comes to the talk of China, yesterday we were talking about, you know, young people and where they get their information, and a lot of that goes to TikTok with its Chinese parent company ByteDance. Now, the Biden administration's been working on either divesting those relations, ByteDance, from TikTok, or a potential ban next year. Now, when it comes to TikTok, Ambassador, I want to get your thoughts on it. We've seen, you know, former President Trump, when he was president, really talking about banning it. Now he seems to almost be reversing that, telling young people he doesn't want to ban on TikTok, pointing out Facebook and, you know, Meta and Instagram, saying they also pose a threat there. And we've also seen the Trump campaign, the Vance campaign, also on TikTok. Of course, Harris and President Biden are on there as well. How should we read this stance, if you will, from Trump?
Well, I would never speak for President Trump or his campaign, but in my personal opinion, TikTok is a great threat to our young people because the algorithm is Chinese supremacy, the Chinese Communist Party, and then feeding into the feed things like despair, eating disorders, suicide ideation, not strong American men, silly nonsense. The TikTok equivalent in China has none of this. It has scientific and educational stories. Children are limited in how long they can be on it, and it's used to build a strong citizenry. Here's my idea, is why don't we make America great, including our citizens? And that means fit, strong mentally, strong physically, but that means what we put in our minds should actually build us up. And that means probably using our time in different ways than some of us do right now. But in order to be great, our citizens must be educated, and they must keep up with what's happening. And they must not fritter away their lives doing things like playing video games and being on TikTok for hours a day. I mean, that is the equivalent of the opium dens in China 100 years ago.
The ambassador makes a very good point. Two totally different algorithms one for China, one for the US, but both being manufactured by the CCP. Very scary stuff.
Another example of China.
We'll get back to China in just a moment. We're going to go to the DNC right now, where we have Louise Martinez and Jack Bradley standing by for us. Guys, what do you have for us as the DNC is about to get underway?
Yeah, well, everything is certainly getting underway. You know, we're seeing we're getting crammed in here like sardines already. The crowd is getting amped up. We can definitely hear that on the stage. And yeah, we spoke to several delegates on the floor. I spoke to Congressman Jared Huffman of California, very second congressional district, and he told me that Harris would solve everyday issues like affecting Americans' pocketbooks, bringing down inflation, grocery prices, and that's really what a lot of people are looking for. You also spoke to several delegates.
Emotions are running high, as you can see from around us. Most people are wearing white. Earlier today, I got to speak with Virginia Webb, the granddaughter of a suffragette from the great state of Georgia. She was very emotional. She kept on insisting and telling me, because of my grandmother, we are here. And of course, again, emotions are roaring high, talking about, you know, women's rights to vote, of course, and having the first black presidential candidate for the Democratic Party.
Yeah, very historic moment here tonight. We're seeing the energy build as the day gets underway. Certainly a lot of people very excited to listen to Harris's speech later on. And we also know that comparing this to the RNC just a couple of weeks ago, we're seeing very similar kinds of people and with the similar goals. You know, obviously there's differences, but they all want to lower inflation, have low-cost groceries, as well as solve the crisis at the southern border. It's just the means of getting there is different.
Yeah. Also, we saw earlier today, we spoke with former Congressman Adam Kinzinger from Illinois. And let's remember that he was part of the January 6th Select Committee. He's supposed to speak today. So that was very interesting to see a former Republican congressman to speak at a Democratic National Convention.
Absolutely. Yeah, so we'll have a lot more for you guys on the floor here tonight, but we're going to get really crammed in here as things are underway, and the night is getting more and more exciting. So we're going to toss it right back to you in the studio.
NTD's Jack Bradley and Louise Martinez right there on the convention floor. Thank you, guys. And right now we're going to actually bring it back to the feed inside of the DNC and take a look at what is taking place as we speak. Here's a look.
But also ready to fight for a new way forward. And to keep us pumped for this journey, Chicago's very own DJ Metro. Over to you.
Chicago, how's everybody feeling out there today? Welcome to night 4 of the Democratic National Convention. I know you all are having so much fun out there, is that correct? Well, there's only one thing left to do, and that's to make sure that the fun continues right here, right now, the only way that I know how. The Chicago way, baby. Y'all ready? Let's go. Thank you.
You my little boo thing, so I'll give a hoot what you do. Say, girl, I know you a little too tame. I'll be shooting that shot like too girl. No, tell 'em I'm next. Tell 'em you find a lot of something fresh. No, tell 'em I'm next. Tell 'em you find a little something fresh. I know. Put a little gold in the teeth and the fit good, so I took the doors out the beat. Okay, I see a brother holding you foot, no beef, but I'm trying to get the noise. You at least don't take my talking to your own. I can keep it chill like the Soviet blunt. I'ma keep it real when your man long gone. If you're looking for a friend,
everybody hands up, hands up.
What's good? What's picture? If you book tonight, that's fiction. I'm outside, no picture. You want me? Go figure. To the back, to the front. You a 10, baby girl, but I know one. Hey, to the back,
one time,
to the front.
everybody,
you a 10,
hands
girl,
up in the air, let's go.
You my little boo thing, so I'll give a hoot what you do. Say, girl, I know you a little too tame. I'll be shooting that shot like 2K, girl, I know. Tell 'em I'm next. Tell 'em you find a little something fresh. I know. Tell 'em I'm next. Tell 'em you find a little.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Please welcome National Education Association President Becky Pringle and American Federation of Teachers President Randy Weingarten.
I am Becky Pringle.
president of the largest labor union in this country, the National Education Association. As an 8th grade science teacher for over 30 years, I can tell you that Kamala Harris and teacher Tim Walz understand when our public schools are strong, our nation is strong. They know expanding free school meals, investing in healthcare, and keeping our communities and our schools safe creates opportunity for everyone. They will strengthen our schools, support our educators, and help our students live into their brilliance. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are not just wrong, they're dangerous. It's all right there in Project 2025. They will shut down the Department of Education, end Head Start, and make educators pay a higher percentage in taxes than billionaires. But we are coming together to say, not on our watch. Not on our watch. So we will organize, and we will mobilize, and we will win all the things. So come this January, we will have a president who sees us, who believes in us, and who knows the beauty and the power of this diverse democracy. And her name is Kamala Harris.
I'm Randy Weingarten, the president of the AFT and a public school teacher. One of my first lessons I taught my students was about the social contract, how both individual freedoms and mutual responsibility are essential in our democracy. This covenant underlies our commitment to public schools, where educators prepare students to spark innovations, steward the environment, create our arts, and shape our democracy. Now, one of the first lessons my students taught me was, you gotta walk the walk. That means Donald Trump and J.D. Vance can't claim they're pro-child while gutting funding for public schools. That means that being pro-family means we support access to good union jobs, affordable housing, healthcare, and higher education. That's what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for, and we are all in. They've spent their lives making the promise of America real in the classroom and the courtroom. America, with Kamala Harris as our president, our best days are ahead.
Please welcome California Senator Alex Padilla.
They don't want the California senator. And there you had the presidents of the National Education Association and American Federation of Teachers, massive teacher unions in our country. Now, bringing it back in studio, we have, of course, Ambassador Carlos Sands and Javier Palomares with us. We were talking about China earlier, so Javier, I will let you say your response now.
You know, another example of how, you know, we're not communicating with each other. Our elected officials are trying to do the right thing, but don't quite get it sometimes. Back when President Trump was in office, he banned disposable vapes. Rechargeable vapes. They were referred to as cartridge-based vaping products, and that was a good thing. It inadvertently created a loophole that the Chinese immediately capitalized on. They then started creating what is referred to as a disposable vape that can be thrown away after one use. The law didn't catch that when we wrote it. The law was the right law at the right time because those were the products that were being sold to American children. And so the law was well meant and it was effective. But the Chinese very quickly picked up on that, found the loophole in that law and said, okay, we won't sell you the rechargeable vapes, we'll sell you disposable vapes. And so now any kid can walk into a vape store and pick up a vaping product. The vaping products have names and flavors like watermelon pop, cotton candy, rainbow flav. They have little teddy bears on the packaging. It is clearly aimed at American children. And if you look at that, and my team went out into the market in several places throughout the US and bought these products. And if you look at the packaging, it literally says, not for sale in China, in English and in Mandarin, so that they can't sell those vaping products to their own kids, but they sell them to ours. The result, among children aged 12 to 18, the use of vaping products has gone up some 2,188%. That's how our legislators don't quite understand that we've always got to be on the alert. We've always got to be watching out for China. If you close the front door like Trump did, they'll come in through the back door. And we need to be very, very careful about how we run the country because China, as you said earlier, Ambassador, we are the prize and they're watching us very, very carefully.
Expanding on that, you're also talking about small businesses in America, right? We've been hearing a lot of news about the de minimis tax loophole or tariff loophole for goods under $800 from supposedly small businesses can enter the country duty-free. What we've seen is these Chinese e-commerce giants like Shein and Temu taking advantage of that and saying that, you know, these are small, quote-unquote, small businesses. When it comes to actually helping American small businesses, and you have a loophole like that, what type of legislation would you like to see to genuinely protect those small businesses while standing up to, you know, these bad practices from a huge country like communist China?
That is constantly looking for the next loophole to make money off the American economy. You know, in terms of the American small business community, you know, obviously we need rules that allow us a level playing field. But more important than that, it should be an equal opportunity for all small businesses. We should not have the system where some small businesses play by the rules, they pay the taxes, they'll buy only the right products and sell only the right product, and yet we don't enforce or penalize those small businesses that are playing around the rules and are doing nefarious things. We need to be able to have a level playing field. We need to have some fair laws in place and be able to run an economy that we don't have bad players in the small business community that are ruining it for the vast majority of small businesses that do play by the rules.
And right now we are going to go back to the convention where we have NTD's Chris Bob down in Media Row right outside the convention floor there. So Chris, what do you have for us?
Hey, Tiffany and Steve, how are you both? I've been around here all afternoon, actually, and we've had a lot of people walk by. I'm actually looking forward to joining you back in the city that never sleeps because I need some rest. Everywhere you look, you find somebody else from New York, from Chicago, from Maryland. Yesterday, I spoke with Senator Chuck Schumer, who had a message about Gen Z. I also got to see our Governor Kathy Hochul. Now today and yesterday, I saw Mike Lindell, who is actually here incognito, the CEO of My Pillow. He invited me to an event this morning where he had a number of primarily African American Chicagoans, and he spoke with them about why they've decided to make a switch from the Democratic Party to the Republican Party. There were notable activists and community organizers there like Theo Hardeman, and everyone there had tremendous energy. They were very upset about what they had seen in the state of Illinois, about what's going on in Chicago when it comes to crime, when it comes to migration. And when I came back here, I got a long, lengthy interview with Reverend William Barber, who just came out with the book White Poverty. I want to see if we can go to that now.
What makes a great nation is not are you going to be great again or are you great now, but what's the moral responsibility of your greatness. So our GNP is too great to have this level of power. Our healthcare and science is too great for us not to provide everybody healthcare. Our ability and our economic engines are too great for us not to have everybody that wants to making a living wage, and for us to raise the minimum wage that we have not done since 2009. Vice President Harris has said over and over again, she's for raising that minimum wage to a living wage. We want to hear what all of them say, and so in 3 weeks we're holding a town hall. We're going to invite each presidential candidate after the convention to come online. When we did it in 2020, 1 million people showed up. If you want to go to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, you got to care about people on back streets and back roads that are struggling in a way they don't have to in a society this powerful. We can do this. We have the power to do it. Let's get it done.
So the Reverend Dr. Barber said that whoever occupies the White House, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, they have to be able to deliver for the 140 million poor people in this country that are underrepresented in politics. He spoke critically of both President Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris, saying that they really need to step up and deliver for those over 100 million people who are impoverished in this country. Back to you.
All right, Chris Bob, they're at Media Row for us. Thank you for that. And we're going to bring it back in studio now to our panel with Ambassador Carlos Sanz and Javier Palomares. Now, Ambassador, I want to give you a chance to respond. We're just talking about the de minimis loophole that we're seeing Shein and Temu take advantage of. While you were Ambassador, when it comes to the trade deals that America has with a lot of countries, what have you seen and what would you like to see? We do know in September coming up, the House is going to have what's called a China Week, when they're going to vote on a slew of bills related to legislation around and dealing with China. But what would you like to see in terms of legislation that deals with China?
Well, I think that the loophole that Javier mentioned is an important one to block. I suspect, I'm sad to say, that the reason it hasn't been is because some of these elected officials are receiving money from these companies so that it doesn't pass. And that's how our politics is working. But that's influence from a foreign company. It's very disappointing, but it happens. The Chinese Communist Party uses our legal system to take advantage of our open society. We're open and very trusting, and so they find ways around it through lawyers to defeat our defenses. And the fact that they are the number one they do the most stealing of intellectual property of any country in the world, hundreds of billions of dollars every year. They've stolen plans from our most expensive and most secret arms, for instance, that the American people pay for this, and the DoD develop, and then the Chinese Communist Party with their military men in uniform, the hundreds of thousands of them actively every day attempting to get through our firewalls and steal our company's property, but then also in person. The Chinese citizens are tasked with stealing from the American businesses and bringing back whatever. It's the Chinese law, the security law, requires them to do whatever the Chinese Communist Party tells them to do. There's no more free autonomy for any Chinese citizen. And so when companies bring them in, or researchers into the university, they may be a military officer undercover as a professor, and then they're stealing all of this research that our tax dollars pay for at our top universities, and it is everywhere.
We have heard that phrase where the Chinese Communist Party will strangle you with your own rules and really, use our system against us. We're seeing TikTok right now in several lawsuits against the U.S., pushing back, arguing First Amendment rights for the TikTok app. While we have seen, the impact it's had, the detrimental impact it's had on America's youth. It is about 1/3 of Americans under the age of 30 get their news and information from TikTok. So that is a massive market. But it is day 4, the final day of the Democratic National Convention happening right now as we speak in Chicago. There's still a lot of big names coming right up. So we'll have a lot more for you in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
Where nature embraces you and fills you with invigorating joy. Treasuring every little moment as these romantic memories gather up to complete our blissful memories together. Mokpo.
As we naturally age, many people are getting zero amount of this incredible and unique substance. That's when we start seeing an impact in our joints, skin, nails, and even our digestion.
People ask me, Dr. X, what is the #1 supplement I should be taking? My answer is multi-collagen protein.
People's reactions to me, people were like, what are you doing? What is going on? You look amazing. You have a glow about you.
What makes Ancient Nutrition Multi-Collagen stand out from other brands? 10 types of collagen. It's grass-fed, pasture-raised with vitamin C and probiotics. It's proven to reduce joint discomfort rapidly, continuously, and persistently. It improves the appearance of crow's feet after 4 weeks and improves skin tone after 8 weeks. And it promotes hair thickness, growth, and a reduction in hair breakage.
It has transformed everything from my hair. Like, my hair was starting to kind of just, come out, and I don't have that anymore. My skin feels amazing.
Call the number on your screen and find out how to get a free bottle when you order, plus free shipping and our 30-day money-back guarantee. And as a bonus, we will include Dr. Josh Axe and Jordan Rubin's revolutionary book, Multi-Collagen Makeover, free with your order, plus free shipping and free returns.
I have implicit trust in Dr. Axe because the plan worked. I'm living proof of it.
This is the collagen protein that is backed by clinical studies. It's what my family uses, it's what I use, and I know you're going to benefit in a big way as well.
Love the results or get your money back. This special TV offer is not available in stores. Call the number on your screen or go online now.
The 2024 NTD 9th International Chinese Vocal Competition is scheduled to take place at Merkin Hall, Kaufman Music Center in New York from September 18th to 21st. The competition specially invites vocalists from the world-famous Shenyun Performing Arts to serve as judges. The prestigious Gold Award is $10,000. Chinese vocal artists aged 18 to 50 are welcome to register.
Hi, I'm Kelly Wright. We thank you for joining us and watching America's Hope here on NTD News. Bottom line is, I know you're sick and tired of being sick and tired, but let's give you some good news in the midst of the bad news. Watch us nightly, right here on NTD News, for a full dose of America's Hope.
Join us on NTD Good Morning because we want you to stay informed.
Kickstart your morning with the latest you missed overnight.
Right, and don't forget that inspiration.
Absolutely, so let's shine some light on the good news too.
Tune in every weekday morning to NTD News.
I'm going to bring you the most accurate and insightful information on NTD Newsroom. Join me weekdays right here on NTD News.
I'm Arlene Richards here at the U.S. Supreme Court, and we are NTD News.
I'm Christina Corona in Los Angeles, and we are NTD News.
I'm Arian Pastar in South America, Brazil, and we are NTD News.
There are real consequences to controlled media. And NTD's founders know them firsthand. Our freedom of thought is the price. This is the lesson that guides us in everything we do.
So there's the tear gas there.
We know the value of a free society. And we take seriously the responsibility to preserve it. We are NTD.
And welcome back to our special coverage of the 2024 Democrat National Convention taking place in Chicago, Illinois. We're going to bring it back over for a moment and get an update from NTD's Dave Martin, who is at the Data Hub.
Thank you, Steve. Now, as you took a quick break from Washington, D.C., I want to take a look at some more polls of how Harris is doing against Trump in some swing states versus how Biden was doing for her. Now, earlier we looked at those three blue wall swing states as Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Let's take a look at the other three now here, starting with Arizona. Now, this is according to Real Clear polling average of polls taken from middle of June to approximately the middle of July. You can see here in Arizona, Trump with a seemingly commanding more than 5-point lead over Biden. 1 month later, though, Biden out, Kamala Harris comes in. Look at this, a 3.5-point bump for Kamala Harris. Meanwhile, Trump, who survived that very scary assassination attempt, drops 2.5 points. So Harris actually takes a half-point lead here, obviously very close, but that's more than a 6-point swing in just 1 month's time. Now, how about Nevada? 6 electoral votes here. And again, this is middle of July. Trump with a 5-point lead here over Biden. 1 month later, Harris, not a huge bump here, only half a point, but Trump somehow loses 2 points here, still has approximately a 2-point lead in Nevada. And now finally, Georgia, 16 electoral votes here. Again, at the middle of July, Trump with a approximately 4-point lead in these averages of polls. But then approximately 1 month later, Trump stays at around 46, but Kamala Harris goes up 2 points, still trails Trump by 1.5 points, though, here in Georgia. So some very close races here. I think it'll be interesting, though, to see in her speech tonight how she reaches out to some of these voters in some of these swing states for Kamala Harris. Anyway, that's it for me. Let's go back to you guys at the desk.
All right, Dave, thanks for that. And let's go back to the convention and the floor where we have NTD's Luis Martinez there on the convention floor. Luis, what's the atmosphere like and what do you have for us?
Of course, Tiffany. Well, as you can see, it's a sea of white behind me. Again, we've mentioned this before. People have decided to wear white because of the suffragette movement and, of course, its linkage to what they see as the first black woman presidential candidate for the Democratic Party. Earlier today, we heard from Senator Padilla, Alex Padilla. He gave a message in Spanish. He said, ¿Quién está listo para defender el sueño americano? Who is ready to defend the American dream? Earlier, also, we had some teachers union leaders speaking. So, of course, emotions are running high. It's a different night tonight than the previous 3 nights. I think people are expecting to hear policy details from candidate Kamala Harris, who's going to accept the nomination at the end of the night. If we look up at the ceiling, we can see the balloons that are ready for that big moment at the end of the night where they're going to drop. And of course, it's most likely going to be a very euphoric moment, people celebrating the nomination, the formal nomination of their candidate. So back to you, Tiffany, Steve.
All right, Luis Martinez, they're on the floor where all the action is happening. Thank you for that. And let's bring it back in studio now. Well, Javier, we heard about the high energy in the room, our reporters making a difference from the previous 3 nights. I think they mentioned when we saw such crowds this early was for the Obamas 2 nights ago. But given that, tonight's culmination in Harris's speech, in terms of policy, though, what must we hear so that we're not losing that enthusiasm, if you will, at least on the Democratic Party side, when it comes time for November?
Yeah, and again, a caution here. As I mentioned earlier, she's preaching to the converted, so obviously the atmosphere is going to be charged. Secondly, I remember vividly in 2016, you could have knocked me over with a feather when I was convinced, along with 99.9% of everyone else in America, that Hillary was going to win, and Donald Trump ended up winning. I learned 2 things. Don't trust the polls entirely, and never underestimate Donald Trump.
And don't go to sleep too early on election night.
We're exactly in that scenario right now. So cautionary tale to my Democrat. As it relates to Vice President Harris, she's got to deliver a real clear message on what she's going to do about the economy, about health care, the cost of living, immigration. As I mentioned earlier, wages have gone up 3 to 4% over the last handful of years per year. But unfortunately, health care is up 30%. Energy costs is up by 27%. Groceries are up by 25%, and the list goes on. And so the reality of it is the American people, certainly those outside of that hall, of that arena, are looking for those questions to be answered. They want a leader that's going to address very clearly what her plan is for those issues that are the kitchen table challenges of every American family right now.
And Ambassador, on the flip side, right, when it comes to Trump and Vance, right now the polls are having Harris leading a little bit within the margin of error there. But we did see before, when it was still Trump and Biden, that about 25% of voters were unhappy with both of them. Now that it's a new candidate, fresh blood in the Democratic Party. We're still waiting, of course, for the policies. But when it comes to the Republican side, it almost seems like we're also seeing something similar, preaching to the converted, to the choir already. How do you see Trump and Vance moving the needle in their favor so that they have that voter turnout they need to win come November?
Well, to the point of Kamala Harris being the candidate for the Democrat Party, I will just say until about 2 months ago, the party was trying to replace her with another candidate for vice president because she was such a disaster as vice president, because she failed at her #1 task to secure the U.S. border. She didn't even go down to the border until finally reporters said, "Well, you haven't been to the border." She goes, "Well, I haven't been to Europe either." That's not a response of a leader. President Trump and J.D. Vance, President Trump, first of all, we know what he's going to do. We know that he'll secure the border. We know we'll have a better economy. We know we'll have more peace and fewer wars because he is not a warmonger. But we know we'll have a stronger military because he actually supports our military as a lethal force, not as a social experiment. I'm very proud of President Trump's record. Whether people like him or not, I hope that they'll vote for him so that our country can maintain its sovereignty, so that we can remain the United States of America and not go the path of Venezuela and become a socialist hellhole.
And highlighting some of these polls that we just saw, Dave Martin at the Data Hub for us, where he showed, a month ago where Trump was with Biden and sort of the flip. I want to also talk about the conventions. A lot of people say, 4 nights of just nonstop media coverage for either party, you're naturally going to get that bump. We can't turn away from it. It's just there. Everybody has to cover it. And so some people are throwing out the idea that perhaps because of Kamala's transition to the main candidate for president, that they've already gotten that media bump. So you combine that with what we may see tomorrow. There's Trump's campaign just sent out a media advisory saying he's going to have a special guest joining him tomorrow at his Arizona rally. The suspicion is that may be RFK Jr. that may endorse him. If that his campaign floated that idea earlier in the week, if that does happen, do you think that may suck the life out of any type of boost that the Harris campaign may be hoping for from this?
That would be extraordinary. And I've heard his running mate, and I've heard, some rumors that this might happen. First of all, Kamala Harris gets a tongue bath from the media every single day. That's just how it's been. And that's what she's going to get after this convention. So she's going to have a couple of great weeks. But then people are going to realize, are they really better off today than they were 4 years ago? And they're going to be like, no. I think if RFK Jr. does throw his campaign in with Donald Trump, I think it's a huge boost for President Trump. I think it's worth 3 or 4 points. It's probably not every one of his voters. He's pretty hard left, even though he's a populist kind of guy. But he has some ideas that really resonate with a lot of Americans. And so I think it'd be very interesting and very exciting to the campaign.
Certainly Democrat royalty and namesake.
100%. Well, just think about JFK's speeches. He would not be welcome in today's Democrat Party. His speeches sound like a today's Republican when you read them.
And on that note, let's go back to Chicago, where all the action is happening. We have NTD's Kelly Wright over there at Media Row. Kelly, what do you have for us, and who have you been speaking to lately?
Hi, Tiffany. Speaking to a lot of people are milling around right now, but earlier I spoke with a former member of the military, Rear Admiral Michael Smith, and he represents a consortium of retired military veterans who are concerned about national security, and he is in favor of Kamala Harris going on to become the next president of the United States. I talked to him about that, and here's his conversation with me on why he believes she will become a great commander-in-chief. Vice President Kamala Harris show to give confidence to members of the military or former members of the military that she'll be good for veterans as well as active duty members?
Well, I think that it's almost a trick question, because as a vice president, your job is not to be seen, right? It's the president that's seen. What they need to understand is, what has she done and what has she been doing to prepare herself so she will be their best commander-in-chief. So she will represent their interests and ensure that not only does our defense stay strong, that it remains a deterrent and we don't end up falling into a conflict. And I think that she's ultimately prepared for that very role because of what she's done really the last 10 years. You can't face those threats alone. We have to rely on our partners and on our allies. We need to be able to rely on these partners and allies that have been with us for many years, and you have to appreciate what they bring.
So that's Rear Admiral retired Michael Smith, and of course he represents the veterans who are basically saying they're supporting and endorsing Kamala Harris and her bid for presidency. But look, he left some things out of there, and we didn't have time to get into all of it. A lot of people will go back to the core of what happened during the Biden administration, which Vice President Kamala Harris has been part of, and that was the withdrawal from Afghanistan. Many people saying that was, in fact, a disastrous withdrawal, leaving millions of dollars, $85 million of U.S. military hardware equipment there, and, of course, opening up Pandora's box for Taliban and other radical Islamic terrorist groups to inflict more harm throughout the Middle East. But that's what they're sticking with. We'll see what Kamala Harris can do when she talks to military members in the coming weeks. Back to you.
Kelly right there in Media Row for us. Thank you. And thank you for that interview and the insights you brought. We're going to bring it back in studio now. We have Ambassador Carla Sands and Javier Palomares. Now, as we close out this panel, I'd like to get your final thoughts, but also expectations for tonight. Carla, let's start with you.
Sure. So this is the big night. So we're all anticipating hearing from Kamala Harris, probably the worst vice president in modern times. And I'm just hopeful that, first of all, thank you for welcoming me to the panel. It's been an amazing time to watch this convention and visit with all of you and your viewers. And I hope that they'll vote early. And I hope that they will, if they support President Trump, go to swampthevoteusa.com and commit to voting early and tell them how they're going to do it. I think it would be amazing. And they can volunteer at trumpforce47.com so that we can save our constitutional republic. I think that we are on a razor's edge today.
And Javier, your final thoughts, but also expectations for, this big final night of the DNC.
Well, I'll begin first of all by thanking you guys for always giving American small business a voice and a home here at NTD right off the bat. Secondly, I was with you guys for the RNC, and I've been here through the DNC. I choose to be very encouraged by what I'm seeing, fresh faces, an energy about what's about to happen. No matter how you shake it, we're on the precipice of greatness. We could be making history. We could finally have a woman at the helm of this country, and why not? Canada, Germany, the United Kingdom, Brazil, Argentina, South Korea, India, and others have already had a woman at the helm. That to me is exciting. It's history making. But no matter how this goes, the beauty of it is, and I'm reminded, especially when I sit here with you guys and esteemed people like the ambassador, that we live in the greatest nation in the world. And it's got its puts and it's got its takes. We're certainly going through some pains right now as a country. But I choose to, I'm a businessman, first of all, and I look at it and I always think to myself, just because someone else has a differing opinion, it doesn't make them any less American. That is the American way. It's the opposing opinions. It's doing it, until we get it right. And so for me, it's just been a privilege. It's been a testament to the greatness of this nation that we have these kinds of campaigns. And yeah, there's battles yet to come. We need to get to the bottom of a lot of the questions that are on the minds of the American people. But it's an exciting time, no matter how you shake it. And I choose to be very positive about what I've seen in both of the campaigns.
Well, Javier Palomares and Ambassador Carla Sands, we've really enjoyed having you both here. The great discussions we've had. We're going to bring it back to the live feed of the DNC, where we have a senator speaking right now. So we're going to tune in and listen live.
This is greedflation. I've been fighting it a long time. So has Kamala Harris. And finally, we're starting to win. When Big Pharma jacked up the cost of insulin, we passed a bill to stop them. Now, for millions of Americans, it's capped at $35 a month. So that's one. I've been fighting to ban price gouging on food. And next year, when she's president, Kamala Harris will sign a bill to do just that. So that's another. And when corporations take advantage of a crisis, like toilet paper during the pandemic, we'll hit them with harsher fines when Kamala Harris is president. Now, Americans don't expect stuff to be free, but we do expect it to be fair. The people I'm talking to, from Allentown to Erie, they don't tolerate being ripped off. Americans are hardworking, honest people. And that's what we've been fighting for. We're fighting for honesty. I'm fighting for it. Kamala Harris is fighting for it. Will you fight for it? All right, let's go out and win this thing. Thank you.
Please welcome Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren.
You know what I love best about Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris can't be bought and she can't be bossed around. Now, I first met Kamala in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crash. The banks had flat out broken laws, cheated people, and stolen homes. Millions of Americans had lost their jobs, their savings, their homes. Now, I was setting up the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Go CFPB! Kamala was protecting families as California's Attorney General. You bet. And Donald was scamming students at Trump University and trying to make money off people losing their homes. Kamala Harris stepped up. She enforced the law, she fought the giant banks, and she delivered billions of dollars of help for families. And that is the difference between a criminal and a prosecutor. You know what else I love about Kamala? She gets it. We need to make life more affordable for working people. Yeah. Donald Trump, the felon, has no plans to lower costs for families. He doesn't know how, and basically, he doesn't really care. When did he ever fill up a gas tank or worry about a grocery bill? The only bills he worries about are from his criminal defense lawyers. But Kamala, she cares deep down, and she will take on the giant corporations that are squeezing American families. In fact, it's something she's done before. During the California wildfires, she went after the price gougers. During the pandemic, we worked together in the Senate to stop price gouging. And as president, she will lower costs for your family. She'll take on the Wall Street firms that buy up millions of houses and apartments and then jack up the rent. She'll take on drug companies that charge an arm and a leg for prescriptions. She'll take on corporate monopolies that rip off consumers and billionaires who don't pay taxes. And she'll take on right-wing extremists who think they should decide who has access to abortion or IVF. Kamala will protect abortion rights nationwide. Yeah. And there it is. Groceries, gas, housing, healthcare, taxes, abortion. Trust Donald Trump and JD Vance to look out for your family? Shoot, I wouldn't let those guys, I wouldn't trust them to move my couch. We need Kamala Harris. This election is about your family and your future. I've seen Kamala Harris fight. I've seen her win. And when it comes to our families and our futures, Kamala Harris is someone we can trust. So here it is, with joy in our hearts. Let's elect Kamala Harris, the next president of the United States.
in studio with us here. Dave, I want to get your thoughts. You've been showing us a lot of data, drilling down to different possibilities. Talk to us about some of the top issues that you're seeing for voters in swing states and beyond.
You know, I can tell you that the top issues for voters changed mainly with immigration over the last 2 years. And I think I was talking about that yesterday. It went from like 6% 2 years ago of people said it was their top issue to 12% just last week in a YouGov poll. Now that was the third highest behind, you know, jobs in the economy, and of course inflation and prices was number one. So just behind the wallet is immigration. Even more interesting though, for Republicans, 24% of Republicans said immigration was their number one top voting issue. But for Democrats, it was only 4%. And even stranger, for those who intend to vote for Kamala Harris, only 1% said immigration is their top issue. Meanwhile, for Trump, 28%. Now, we haven't heard too much here about immigration, except, you know, they've kind of said, you know, that we've had a bill that was killed by Republicans that would have taken care of this issue. Republicans have kind of pushed back and said, well, you know, first of all, no power has changed in the president, what the president can do between, you know, when Trump was president versus when Biden was president. They've also pointed to that cap of 5,000 per day passing through the border. So I'm curious though, since Kamala Harris was the border czar, if she'll ever kind of comment on maybe a new plan going forward for her.
And Dave, it's interesting there, you saying the Republicans, the top issue, 25% say immigration, but that's not even like a majority topic. What are some of the other issues that they're...
Well, for Republicans still, it's number one, inflation and prices, right? That was 27% for Republicans. Jobs in the economy was number three at 14%. I think then it's like healthcare or something after that is like 5%. Now, meanwhile, for Democrats, number one as well, of course, is also inflation and prices. Number two, though, is healthcare at 15%. Now, that does not actually include abortion because abortion was actually a separate list on here. So it's kind of interesting, obviously, between the parties, you know, what are the priorities based on what party you're in.
Arlene, if you have any thoughts on some of that data, you're welcome to weigh in. But I do want to get your thoughts as the NTD's legal correspondent. When it comes to former President Trump's legal cases, I don't feel like watching the Democrat National Convention here that people are really talking too much about the details of his legal cases. It seems to somewhat be fading. There's been some sort of drive-by comments, if you will, about him being a convicted felon, but nothing talking about like the insurrection that we hear so often from the Democrats. We're not hearing it as much. Where do Trump's legal cases stand right now?
Well, I think it's because the cases are pretty much quiet at the moment, right? Nothing much is happening. Most of them are pretty much on hold. The Florida case was dismissed by that judge. Now, Jack Smith, the special counsel, he did appeal it, but he's not pushing it to fast track it, which he has done in other situations, right? He's tried to fast track things, but he's pretty quiet about that. And in the New York case, we talked about that before, the prosecution has said that they are not going to oppose Trump's motion to try and delay the sentencing in that case. They're not going. They're just going to let the judge decide. In the D.C. election case, which is the case that's all about presidential immunity, Jack Smith in that case has asked for a 3-week delay, and so I really think that. And there's one more. Oh, the Georgia case. Of course, the Georgia case is up for appeal. We're still waiting for that to happen, for the oral argument in that. But I mean, I really think that right now, if anything happens, it's going to be a trigger point, as Dave has said earlier. You know, it's going to be one of these pivotal moments. So if he gets sentencing in September, that could be a pivotal moment, and maybe they don't want that to happen.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, we certainly saw as these trials kind of played out, Trump sort of, the more he was sitting in court, the more he rose in popularity, and that's probably a risk the Democrats don't want to run.
Right.
In the meantime, we're taking a look here at the screen where you see the Democratic National Convention underway, and speakers are coming in and out. We're going to take a short break and bring you right back in.
Lord Heavenly Father, I pray to you today to guide us tomorrow. Give us strength as we face death. Help us not to be afraid.
As we naturally age, many people are getting zero amount of this incredible and unique substance. That's when we start seeing an impact in our joints, skin, nails, and even our digestion.
People ask me, Dr. X, what is the #1 supplement I should be taking? My answer is multi-collagen protein.
People's reactions to me, people were like, what are you doing? What is going on? You look amazing. You have a glow about you.
What makes Ancient Nutrition Multi-Collagen stand out from other brands? 10 types of collagen. It's grass-fed, pasture-raised with vitamin C and probiotics. It's proven to reduce joint discomfort rapidly, continuously, and persistently. It improves the appearance of crow's feet after 4 weeks and improves skin tone after 8 weeks. And it promotes hair thickness, growth, and a reduction in hair breakage.
It has transformed everything from my hair. Like, my hair was starting to kind of just, come out, and I don't have that anymore. My skin feels amazing.
Call the number on your screen and find out how to get a free bottle when you order, plus free shipping and our 30-day money-back guarantee. And as a bonus, we will include Dr. Josh Axe and Jordan Rubin's revolutionary book, Multi-Collagen Makeover, free with your order, plus free shipping and free returns.
I have implicit trust in Dr. Axe because the plan worked. I'm living proof of it.
This is the collagen protein that is backed by clinical studies. It's what my family uses, it's what I use, and I know you're gonna benefit in a big way as well.
Love the results or get your money back. This special TV offer is not available in stores. Call the number on your screen or go online now.
Do you know that Cars for Compassion is the best way to donate your car? Through this non-profit program, you can not only help us keep bringing the world independent and daringly truthful journalism, but also significantly impact the life of somebody who needs a vehicle. The Epoch Times fights misinformation and big tech censorship by being independent and unbound to advertisers. Every single contribution to Cars for Compassion is a powerful endorsement of our unwavering mission. All you have to do is go to carsforcompassion.org and let us know about your car, and we'll schedule a pickup time and email you a tax-deductible receipt. To do this, just click the link below, support truth, compassion, and hope. Donate your car right now at www.carsforcompassion.org.
And there's a live look into the Democratic National Convention, where Kamala Harris is set to give her party's nomination speech, her acceptance speech, this evening. And we're going to bring it back in studio here. Well, before we do that, let's actually go into the DNC right now, where New York State Congressman Pat Ryan is going to address the crowd.
I proudly represent in Congress are the 4,400 cadets at West Point, my alma mater. Last year, I welcomed Vice President Harris when she delivered the commencement address. I watched as she shook the hand of every single cadet. That's the thing about West Point. The day you take the oath to defend our country, you get to look the person in the eye who may one day, God forbid, send you to war, and take their measure. And every time, Kamala Harris looked back with respect, with reverence. That day, I saw our next Commander-in-Chief. At West Point, you learn the honor code. A cadet will not lie, cheat, steal, or tolerate those who do. Well, there's a candidate who has violated every word in that code. A serial liar, cheater, thief, who looked soldiers in the eye, then turned around and called fallen heroes suckers, and losers, who insulted Medal of Honor recipients just last week. I tell you what I think of Donald Trump. They told me I can't say that word on TV. I'm going to use an Army term, FUBAR. If you don't know FUBAR, Google it. These last few weeks have felt like a new day in America, when we are waking up, rising up as patriots to demand our next president be someone who not only treats our veterans with respect, but everyone with respect, with dignity, with decency, with the truth. Someone like Kamala Harris, our next commander-in-chief.
We are not done. I'm trying to tell you guys that I want to see you up off your seats, dancing and moving around. Get excited with me inside.
And there we had a live look into the DNC where New York Congressman Pat Ryan addressed the crowd. The theme similar to some of the things that we heard last night from some of the more, I guess what you would say, moderate, independent voices, whether it was Oprah Winfrey or former President Bill Clinton, talking about, you know, this theme of respect and dignity. That was coming from the New York congressman, former Army veteran, a moderate. With that said, Dave, what are some of the big pivot points that you think moderates are going to be looking at in the next coming weeks?
Yeah, well, we've already had, several recently. Obviously, there was the whole debate fallout. I mean, that was the biggest pivot point. Obviously, that and then the kind of the media coverage afterwards really obviously had to lead to Biden's withdrawal. There was the assassination attempt for Trump, which was, a month ago? It almost feels like that's been out of the news. I mean, that was such a huge thing. It's a month later. It almost seems like it's been forgotten by some. That was a big one. Obviously, coming up here, if Kamala Harris rolls out some more of her plans, we've heard a little bit of her economic plans. If she rolls out some more, how that's received, I think that'll be at least somewhat of a pivot point. The September 10 debate, I think that's going to be a very big one. She obviously has been doing mainly campaigning. She really hasn't taken any kind of media interviews. She really hasn't had to because she's had this honeymoon. But that debate, obviously, I think that's going to be a major pivot point, depending, of course, maybe on the rules as well. And then, of course, possibly tomorrow. I mean, RFK, there's a lot of rumors that he's going to be dropping out of the race. And not just dropping out, though, possibly endorsing Trump. I think that's going to be another pivot point in the race coming up. So really, there's those three pivot points that I think are going to affect these polls coming up very soon.
And Arlene, to Dave's point, he's the RFK potential endorsement. That could be very interesting, depending on if it does happen. The Trump campaign teasing that possibility. In a campaign release, saying that they'll be joined by a special guest tomorrow in Arizona. In the meantime, the Reverend Al Sharpton is at the podium at the DNC. We're going to take you there and listen to what he has to say.
I stand before you as the president of National Action Network. We do not endorse candidates, but we report where candidates stand on criminal justice, economic empowerment, health equity, and other issues. On one side of this race is Donald Trump, a fellow New Yorker I've known for 40 years. Only once in that time, did he take a position on racial issues. He spent a small fortune on full-page ads calling for the execution of 5 innocent young teenagers. Well, I'm gonna bring them out in a minute, and you'll hear from them tonight. Because they were not executed they're here to continue to fight. But it was there that I saw Trump love to fan racial flames. On the other side is a woman that I've walked with in Selma, Alabama to commemorate the 59th anniversary of Bloody Sunday. Kamala Harris spoke to me that day about unity and passing bills. All I ever heard from Donald Trump was how he can get an advantage. I see one candidate who wants to protect the right to vote, while the other has tried to cook up 11,000 votes in Georgia. I see a candidate who, with Joe Biden, brought leaders to the White House to confront violent hatred, running against a man who said neo-Nazis in Charlottesville were fine people. I see a candidate who has sought to reform and uphold the law, and a man who wrongly assumes his mugshot appeals to black Americans. I worked with Kamala Harris. In every job she's had, she has consistently committed to making government work for those of us who've been disadvantaged. All Donald Trump has been consistent about is making himself richer and sowing division to get that done. This man sat right here in Chicago a few weeks ago, refusing to apologize for claims that migrants were taking black jobs. Well, in November, we're gonna show him when blacks do their job. And we are going to join with whites and browns and Asians, and we're going to do a job on those that have done a job on us. Tonight, we are going to realize Shirley Chisholm's dream. "52 years ago, I was one of the youth directors in her campaign for president. And 52 years after she was told to sit down, I know she's watching us tonight as a black woman stands up to accept the nomination for President of the United States. We have fought too hard for women to be told to get out of the kitchen. We are now on our way to the Oval Office. We won't go back. We fought hard. We fought hard for LGBTQ loved ones to get out the closet. We won't go back. We fought hard for the right to choose, the right to education. We suffered and died and bled, went to jail to get the right to vote. We won't go back. So we must be committed, no matter how the Supreme Court tries to roll back on civil rights, no matter what the amount of money they have. We are here because others fought and suffered for us, and we vowed tonight We won't go back. This November, we will go forward to fulfill the promise of a just and fair nation. And let me say, as we transition, I'm a preacher. And in Psalms it says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. We've endured January 6th. We've endured conspiracy theories. We've endured lies and areas of darkness. But if we stay together, black, white, Latina, Asian, Indian American, if we stay together, joy, 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 joy coming in the morning. I want to now, since I was a teenager, I was mentored by Reverend Jesse Jackson. And Reverend Jackson taught us to fight for what's right. And now I want to bring out some young men that I fought for. I referred to them then, they were known as the Central Park Five. Now they are the Exonerated Five. Raymond Santana, Kevin Richardson, Yusef Salam, Corey Weiss, the Exonerated Five.
We won't go back.
Hold on, they want me to do one thing. And there was a live look in the DNC where Al Sharpton, civil rights leader, was speaking and introducing some folks. We're going to take a very quick break and be right back.
Tangazo hili linahusu njaa. Tarajia kuona watoto wakiwa na njaa katika maeneo haya. Mambo yalikuwa bora kwa miaka mingi. Tuliweza kupigana na njaa na watoto wachache walikufa. Lakini sasa mambo yamebadilika na kwa mabaya zaidi. Hii ni kwa sababu wakati huu ukame umeangamiza zaidi.
Через війни та конфлікти ми мусимо залишати наші домівки і всі наші речі. Ми навіть не маємо їжі. Тому нам потрібна ваша допомога.
Millions of children are fighting to survive due to inequality, conflict, poverty, and the climate crisis. Save the Children is working alongside communities to provide a better life for children. And there's a way you can help. Please call or go online to give just $10 a month, only 33 cents a day. We urgently need 1,000 new monthly donors in the next 30 days to help the children we support around the world. You can help provide food, medicine, care, and protection, plus so much more that a child needs, by calling right now and giving just $10 a month.
Ви можете допомогти голодуючим родинам вижити.
All we need are 1,000 monthly donors in the next 30 days. Please call or go online now with your monthly gift of just $10. Thanks to generous government grants, every dollar you give can have up to 10 times the impact. And when you call with your credit card, we will send you this Save the Children tote bag as a thank you for your support.
Toto kote duniani
потребують вашої допомоги.
Your small monthly donation of just $10 could be the reason a child in crisis survives. Please call or go online to givetosave.org to help save lives.
Is deep sea fish oil really healthy? Due to pollution in the oceans, most fish contain heavy metal elements and radioactive substances. That's why it's so important to choose a pure source of omega-3. Puritan Green Vegetable Omega-3 is made from purslane and perilla seeds, which are rich in nutrients and minerals, especially vitamins A, D, E, calcium, and iron. With natural processing and no harmful chemical additives, it has more than 90% concentration of omegas 3, 6, 7, and 9. It effectively improves brain power and is beneficial to the heart's health. Puretang Omega 3 does not smell of fish and contains no pollutants, so both adults and children can safely and easily consume it over a long period of time. Puretang Green Vegetable Omega 3. Greener, healthier, and more effective. Visit puretang.com to learn more.
There are real consequences to controlled media. And NTD's founders know them firsthand. Our freedom of thought is the price. This is the lesson that guides us in everything we do.
So there's the tear gas there.
We know the value of a free society. And we take seriously the responsibility to preserve it. We are NTD.
NTD News, the fastest growing independent news source in America, bringing you breaking news from around the world. Expert analysis, investigative reporting, and original award-winning documentaries. We're known for our uncensored China coverage you won't find anywhere else. We cover the stories that affect you and shape our world without the political noise. We report from the heart with you in mind. Watch us right here on NTD News.
And welcome back. Here's a live look at the final night of the Democratic National Convention happening right now in Chicago. That is the main stage there. We're going to bring it back in studio now where we have our own reporters, NTD's data analyst Dave Martin and our legal correspondent Arlene Richards. Now, earlier in the blog, we were asking Dave about his thoughts on the pivot points in this election and you know how we see the race heating up. Now we have a new candidate for the Democratic Party. But Arlene, we didn't get a chance for you to respond. So what do you think in terms of pivot or how the two campaigns are shaping up right now?
Well, I was thinking about Representative Pat Ryan. He was talking about how much respect Kamala Harris had for veterans. But he didn't go into maybe her plans for the military. And we know that former President Trump has plans to build up the military. It's decreased over the last 4 years with COVID and a lot of them being dismissed and a lot of them just leaving. And just there's a lot of men now who just don't want to join the military. And so I think that another pivot point is going to be her speech tonight, of course. And you know, whatever she says in that speech, if she doesn't include policies in it, and one policy that I think is really important is military strength. Is she going to talk about the military? So that's another point I thought could be a turning point or a pivot point is what she's going to say tonight, what her policies are.
And in terms of that policy, Dave, we've been hearing from some celebrities, if you will. Last night we had Oprah Winfrey. She's talking about her own background as an independent, but really trying to reach over to the independents. That is a massive voting bloc that both Trump and Kamala Harris are going to need to reach into. But she was really highlighting values and character almost over policy. But Dave, I don't know if polls show this, but how high do policies rank, or is it up to the campaign of vibes as we're hearing in terms of this campaign?
You know, I'm wondering that myself because I keep looking at these numbers. You know, she's gone up significantly higher than Biden was at. I just showed in the swing states. We looked at the national poll. Yesterday, I looked at the favorability. Everything she's gone up in the past month. We've heard so little, of course, about any of her policies. We've heard a lot about Joy tonight. There's been a lot of excitement behind her. A lot of cheerleading kind of at this conference. And for whatever reason, everybody's saying, well, she needs to roll out her policies. She needs to do an interview. Yet, right now, I keep looking at the polls. It has not affected her yet at all. I know they keep saying we need someone who's going to vote for this, have this kind of policy or that kind of policy. We haven't heard from it yet. That debate coming up September 10th, she's going to obviously have to have some kind of policy there. But for right now, I honestly don't blame her for not, because she's not really forced into a corner yet with these policies. September 10th, like I said, she will be forced into a corner at that point. But she's doing well in the polls despite that.
On that note, Arlene, we've been hearing a lot about the enthusiasm, seeing that, our reporters there on the ground saying they're already getting squished like sardines in a can with the amount of people that are already pouring in. We're still waiting for, of course, the big speech tonight from Kamala Harris, but that venue is already getting very crowded. When we compare that from the RNC, because we're covering that as well, maybe what are some of your big takeaways in terms of contrast and how you see that playing out potentially when it comes to November?
Well, I think at the time of the RNC, of course, that was right after former President Trump had that assassination attempt against him. And so we saw a lot of coming together, because before that, people were thinking that the Republican Party was split and they were having a lot of problems, but we saw how they came together. And I just feel like the DNC here is doing the same thing but bigger. They are coming together as well, because before this, President Biden was the Democratic nominee, and there wasn't much enthusiasm there, unfortunately. But as soon as Kamala Harris got on the ticket, then we have all this huge enthusiasm, and it's showing here tonight and all this week at the DNC. And I think people now feel like they have a viable candidate. They feel like she can beat Trump, and before they weren't so sure that Biden could do that.
On that note, when it comes to this enthusiasm and, speeches tonight, Dave, I know you've been keeping track of upcoming speakers, so why don't you give us a little hint of what is still to come tonight?
All right, sounds good here. Yeah, let's take a look at this. Obviously, we've got Kamala Harris coming up later tonight. Let's take a look at some of the others here, starting with Deb Haaland. Now, Biden named her the Secretary of the Interior in 2021. Previous to that, she served in the House of Representatives for 2 years from New Mexico. Up next, we're going to have Senator Mark Kelly, elected to the U.S. Senate in 2020. Previously was a NASA astronaut. Very interesting there. And after him, we will have Governor Roy Cooper of North Carolina. He's been the governor for nearly 8 years. Previously, he served as the Attorney General of the state for 16 years. Now, guys, I got to say, in doing research here, maybe the most interesting person that I've researched for this whole event has got to be Senator Mark Kelly. Previous to this, I just said he was a NASA astronaut. He was a space commander, 4 trips to space. It was like 50 days total to spend in space. Before that, he was a Navy pilot. He retired as a captain, flew over 39 missions in Desert Storm. I actually haven't heard him speak, but he certainly seems like on paper he would have maybe the most interesting story to tell. So that could be an interesting one to watch for us coming up later on.
And on that note, he was on the short list as a potential VP pick for Kamala Harris. Many on the Republican side seem to be saying that he would have posed the biggest challenge to them in a counter to J.D. Vance. Of course, we've seen and we heard from Tim Walz, who was finally the ultimate pick for VP there. What was kind of curious in last night's speech was Tim Walz's speech was rather short compared to some of the speeches we've been having. Of course, he gets a lot of points for that from a lot of people. They're like, we like brevity, keeping a movie. It's often more memorable that way. When it's very long, sometimes you lose track of where the speech was going. But when it comes to the speech from Walz, we did not hear that much of policy. So it does sound like there's a huge focus tonight and pressure, if you will, on Kamala Harris to lay out the policy. This is a new campaign. This is a very young campaign as well. Right, Tim Walz was just picked a few days ago, not that long ago, over a week. When it comes to that contrast with former President Trump, of course, he has his record of 4 years in the White House. He's very big on policy. A lot of people say that's his strong part, but maybe not so good on messaging for the Republican side. And when it comes to feeding into that, I know, Dave, you've been tracking all the polls, but has there been any information on the youth vote? Because we've heard a lot of information on back in the day that really helped President Biden win. But at the same time, that's called a pretty fickle voting group because it's a huge group, but often they don't actually go out and vote. We also know that most of them get their news from TikTok and other social media platforms rather than, say, the mainstream media. But what have you seen in terms of that and how that could play in now that we have a younger candidate in Kamala Harris?
Yeah, well, Harris is definitely taking full advantage of the TikTok platform. You know, obviously we've seen those videos with her and Walz on there. Very relatable, you know, talking about white guy tacos that Walz mentioned, but they just come off as just very relatable. You can see why young people definitely like them. You know, I talked earlier in the week about the bump she got from the young people in support. I think it was Biden in April was at like 38%, trailing Trump by like 2 points there. Then you fast forward 4 months, all of a sudden she replaces Biden, goes up to 48%. It's a 10-point bump just by replacing the candidates. Now Trump got like a 3-point bump. And part of that you could also say is maybe Trump is strong on immigration, but you look at the numbers, I'm also shocked to see this. At ages 18 to 29, only 3% of them said immigration is their top issue. Now, as a nation, it was like 12%, so that's way down. Now, meanwhile, it's like the older you get, the immigration seems to be a bigger issue. At age 65 and plus, 21% say it's a top issue. Obviously, also the Biden campaign, you know, with their student loan forgiveness, has definitely tried to reach out for the young person vote there. But you can say right now, yeah, Harris and Walz are definitely doing well, the young person vote. It's also calling Walz Coach Walz, I think, was a good move by them as well. So the PR for this campaign is really doing a good job, you have to say.
And as you pointed out earlier, we still have a big list of big speakers tonight, of course, culminating in Kamala Harris tonight. Let's go back to the live feed of the DNC right now. That was just the governor of Massachusetts, Maura Healey, speaking. Let's tune in and listen in live.
We face a stark choice in this election: a felon and con man, or a dedicated prosecutor. The contrast between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris is clear. He obstructs justice. She upholds it. He swindles people. She serves them. He thinks he's above the law. She actually understands the law. That's what this election comes down to. One candidate who's out for himself, or Kamala Harris for the people. It's a battle for the future of our nation. And tonight, we will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Kamala Harris should be, she must be, the next President of the United States. Thank you.
Please welcome survivor and advocate, Courtney Baldwin.
Good evening, Chicago. I'm Courtney Baldwin. In 2013, I was sold for sex in cities across California by a trafficker who controlled every aspect of my life. During those dark moments, I held on to hope that one day I'd be seen as more than a victim, that I could pursue my dreams, and that my trafficker would be held justice. I didn't know it yet, but waiting for me on the other side were people who were fighting for survivors. One of them was Kamala Harris. As California's Attorney General, she fought Backpage.com, The website that let me and thousands of others be bought and sold. She filed criminal charges against its owner that shut down the website for good. No one has ever done that. Vice President Harris is fearless, compassionate, and she still gives me hope. She's protected people like me her whole life, and I know she'll fight for us all as president. Thank you.
We have to wake up at 2 a.m. in the morning. It's the only way to beat the Phoenix heat. It's just like opening an oven. I work on the light rail. It's a good way to tackle the climate crisis, but the clock is ticking.
Climate change is one of the greatest con jobs ever. All of this with the global warming.
And that was just Courtney Baldwin, a youth organizer and human trafficking survivor, speaking there at the DNC. This is the final night unfolding right now live in Chicago. We're going to bring it back briefly in studio here. Now, Dave, you were mentioning earlier, some of the big names coming up. We have the Honorable Deb Haaland coming up. And I think, Arlene, you've been doing some research on these speakers. So tell us what we know about, these upcoming speakers.
Well, she's the first Native American to hold this position. And as he said earlier, she's a former New Mexico congresswoman. And she said on X that this election is personal to me. And the reason why she said that is because she was a single mother and she raised her children she lived paycheck to paycheck, and she relied on food stamps as a single mother. And she said that she knows what it's like when the system is stacked against you. So of course this is kind of, falling into the rest of the talk we're hearing on throughout these last 3 days and today about how Kamala Harris cares about the people, she cares about family, she cares about helping you to put food on your table. And so, that's what I know about Deb Haaland.
To your point, though, we've been hearing from our reporters on the ground and seeing the past 3 days, and of course now it's the final day. There does seem to be this highlighting of single mothers in this country and their stories and how they were able to raise their kids. A lot of them are highlighting food stamps and stuff. That does seem to be a big part of Kamala Harris's potential policy or a campaign here. We've heard some ideas of policy when it comes to forgiving medical debt or student loan forgiveness, that $25,000 for first-time home buyers, those types of elements. When it comes to the polls, again, Dave, how are these issues playing out in the polls, or are we seeing maybe a mix in how popular they are?
Yeah, I think the $25,000 loan, I think people are like, all right, well, who's paying for that? Some are saying this is great, but some are saying, how are we going to pay for that? The same thing with the price gouging. People are saying, well, that looks good on paper, but I don't think that really works in this kind of economy. Those are just kind of seen as left-wing policies. I don't think those have hit so well, actually, in the polls. And so she hasn't had too many other policies other than those. But yeah, those two I don't think hit that well. The child tax credit, though, I think everyone got behind that one.
And on that note, let's go back to the DNC where we are, now talking about all the person we've been talking about. So let's listen in. Deb Haaland here.
I am on this stage tonight because of them. While fishing with my dad and running through the desert with my cousins, I learned that we have a responsibility to take care of our planet. Donald Trump never learned that lesson. He called the climate crisis a hoax. He made it easier for big companies to poison our air and water. An American president must lead the world in tackling climate change. We need a president who understands that assignment. That's Kamala Harris. I know her record. She held polluters accountable for spilling oil into the San Francisco Bay. She defended President Obama's Clean Power Plan in court. And as Vice President, she cast the tie-breaking vote for the most ambitious climate action plan in our nation's history. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will fight for a future where we all have clean air, clean water, and healthy communities. Let me go back to the lesson I learned in the desert Southwest. We all have a role in protecting our Earth for future generations. So let's all be fierce and let's make Kamala Harris the next President of the United States. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, and that was a live look at the DNC, the final night unfolding right now in Chicago. We're going to bring it back briefly in studio here and say goodbye to our lovely panel for now. Arlene Richards, our legal correspondent, and Dave Martin, our data analyst. Oh, you might know him from our sports coverage. But we are going to take a very quick break, and as you've heard, there's a lot more big speakers lined up. So stay with us. We have a lot more for you in just a few minutes.
Where nature embraces you and fills you with invigorating joy. Treasuring every little moment as these romantic memories gather up to complete our blissful memories together. Mokpo.
As we naturally age, many people are getting zero amount of this incredible and unique substance. That's when we start seeing an impact in our joints, skin, nails, and even our digestion.
People ask me, Dr. X, what is the #1 supplement I should be taking? My answer is multi-collagen protein.
People's reactions to me, people were like, what are you doing? What is going on? You look amazing. You have a glow about you.
What makes Ancient Nutrition Multi-Collagen stand out from other brands? 10 types of collagen. It's grass-fed, pasture-raised with vitamin C and probiotics. It's proven to reduce joint discomfort rapidly, continuously, and persistently. It improves the appearance of crow's feet after 4 weeks and improves skin tone after 8 weeks. And it promotes hair thickness, growth, and a reduction in hair breakage.
It has transformed everything from my hair. Like, my hair was starting to kind of just, come out, and I don't have that anymore. My skin feels amazing.
Call the number on your screen and find out how to get a free bottle when you order, plus free shipping and our 30-day money-back guarantee. And as a bonus, we will include Dr. Josh Axe and Jordan Rubin's revolutionary book, Multi-Collagen Makeover, free with your order, plus free shipping and free returns.
I have implicit trust in Dr. Axe because the plan worked. I'm living proof of it.
This is the collagen protein that is backed by clinical studies. It's what my family uses, it's what I use, and I know you're going to benefit in a big way as well.
Love the results or get your money back. This special TV offer is not available in stores. Call the number on your screen or go online now.
Imagine a coffee that cares for your health. Expertly fermented with a 50 enzyme complex to enhance flavor and remove bitterness. Small batch roasted to a decadent medium dark, resulting in a brew that is gentle on digestion, low acid, and up to 90% less caffeine than regular coffee. Try America's first enzyme fermented coffee today.
There are real consequences to controlled media. And NTD's founders know them firsthand. Our freedom of thought is the price. This is the lesson that guides us in everything we do.
Yeah, so there's the tear gas there.
We know the value of a free society. And we take seriously the responsibility to preserve it. We are NTD.
NTD News, the fastest growing independent news source in America, bringing you breaking news from around the world. Expert analysis, investigative reporting, and original award-winning documentaries. We're known for our uncensored China coverage you won't find anywhere else. We cover the stories that affect you and shape our world without the political noise. We report from the heart with you in mind. Watch us right here on NTD News.
And here's a live look into the DNC, the final night, where Kamala Harris is preparing to give her speech to address the nation. And the DNC right there in Chicago, Illinois. We'll be sure to bring you her speech and many more as they get underway this evening. And coming back to our in-studio panel, Dante Mills, Gerard Felitti, great to have you both back. Dante, I want to get your thoughts, the big speech tonight. Some of the excerpts have been released, not many, but we're still sifting through it to see if there is any policy. It looks more like a storytelling. She's trying to paint the picture, it appears, in the speech to be more relatable. She did have a middle-class upbringing, and I think she's trying to project that in her speech tonight. How important is that message for her?
It's game time. I have no popcorn ready. This is the big night. And the old adage is correct. You never get a second chance to make a first impression. And for a lot of people in America, this is going to be their first significant impression of who Kamala Harris is. So of course, they're going to build in a part of her personal life into this speech. And from what I've been hearing, we did get excerpts, but even before that, the word was that the speech was kind of broken into three different sections. One was the personal section. Then the other section, the middle part, she's going to talk about the differences between her and former President Donald Trump. And then she's going to end it on patriotism. And I think she's doing that to kind of reach the middle of the country that hasn't really been her strong suit as far as showing that love for America, I guess, would carry her campaign. But that's what her speech is going to be about. I do want her to mix in policy there. I hope she blends it in so that you get a sense of what the important parts of her presidency would be and why, right? So if she's talking about her life experience and saying, well, here's something I experienced when I was younger and here's how I can change that so nobody else experiences the same thing. So I'm expecting that to really be how this speech plays out. And if it does, I think she can be successful. And that first impression that she gives out to the country will be a successful one, and really it may carry her in this election.
And Gerard, to Dante's point, it does appear that she's going to have a patriotic theme. Some of the excerpts we have here, one of them says, "Fellow Americans, I love our country with all my heart. Everywhere I go and everyone I meet, I see a nation ready to move forward, ready to take the next step in the incredible journey that is America." What do you make of that approach?
Even before Kamala was the candidate, we knew that the Democrats would be stressing patriotism and democracy, especially democracy. That was a key word that they were using, that Joe Biden was using, that the Democratic Party has been using as sort of a weaponized version against Donald Trump. So that was anticipated. We also saw a lot about freedom during this convention. That was a key word that was used by a lot of the speakers and a main theme. Now, it's not surprising that she's going for the patriotic aspect because it all ties in. This is why she's doing it. This is why she's a candidate, because she is patriotic and she wants to preserve democracy and prevent the country from being taken over by radical forces. So this, I think, will be part of her story tonight. Although, again, I think it'll be interesting to see if she ties it in with actually listing policy ideas and not just the themes.
Do you think it's possible that they are making a conscious effort, the Democrats, to shift away from the term democracy because the results that they've seen with former President Trump's legal cases actually having, one might say, an opposite effect and actually helping him in the polls, and they see this as more of a liability?
Well, the question is who they help him in the polls with, whether it's Republicans, MAGA Republicans, or independent voters. And I think the jury's still out on that because we have seen a consolidation of the Republican base around Donald Trump with his legal difficulties, but independents have not been as quick to jump en masse to him with that term. And most people are familiar with it from January 6th. Because you have the attack on democracy. That's been a subtext in politics for the last 4 years. So I don't think Democrats will shy away from it. I think they'll continue using it, but they're mixing in the context of freedom, reproductive freedom, choice, and of course patriotism.
Yeah, and that's what they've been doing. They've been making freedom be more than just the typical meaning of the word that you're used to. They're talking about freedom to feed your family and make a living, freedom to decide who you want to be in a relationship with, freedom to decide if you want to carry a pregnancy to full term. So they're talking about freedom in a bigger sense. In every aspect of our lives as Americans, we should have the choice to be happy and follow a path that kind of provides for our family and makes us, able to feed them and everybody live together without fear. And I think that's really what they're going to focus on tonight. And I'm looking forward to seeing it. It's a big night. We've been here 4 days in a row, and everything was building up to this. Everything they've done those 3 days before. So they have to bring it home, and I'm looking to see how they try to do that.
And Dante, to your point of, no one gets a second chance at making a first impression, it seems throughout this convention we've been hearing from a lot of former childhood friends, not former, but childhood friends of Kamala Harris. Maybe they worked together, they grew up together, same neighborhoods. A lot of people telling their version of who she is. But it does seem the big question that Americans are wondering is, who is Kamala Harris? Because to one of your points from one of the other days, right, she's been vice president, but we still don't really know who she is. And even now there's still debate on how to say her name, right? There's a lot of things people are still learning about her. So when it comes to her speech tonight, with so much build up to it, how do you see her navigating that? How successful do you see her being in presenting herself and answering those questions that America has?
Well, we're going to find out. She has to. She has to step up and meet the challenge. If she can't, this is a huge night. Don't get me wrong. This is the biggest night of her political career, no question about it. But if she can't meet the challenge, then she doesn't deserve to be president. She has to step up and meet the challenge of being able to navigate her own personal story with how that impacts every other American. And she has to bring everybody along with her. So yes, she's going to tell the story of what she went through as a child, but not everybody in America went through the same thing. So she has to reach people that may have had a different upbringing and may have some different views, and how can she tie all of that together? Some of it, yes, is telling a lot of, she's going to tell some stories about when she was young. There's a story that she tells about one of her classmates that she was friends with that told her that she was being molested and how she took her into her home. She'll tell stories like that that show she's caring, that she's assertive, that she's protective, but she's also going to open that up to college in different aspects so she can reach as many people as possible. And that's what the goal is going to be, to reach as many Americans as possible and make them feel like she will help me in some way if she becomes president.
On that last part, during the RNC, when former President Trump was giving his rather long speech there, he did mention one line towards the beginning where he was running for, quote, all of America, not just half America, saying you can't win if you just run for half of America. Sounds like we might hear a similar theme tonight, basically uniting the country. No matter what comes out of tonight, Gerard, how do you see the Trump campaign navigating their campaign following the DNC?
No, I think that the message we saw from the Republicans during the convention, one of unity, is one that they will continue using because it did serve them well. Granted, now they're on a back foot, given all the media attention and the fawning of a Kamala Harris in the last several weeks. But I think what we're already seeing from the Trump campaign is attacking Harris on the issues, or the lack thereof. And if we leave this convention just getting a sense of who she is as a person, that's great. That's better than she did in 2020 when she campaigned against Joe Biden. But it's not going to be enough to forestall the attacks from the Republicans that she is not defining her policy. And why is she not defining her policy? Is it that un-American? Is it that anti-democratic? You're going to see that line of attack coming from Trump and his army of supporters. Whether it will be effective or not really depends on how well Harris is able to actually sit down and answer questions, and how soon she has her first interview, how soon she's able to go up on stage and address people and answer their questions.
Yeah, and that's what, it's funny, both sides highlight their strengths and try to project that as a weakness on the other side. So with the Democratic Party, they are united. We look at this convention and there's been past presidents, it seems everybody is there willing to step up and speak. Former President Obama, you have anybody who had a role in the Democratic Party was here this week. We did not see that at the Republican convention. There were a lot of people who did not show up and did not endorse former President Donald Trump, and they're not going to do that. So yes, the Republicans want to talk about unity, but their party isn't really united. But what they have as a strong suit is their policy. Former President Trump's economic policy is clear, how he will help America, and that's where the Democratic Party is lacking. So the strength of the Republican Party right now is a weakness of the Democratic Party, but Vice President Harris has the opportunity tonight to bridge that gap. And we'll see if she's able to do that by outlining what her policy is going to be, specifically her economic policy, because that's what most Americans are waiting to hear, because that's what impacts them on a daily basis.
And on that note, Gerard, if, as Dante lays out, Kamala Harris is successful in doing that, uniting those 2 points, how formidable of a challenge would that be to the Trump-Vance ticket?
I think it's no different than the challenge that would have been placed on them by Joe Biden or by any other candidate, because at the end of the day, you have to address your differences in the issues, and you have to defend or assert why your policies are better than the other guys, or in this case, the other ladies. And that is something that Trump would have had to do all along, regardless of who he was facing and how coherent or forthcoming they are with their policies. I don't think it's formidable. I think it just makes it harder for the Trump team to stay in a space where they are lobbing gratuitous comments about their opponents instead of actually addressing policy issue in every speech. Trump needs to go into Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, and talk about, this is how my policies are going to help you. This is why you need to come and vote for me. Not even about all America, which is the ultimate goal, but in those swing states is where he needs to go, where the Republicans need to go and say and explain to those voters why their policy is better than Harris's. And if they can do that, then it's not formidable whatever Harris comes up with. It's a matter of convincing the people which policy is the best.
And Dante, there's been a lot of discussion about domestic issues, domestic policy, but come debate time, there's going to be a pretty large section carved out for foreign policy. With what we're seeing taking place right now in the Middle East, also you have China, which is, arguably the United States' greatest adversary. What do you think that she's going to say, whether it's tonight or in the future, with regard to her foreign policy agenda?
Well, she doesn't have a history of foreign policy experience, and people understand that, and that's already a negative towards her and her campaign. So when she does come out and speak, she's going to have to be very strong in her commitment, which means she's not going to be able to waver. She's going to have to choose. I'm going to take a stand against China because I believe they are our biggest threat, and I believe that we have to put our foot in front to make sure that they don't catch up or overpass us in regards to being, one of the biggest economies or nations in the world. She's going to have to be firm. And I'm also hearing that she's going to incorporate that tonight. We've had a lot of happiness and excitement, dancing throughout this Democratic convention, but they said tonight is tonight to be firm. And she's going to make it clear that she's a leader. Her stances are going to be direct. She's going to call nations out and call people out. And I think she has to because that's the only way to show that you will protect this nation. And a lot of people want that comfort and confidence in who their leader is in the future.
And Gerard, you know, any political campaign is essentially boils down to an information war. And when you drill it down, it becomes, you know, a battle in those battleground states where a lot of the money in TV ads are spent. What do you think President Trump is going to say in those battleground states with regard to foreign policy to differentiate himself with the Harris campaign?
I think in part he is going to talk about his experience actually being president and having had those one-on-one conversations with world leaders, many of whom are the same leaders that anyone will be dealing with for the next 4 years. And whether or not, you know, the pundits agree with Trump's assessment of them, people will look at him as the voice of experience, as someone who has dealt with foreign crises and done so reasonably well. We have not gotten into other wars. We have not been faced with the catastrophes that some people predicted would befall us with international affairs. So he did run a steady ship when it comes to international affairs. And projecting that experience, whereas Harris has not had it, she may have strong positions, and she needs to have strong positions on China, on Russia, Ukraine, on the Middle East, on South America. On NATO for that matter. If she doesn't have those positions, she is really not doing herself a disservice. But beyond that, Trump actually has experience and walking America through a difficult time with those relationships. So Harris has a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah, that's one thing that you can't beat, actual experience. And this is why this election cycle is a little bit different. We had two people running who were president, right? And now President Joe Biden is out. But we have someone who was already a president of the United States, so people know how he interacts with people on that grand stage and how foreign leaders are going to react to him. There can be dispute about why we didn't have any additional wars or why people did not want to challenge former President Donald Trump, but the fact is they didn't. Maybe it was because they didn't know how he would respond, right? He was, you know, you thought he would actually follow through with some of the threats, and that's why they didn't challenge him. But no matter why, it worked. And there's no way around that. So even if you're a Democrat looking at it, you have to make sure that Vice President Harris is firm and can convince people that she will be just as effective.
And on that note, let's go to the convention now, where we have our reporters Jack Bradley and Luis Martinez there on the floor for us. Guys, what is it like there? It seems like it's heating up, but tell us more.
Yes, well, right now we're in Media Row. One of the reasons is that the arena is completely packed. Even some congressmen that I ran into walking around the arena don't want to go inside right now because it's absolutely packed. It's a 23,000 seat stadium, Jack. Of course, maybe behind the stage is empty, but, you know, approximately 8,000 people already here. You know, the atmosphere is vibrant. You were just there, Jack.
Yeah, and when I was down there, they had the floor closed. It was so packed that they weren't letting media in at this moment. But you know, what an interesting thing about this arena, as you mentioned, with all that seating, of course, it's the Chicago Bulls play there and the Blackhawks. So the floor actually flips over from a regular floor to an ice floor, and it's very chilly in here. So I'm not sure if that has anything to do with it. But here where we are at Media Row, we're seeing this is like the red carpet. We're seeing congressmen walk by. You have a lot of notable people walking through here.
And today we're seeing Secret Service, a much larger number of Secret Service personnel. We also have Homeland Security investigation. So, of course, with Vice President Kamala Harris coming, security is tighter. And we've also run into some different scenarios with the ushers at the entrance of the arena. So, again, security tighter than the other 3 days.
And while we're here, you actually spoke to some congressmen. Tell us about that.
That's correct. I spoke with Congressman Jimmy Panetta from California and Greg Casar from Texas. And I know I've mentioned this before, Tiffany, Steve, but I asked them again, if they flip the House and keep the Senate, will Democrats look to end the filibuster? And Congressman Jimmy Panetta told me that yes, but only on certain bills, which was very interesting. He didn't say that his viewpoint was eliminating the filibuster altogether, just for specific policy goals from a potential Harris-Walz administration.
Right, and I just want to give you a picture of what it's like in here in Media Row. We're right here next to the Michael Jordan statue, the famous statue right there. Take a look at that.
The number 23, of course, an icon here in Chicago, where he made his most famous moments with the Chicago Bulls.
Absolutely. It's arguably the best basketball player of all time.
So yeah, that's the ambiance here at the United Center. We're still, of course, waiting to hear from Vice President Kamala Harris. Everyone very, very excited to hear policy details. I've asked even attendees, and I've been surprised that beyond the emotion of being here, beyond the emotion expressed by the suffragette, the granddaughters of the suffragette movement and all of that, everyone wearing white, they are actually wondering what the policy details coming out of tonight's speech will be.
Well, we know that what we've heard a theme of going forward rather than moving backward, and that electing Kamala Harris will bring a joyful future to America. That's a very a big theme that they've been putting forward here tonight. So we'll bring you more from the floor when we get out there, if it's still not super crowded. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Jack and Louise, seems like you guys are having a great time, but thank you for that. And we're actually going to bring it back to the feed, straight into the stage at the convention, and see what's happening over there.
Party's not over, Chicago! What I want to see is those flags and those hands up in the air. Help me sing it out nice and loud. Y'all ready to get down and party with me one time? DNC say! Say, let me hear you say, oh. Woo.
take it to the floor now. Woo! There's a tornado in my city. In the basement. That ain't pretty. Rugged whiskey. We're surviving. A red cup kisses, sweet redemption, passing time, yeah. Ooh, one step to the right. We headed to the dive bar we always thought was nice. Ooh, run me to the left and spin me in the middle. Boy, I can't read your mind. This ain't Texas. Ain't no hold'em. Lay our cards down, 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 down. So fuck your Lexus. Throw your keys out. Stick around, round, 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 round.
One more time, nice and loud.
And I'll be damned if I can't slow dance with you. Come pour some sugar on me, honey, too. It's a real live boogie and a real live hold down. Don't be a take it to you.
If you've been with me all 4 days, let me see you make some noise right now. And if this is your first convention, let me hear you make some noise.
I was born in a small town, and I live in a small town. Happy down in a small town, oh, small communities. All my friends in a small town. My parents live in the same small town. My job is a small town, but that's little opportunity. Educated in a small town, taught to fear Jesus in a small town. Used to daydream in that small town, another boring romantic, that's me. But I've seen it all in a small town. Had myself a ball in a small town. Met an LA dollar, brought her to this small town. That small town, just like me.
Hold on inside.
No, I cannot forget where it is that I come from. I cannot forget the people who love me. Yeah, I can be myself here in this small town, and people let me be just what I want to be.
There's a live look inside of the DNC where the Democrats are celebrating and preparing to hear Vice President Kamala Harris give her acceptance speech for the nomination to be that party's presidential candidate. And we're going to bring you that for sure once it gets going, and some other speeches as well as they get underway. In the meantime, let's bring it back to our in-studio panel. Dante Mills, Gerard Filitti. Gerard, there was a topic we were discussing earlier that I'd like to get your thoughts on, which is the Middle East. When you talk about the Israel-Hamas war in Gaza, this has been something that has really triggered, and kind of separated certain sections of the Democratic Party. When you look at our universities, there were a lot of protests prior to summer recess, and we're about to get back into school this year in the fall. Do you think we're going to see more protests pop up throughout universities because this conflict has not eased? And could this become a potential liability for the Democrats?
We are absolutely going to see more protests. This is something I deal with on a near daily basis, and we are already seeing plans, partly coming from the young Democratic socialists, to actually have these protests. Unlike the encampments, we're more likely going to see walkouts. We're still seeing signs. We're still seeing protests about globalizing the Intifada, which is violence against Jews specifically. And it's not just Israel-Gaza. We're beyond that. We're at a point where this has become open season on Jews. It's anti-Semitism. And a lot of people, especially in the Jewish population and Americans who are more patriotic, are kind of fed up that the government has not acted. There have been calls for governors, for President Biden to take more decisive action. There have been calls for President Biden to send out the National Guard. None of that has happened. The protests are continuing. People are concerned about what's going to happen and whether they can get an education this fall. And this resonates with voters. They're looking at what's happening and seeing, many of them are seeing a system that's failing to protect minority students, to protect Jews, to protect other Americans. And that's a blame that they place on the Democratic Party, quite frankly.
And to that point, Dante, and a point you made earlier, which is it's a lot harder to run on this platform when you have somebody like former President Trump who can now run on the fact that he prevented those conflicts. Kamala Harris, although vice president, technically in the White House with President Biden, how much of that is her responsibility, what we've seen play out over the past 4 years? And is she going to be able to separate herself from President Biden's policies, especially when it comes to the war in the Middle East?
She's definitely going to separate herself, but I want to do this. Take a look at the screen. And this is the benefit that the Democratic Party has over the Republican Party. You look at that screen right now, there's American flags being waved by every single creed, color imaginable under the sun in that building right now. And that's something that the Democratic Party has made a staple of trying to be inclusive and focus on everybody. When you look at that screen, every time they pan, you see somebody that looks different. And engagement is important. So yes, there will be more protests. Yes, these issues have to be addressed. Yes, there is safety concerns and things that as president she has to do. But when you get people active in the political spectrum, that's always a benefit to America. So we want to hear the protests. We want to hear these views, but we will need a leader that's going to tell us how she's going to proceed and be able to protect us as a country.
We're going to go back right now into the DNC where the live feed is taking you on your screen. Let's have a listen.
Easy to get anywhere on the transcontinental overload. Just slap behind the wheel. How does it feel? There's no reservation. Too far and somewhere on the way. Right back into the dawn. Living in America. Eye to eye. Station to station.
And coming back in studio, we'll be taking you in and out of the convention throughout the evening. But back in studio here with our guests, just to continue our conversation, Gerard, picking up where Dante left off, talk to us about the advantages and maybe the strategy that the Trump campaign can use from their track record, from those 4 years, and kind of looking at where we've been at over the past 4 years. What are the strongest points that you think they can make?
I think a lot of the strong points are the ones that they're already making. They're making points on foreign policy, they're making points on the economy and on immigration. They're raising points that Donald Trump was better on the border, although we have seen that neither president was fantastic at stemming illegal immigration and stopping the flow of drugs into the country. We have seen Donald Trump talking about his experience dealing with the economy. And that is something that resonates with people because under Trump, we had lower taxation, we had business growth, we had individuals doing much better. And setting even all of that aside, when you are running for election, when you are the candidate in opposition, you are asking people, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? And let's not forget that 4 years ago, the economy was in a slump. We did have the pandemic. We were getting out of that. So a lot of what Joe Biden has done is restore America to the pandemic or pre-pandemic levels. It's not this amazing new growth that was on top of where we were before the pandemic. And when you ask people, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? Most people, even Democrats speaking, are pointing out that there are economic problems, that people are struggling. So that's something that Trump will use to his advantage.
And as we've been bringing you in and out of the DNC, we're going to go back in for a live look.
What so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs burst
Please welcome Kerry Washington.
Welcome to the final night of the Democratic National Convention. The last 3 nights have been extraordinary, and tonight we hear from our next president, Kamala Harris. Now, as I stand here, I know that there are folks on social media already saying, go back to your TV show, shut up and act. But I am not here tonight as an actor. I am here as a mother, as a daughter, as a proud union member. I am here as the granddaughter of immigrants, as a black woman descended from enslaved people. I am here tonight because I am an American and because I am a voter and because we, the people, are stronger when all our voices are heard. Look, I know that I am the one standing on this stage, but I am not the lead character in this story. You are. All of you. You are the messengers. You are the fixers. Dare I say it, you are the Olivia Popes. You are the superheroes saving this democracy. It is you, not me, who have the greatest power to convince your loved ones to vote. So, just like Michelle Obama told us, let's do something. Let's make a video. Everybody take out your phones. Everybody take out your phones. We're gonna make a moment. Can somebody bring me my phone? I wanna capture this historic moment and share it with the people that we love. Oh, what'd you do? Take this video, guys. We're all gonna take it together. We're gonna post it to social media, text your friends, send this message out into the world. When I say when we fight, you're gonna say? Are you ready? Okay, let's record. We're recording. You ready, Tony?
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay, ready? When we fight! When we fight! When we fight! Are you ready for Kamala Harris to win? Good, because when Kamala wins, America wins. We did it! We did it, Joe. Thank you, Tony.
I don't get to stay?
No, you gotta go.
Bye, everybody.
Tony Goldwyn, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so listen. It's come to my attention that there are some folks who struggle or pretend to struggle with the proper pronunciation of our future president's name. So, hear me out. Confusion is understandable. Disrespect is not. So tonight, we are going to help everyone get it right. Here to help me are some very special guests. Thank you, ladies. Can you tell us your names?
Hello, everybody. My name's Amara. And my name is Leela, her little sister.
And what are you here to do?
To teach you how to say your auntie's name.
Okay. So how do you pronounce it?
First you say comma like a comma in a sentence. Then you say la like la 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 la.
Put it together and it's 1, 2, 3, Kamala. All right, so let's practice.
Everybody over here say comma. Everybody over here say la.
Together.
Please welcome Mina Harris, Ella Emhoff, and Helen Hudlin.
And there was a live look inside of the DNC where we just heard from Kamala Harris's grandnieces introducing their aunt to the DNC and the rest of the world that's watching. Bringing it back in studio here with our panel for a bit. Dante, I want to get your thoughts because we were talking about some of the excerpts. There's going to be a real appeal from both campaigns to reach out to the middle of the road, middle-class voters, those swing voters, with middle-class tax cuts often leading to increased government spending. How do you think the Democrats will plan to offset the loss in revenue without raising taxes elsewhere?
I think the Democrats have to really reevaluate their approach to economics. I think it's a problem when you give money to people that can't generate additional money. And that's why when you look at some of former President Trump's economic policies, you see that they work because he's putting money in the hands of business owners who can then employ other people, who can give their current employees raises, and that helps to generate more revenue. So I'm hoping that they take a new approach. I'm tired of them, the Democratic Party, pandering and saying, okay, we're going to give out little gifts so that we can appease you, even though we know long-term it's not going to help you. So I'm hoping that they turn the page because America is too smart to fall for that and keep falling for that same thing of we're going to give you a little trinket now that's not going to last. So I hope that she takes a different approach. That's what I would be looking to do. And I hope that, as a Democratic Party, they start to turn the corner so that we can mix that goodwill with good economic policy.
Gerard, Dante's obviously a Democrat. I don't want to put him on the spot by asking him if that will be enough for him to vote Republican. But do you think that the point that Dante just made when it comes to economics in general will be enough to swing some of those undecided voters?
I think we already are seeing that it is swinging voters, and that is the fundamental issue of the economy is we have seen over the last 30 years or so since Bill Clinton, when taxes are cut across the board, the economy grows more. Everyone does better. When you have selective tax cuts, you do have to offset them with some tax increases. Someone does end up paying that burden, and that not only creates a disparity, but that also does not help generate more income for anyone, just for a select group of people for a limited time. And I think Americans see that. Americans have gotten savvy to the fact that when you are doing tax cuts for only a group of people or giving benefits to just a group of people or some groups of people, it's not growing the economy. It's not affecting them. They're not benefiting from it. And they're not seeing a long-term benefit for the country as a whole. So I do think it makes a difference. I think that Americans have gotten savvy to the tax scheme. And really, unless you're seeing tax cuts across the board, unless you're seeing growth plans for everyone, people will be turning to the Republicans because Donald Trump did grow the economy.
And to that point, Dante, could this be where the rubber actually meets the road when we look at, kind of the sentiment of the American people right now with the economy? And if they start to put into perspective the fact that Democrats have held the highest office in the land for 12 of the last 16 years, that maybe they might start looking a little bit closer.
Maybe, but I'll answer the question that you asked and just say bluntly, the economy will not make me vote for former President Donald Trump because I have to choose good over green. The way that I believe he treats people in this country and the feeling that people in this country have based on the rhetoric that he uses, to me, that's more detrimental than an economic policy that's good. So the short answer is no. Green will not make me change my vote. What will make me change my vote is a combination, and that's what a perfect or the ideal political candidate is somebody that can treat people kindly. They can be kind to people, but also be tough enough and honest enough with them to put out good economic policy and say, I'm not going to give you a handout because that's ultimately not going to help you. There has to be a way to meet in the middle, but I'm going to choose that good over green any day, and I think most Americans are there. Most Americans, and we heard this after the assassination attempt on former President Trump, where they said, we have a new Donald Trump. He's a different person. People were holding their breath and saying, I hope he is. I hope he can just come out and be kind, but still keep some of those good economic policies, and maybe I would switch over or cross over from an independent, go his way, but that didn't seem to be the case. He went right back to being the regular Donald Trump. So I don't think he's going to be able to pick up those voters who otherwise would have went over to him.
But one of the problems there is how you define good and how you define kind. And while people look at Donald Trump and they hear rhetoric, they also look at the Democratic Party, and for all the language of inclusivity, a lot of people don't feel included unless you believe what the Democratic Party believes, unless you follow the policy agendas, unless you believe their social agenda. It excludes a lot of people, and a lot of people, even in the middle, see that as not being good, that you have to toe the party line. You have to believe all the social agenda items that Democrats, increasingly progressive side of the Democratic Party, is pushing. So a lot of people, a lot of voters are looking at that and saying, that's not good. They're looking at Donald Trump and saying he may not be good and kind, but his policies have been. We feel more included by an administration that doesn't oblige us to believe anything in specific or follow certain politically correct strictures. And that really does come to how individuals define good and kind.
I agree with that. And that's why I think in this election cycle, there's an opportunity for Vice President Harris to show that she can do both. And if she does, if she comes out tonight and talks about herself in a way that she identifies with Americans, not just a select group of Americans, but every American, but also includes good policy, good economic policy that will help America grow, then she can grab this race by the reins and lead it all the way to victory. There's an opportunity here for her to be everything that America needs. Will she meet that challenge? We will see shortly. She's going to speak shortly, and I think her words will have an impact one way or another. But she has an opportunity here to show that we can have that ideal candidate that's going to be open and give people a sense that they're valued, but also be good for them for growth and economically to sustain that and grow as a nation. So she has an opportunity. We'll see if she seizes it.
And on that note, of course, all the focus tonight is on Kamala Harris's speech and, the presidency. But also at play this year is, seats in the House and the Senate. We were just hearing earlier from our reporters there who are in and out of the convention floor speaking to some senators over the past couple days, talking about ending the filibuster. And one of them had a curious statement about ending it only on some legislation. How would that work?
I don't know what that means, because either the filibuster exists or it does not. The way to end the filibuster is to get 60 votes to do so. So maybe he's saying that on certain issues they're going to push hard enough or work with the other side of the aisle enough that they can get to 60 so that there is no opportunity for someone to stall as long as possible. And just so people understand, that's what a filibuster is. It's an opportunity for a politician to stand up and with unlimited time delay a vote on something. But if you get to 60 votes, they can't do that. I think that the filibuster, it serves a purpose. I also believe that making 60 votes necessary is good, because that then shows that enough people were behind something to move it forward. I think that's the way that they should go, and we'll see if that's what he meant when he said we're going to end the filibuster for particular things but not for everything.
And Gerard, how do you view this, whether it's ending the filibuster or why we have a filibuster in the first place? It does seem like in the past couple of years, at least, we are moving further and further away from that bipartisan compromise, if you will, whereas back in the day, maybe both sides didn't get what they wanted, but they try to find that common ground to deliver for the American people. It does seem like right now maybe the most outspoken wings of each side are the ones getting the spotlight, whether that's the Marjorie Taylor Greenes, the Matt Gaetzes, or the squad members. They're just speaking on the steps of the Capitol. But what about the other members of Congress? Are they still working in that bipartisan manner that we know from the past, but that we're not hearing about?
I think there's always bipartisanship at work, especially when you deal with the intelligence community, with foreign policy, with defense. You're not going to see it broadcast on TV because, quite frankly, it's not glamorous. The working of the government, when you get down into the weeds, is not something that you see even on C-SPAN. So you have that bipartisanship spirit still existing, but not on the major issues, not on the divisive issues, not on the ones that everyone is talking about over the dinner table. There you see very much polarization. And the role of the filibuster in those cases is still very important because we don't want the country to move too much in one direction or another unless most of us agree. And most of us is not 51%, it's that 60% in the Senate. That's the way it has been historically, and that makes a lot of sense. And I do think that there have always been discussions about ending the filibuster or packing the Supreme Court or using other tools to kind of get the policy initiatives that you want. But people, elected officials especially, do tend to take the long view and realize that doing these things in the long term is probably more harmful to the democracy than not. That's why we haven't seen it done, even though ending the filibuster has been talked about for years.
Yeah, exactly. And Jory said a lot of good points there. One, there are moments, and a lot of moments, where they work together, and that's not publicized, but it should be. I think the American people should see that they're working together for the betterment of the country. And the fact that that's not publicized, I think that's a bad thing, because if you show people that you're willing to work together, I think it just leads to more inclusion, unity, and an understanding that, okay, I'm not just going to say no because the color of their tag, the red Republican, I'm supposed to be a blue Democrat. You're willing to work together if you see it's being done. And also, the other point that you mentioned is you don't want to get rid of things because right now you may have the majority. So say, let me get rid of the filibuster, because you also have to understand at some point that may flip. And now you won't have the opportunity to be heard and to make sure that things that are being done by the other party are not bad for the nation, and that 60% haven't been reached, which means enough people are behind it for it to move forward. So I hope they leave it alone, but I also hope that they continue to work together and let everybody know that they are.
On that note, just really quickly, we did hear that theme play out in Governor Tim Walz's speech last night. He was talking about his own past of working across the aisle, about compromise. He used that word, and he gave those examples of, helping your neighbor. If their house is on fire, you're not going to first stop and be like, wait, who did they vote for? Okay, now I'm going to go help them, right? It's like, in that moment, we are American. It's not who you voted for, what your religion is, and all of that. It's like, in that moment, we are united by these commonalities. So it does seem like that was part of Governor Walz's theme, at least in his speech last night. But when it gets to more of what we can expect to see in that regard, given how maybe polarized politics has become, but maybe not the American people, when it comes to working across the aisle, what are some policies you see both sides being able to work on? I know Steve mentioned China the other day, but maybe what are some other areas where we are more united than we might think?
I think a lot of it comes down to foreign policy and defense. These are things that do tend to unite people more often than not. There may be disagreements at the top about whether Putin is a good guy or not a good guy, but whatever party you belong to, you agree that America needs to be defended, that we want to assure that our allies are safe. These are things that have brought about bipartisan cooperation for the last 4 years and even longer. Even on things that are social issues, we want to make sure, Social Security, for example, despite all of the discussions that there seem to be every election on how long it will last and who wants to kill it, at the end of the day, there's always a bipartisan vote to preserve it, because that's one of those things. The third rail of American politics still exists, and bipartisanship comes through there because it would negatively affect way too many people to actually change substantially. So you still see that in those issues, and I think you will still see that in more issues. The problem, though, is everyone claims that they're bipartisan and ready to work with the other side, but the reality is very few actually are these days.
And let's go back now to a live look at the DNC, where they are talking about the freedom from gun violence. Let's listen in.
I saw firsthand the power of telling our stories. You've just heard mine, but there are many more to tell.
On December 14th, 2012, I walked into Sandy Hook School. I stopped at the office, chatted with my principal, then started my day with my second graders. Suddenly, a loud crash, like metal folding chairs falling. 154 gunshots blaring. Hiding in the coats, trying to sing with my students, trying to read to them, trying to drown out the sounds. terror, crying, running. I carry that horrific day with me. 20 beautiful first grade children and 6 of my beautiful colleagues were killed. They should still be here.
It's 10:30 a.m. at Robb Elementary in Uvalde. The school is recognizing my 10-year-old daughter, Lexi, for receiving all A's. She receives a Good Citizen Award, and we pose for photos. She wears a St. Mary's sweatshirt and a smile that lights up the room. 30 minutes later, a gunman murders her, 18 classmates, and 2 teachers. We are taken to a private room where police tell us she isn't coming home. Uvalde is national news. Parents everywhere reach for their children. I reach out for the daughter I will never hold again.
My niece, Sandy Patrice, was 22. She drove to Myrtle Beach for sun and fun and motorcycle parades. Hours later, my phone rang. Shooting on the beach. No one can find Sandy. I stayed calm. You see, my mother, Patricia Ann, had been shot and killed by an abusive partner. I was calm then too. I got to handling business. I called relatives, the police, hospitals, and I kept calling, voice steady, heartbeat pulsing. Then I was connected to the coroner. 10 years of waiting, and Sandy's murder is still unsolved. I'll keep calling, and I'll keep fighting.
I was in high school when my classmate got shot. It changed my story. Instead of worrying about taking a test, I started worrying about living to take another test. They say schools are for learning, and I did learn a lot that day. I learned how to run, how to hide and drop, that what happens in the news can happen to me. But I learned something else too, that we can write and must write a new story if we choose to.
Are stories of loss. But make no mistake, our losses do not weaken us. They strengthen our resolve. We will secure safer futures that we all deserve. We will organize. We will advocate. We will run for office. And we will join with Americans from small towns and big cities to keep our communities safe. And we will will elect leaders like Kamala Harris, who won't just empathize, but will act.
Please welcome former Arizona Representative Gabby Giffords.
I was born in the great state of Arizona. I was born with grit. I grew up racing motorcycles, mucking stalls, and exploring the beautiful desert. I fell for an astronaut. For 5 years, I served in Congress from a swing district. Everybody called me a rising star. Then on January 8th, 2011, a man tried to assassinate me. He shot 19 people. He killed 6. Terrible, terrible day. I almost died, but I fought for my life and I survived. I learned to walk again, one step at a time. I learned to talk again, one word at a time. So many people helped me as I worked hard to recover, including a decent man for Delaware who always checked in. He still does. Thank you, Joe Biden. Thank you for everything. Joe is a great president. My friend Kamala will be a great president. She is tough. She has grit. Kamala can beat the gun lobby. She can fight gun trafficking. Kamala stood up to Wall Street and the drug company. She will protect abortion access. She will defend our freedom. She saved lives. Join me in voting for Kamala Harris. Bravo! Thank you.
Don't know why, but I feel like
I had the honor of meeting Vice President Harris when I got to introduce her when she spoke at my high school about gun violence.
Parkland happened, and all I could think about is that I wanted to keep my kids safe.
On July 4th, 2022, I was next in line to walk in the Highland Park Independence Day Parade when gunshots erupted. 7 people were shot and killed, and 48 more were injured.
Vice President Harris has been a gun sense champion since she was our California AG.
We have 2 options in November. We have Kamala Harris, who has already proven her leadership in the Biden-Harris administration. They passed the first ever comprehensive gun reform in 30 years. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has cozied up to the NRA and the gun lobby.
I have full confidence in Vice President Harris that she's dedicated to and committed to finding a solution to end gun violence.
Please welcome three-time Grammy-winning singer-songwriter and global pop icon, Pink.
We're searchlights we can see in the dark. We're rockets pointed up at the stars. We are billions of beautiful hearts. You sold us down the river too far. What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answer? What about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? Oh, what about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? We have problems that want to be solved. We are children that need to be loved. We were willing, we came when you called. But man, you fooled us. Enough is enough. Oh, what about us? What about all the times you said you had the answers? What about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? Sticks and stones they may break these bones, but then I'll be ready. Are you ready? I don't want control. I want to let go. I'll be ready. Now it's time to let them know. What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answers? So what about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? What about us? What about us? What about us?
Global security and global prosperity depend on the leadership of the United States of America. And a strong America remains indispensable to the world. Our democratic ideals of freedom and liberty inspire billions, and our military is the strongest in the world. Our military is a force that underwrites global stability and our national security.
Please welcome Arizona Senator Mark Kelly.
Hello, Chicago. Hello, Democrats. So, President Obama had to follow Michelle. I had to follow Gabby and Pink. Gabby amazes me every single day. She was able to walk out and address you tonight because she's a fighter. And thanks to a team of doctors, nurses, and especially her speech therapist. We all need a team. I've flown into space 4 times. I've flown into combat nearly 40 times. Not once did I do that by myself. It took a team to accomplish a mission. It always does. I flew in the Navy during the first Gulf War. America rallied our allies to kick out a tyrant who invaded a neighbor. Today, Vladimir Putin is testing whether we're still that strong. Iran, North Korea, and especially China watch closely. What's Trump's answer? He invited Russia to do, and these are his words, not mine, whatever the hell they want. Vice President Harris has always championed America's support for NATO, for Ukraine, and for the Ukrainian people. On the Senate Intelligence Committee, she investigated Russian interference in our election. She defends free and fair elections everywhere. You already know how Trump feels about those. Donald Trump skipped his intelligence briefings. He was too busy sucking up to dictators and dreaming of becoming one himself. Trump thinks that Americans who have made the ultimate sacrifice are suckers and losers. If we fall for that again and make him the commander-in-chief, the only suckers would be us. Kamala Harris knows that standing with our allies means standing up for Americans. She'll keep modernizing our military to support our troops and to support our veterans like our next Vice President, Tim Walz. The world laughs at Trump, literally. But folks, it is not funny. When he was president, that meant the world was laughing at us. The threats we face are too serious. The sacrifices our service members make are too sacred. The alliances we've spent decades building are too critical. That's what's at stake now. And the choice isn't even close. But in Arizona and nationwide, this election will be. We'll win in the same way we launch rockets into space and land fighter jets on an aircraft carrier as one team on one mission. State by state, voter by voter, coming together. No country is better than ours at solving big problems. So, on November 5th, let's prove that America is still the leader the world needs today by electing the leader we need right now, Kamala Harris. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Please welcome former Secretary of Defense Leon Panetta.
My fellow Americans, I'm proud to have served in the Army, the Congress, the White House, Chief of Staff, CIA Director, and Secretary of Defense. I've looked into the eyes of our warriors and deployed them into battle. I gave the order directing our Special Operations Forces to fly 2 helicopters 150 miles into Abbottabad at night. And by the time the sun rose, Osama bin Laden was dead. Because nobody attacks our country and gets away with it. Nobody. That's what our warriors do. That's what our warriors do. Our warriors need a tough, cool-headed commander-in-chief to defend our democracy from tyrants and terrorists. We need Kamala Harris behind the resolute desk. She knows a tyrant when she sees one. And our allies know a leader when they see one. On the Senate Intelligence Committee and as Vice President, she worked with more than 150 world leaders. She's looked our allies in the eye and said, America has your back. Trump would abandon our allies and isolate America. We tried that in the 1930s. It was foolish and dangerous then, and it's foolish and dangerous now. Listen to President Reagan. President Reagan. Isolationism never was and never will be an acceptable response to tyrannical governments. Never. Trump tells tyrants like Putin they can do whatever the hell they want. Kamala Harris tells tyrants, the hell you can, not on my watch. She's worked with President Zelensky to fight back against Russia. She knows that protecting their democracy protects our democracy as well. Look, Donald Trump does not understand the world, and he does not understand the service and sacrifice of our military. Our fallen veterans are not suckers, they are not losers, they are our heroes. Kamala Harris will honor our veterans. And in Tim Walz, we will have a vice president who has served in uniform honorably for 24 years. Kamala Harris understands this moment. It is a moment of danger and a moment of opportunity. She'll keep America's military the strongest in the world, the strongest ever known. And she understands what our military is for. The role of our military is to defend us from foreign enemies. It is not to threaten Americans, and it sure as hell isn't to put immigrants in camps. Every president since World War II, Republican and Democrat, has shared the belief that America must protect democracy in the world. Every president has honored our veterans and their sacrifices. Every president, but one. So we face a critical choice: to vote for someone who stands with our military and stands up for democracy, or someone who will disrespect our heroes and undermine our democracy. My fellow Americans, there is only one choice. One choice. And let me tell you something. When she takes her oath of office, as she will this January, our allies will cheer, our enemies will fear, and we will have a commander-in-chief that we can trust. God bless our veterans, and God bless our country.
Please welcome Arizona Representative Ruben Gallego.
I'm a dad, husband, congressman, and the proudest Arizonan you'll ever meet. But I am even prouder to be a Marine. Rah! My mom raised us alone on a secretary's salary. I slept on the floor. I worked every job I could: meat packing, construction, making pizzas. I made it to Harvard with no money or connections. Other kids were happy because they were at Harvard. I was happy because I finally had a mattress. Then I enlisted, fought alongside my brothers with Lima 325 in Iraq. They called us Lucky Lima, but our luck ran out. We saw some of the heaviest combat of the war. And when we got home, the government failed to help us readjust. We have a duty to care for our patriots who serve our nation. For the Vietnam veteran and Buckeye who relies on the VA for his medication. For the Afghan veteran in Pittsburgh who finally got treatment for his PTSD. For the Marine in Milwaukee who relies on the benefits she earned. For my Navajo brothers and sisters who serve in the Marines with me, I remember you too. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for them. Kamala Harris has delivered more benefits to more veterans than ever before, and has achieved the lowest veterans unemployment rate in history. Vice President Harris has stood up for us and our families always. Tim Walz served for 24 years. His passion for veterans earned him respect on both sides of the aisle, and he stands with us too. In fact, let me introduce you to some of the many Democrats who understand what service means, because we put country over politics. We were proud to wear the uniform. And we're proud serving our countries in city halls, state capitals, the U.S. House, and the Senate. These veterans represent the best of our country. We stand united as veterans, Democrats, and patriots to fight for everyone who serves. But politicians like Donald Trump, they don't stand with us. They call patriots like Senator McCain losers. John McCain was an American hero. Show some respect. Trump's Project 2025 will slash veteran benefits and force VA hospitals to close across the nation. Show some respect. So, for the 18-year-old who decides to enlist, for the families like mine who prayed every night that their loved one would come home, for our troops stationed thousands of miles away, for my Marines of Lima Company, let's elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who don't just respect our service, but revere it. Because the veterans who defended this country aren't just the reason we can sleep at night. They're the reason we can dream. And together, we'll fight for our veterans and everyone who served our country. Thank you.
Please welcome Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
I'm Governor Gretchen Whitmer. In Lansing, they call me Governor. But in Detroit, they call me Big Gretch. Donald Trump called me that woman from Michigan as an insult. Being a woman from Michigan is a badge of honor. Like women across America, we just GSD. Get stuff done. At 29, I joined the sandwich generation. Sandwiched between working and raising my newborn and caring for my mom, who was dying from brain cancer. It was hard, but not extraordinary. It's life. Those nights reminded me who I was fighting for. People just trying to make it. Kamala Harris knows who she's fighting for, too. She took care of her mom, who also battled cancer. As president, she'll fight to lower the cost of health care and elder care for every family. She's lived a life like ours. She knows us. Donald Trump doesn't know you at all. You think he understands that when your car breaks down, you can't get to work? No. His first word was probably chauffeur. You think he's ever had to take items out of the cart before checking out? Hell, you think he's ever been to a grocery store? That's what the chauffeur is for. But Kamala Harris, she gets us. She sees us. She is us. Look, we've all lived through a lot of history over the past few years. Floods and fires, an attempted coup, a plot, and a pandemic. It's exhausting. We don't know what the next 4 years will bring. But what we do know is this. Through it all, your life won't stop. You're going to have to get to work, pick up the kids, and pay your bills. And then one day, when you're just trying to get everyone out the door, a news alert goes off. Something happened. Something hit the fan. You'll ask, is my family going to be okay? And then you'll ask, who the hell is in charge? What if it's him? What if it's that man from Mar-a-Lago? I know, in a crisis, we need someone strong enough to come up with a plan, to tell the truth, and to bring people together. Right now, before the crisis, is when we get to choose. Why wouldn't we choose the leader who's tough, tested, and a total badass? I know who I want as our commander-in-chief. America, let's choose Kamala Harris.
Please welcome actress, director, and philanthropist, Eva Longoria.
Hello, Chicago! Yes! I am so excited to be here tonight. What an honor to be part of this historic moment, and y'all are part of it. Look, I have known Kamala Harris for more than a decade, and she comes from a family a lot like mine, and I'm sure a lot like yours. We were both raised knowing that no one was gonna hand us anything. especially as women, that we were going to have to touch every rung of the ladder to get ahead. We were going to have to work really hard. Now, she worked at McDonald's, but I worked at Wendy's. And look at us now. You see, Kamala and I were able to see beyond the horizon because our families supported our big dreams. Well, guess what? As Americans, we're all part of one big family. Somos familia. And as familia, we have to have each other's back. We have to support each other's dreams because Kamala's success is our success. And she supports us to dream big too. So let me tell you, in the Latino community, in our community, we have a saying, sí se puede, which means yes. It means yes, we can. But tonight, I'm here to tell you, yes, she can. So we're going to say, she se puede. So when someone asks you, is she ready to lead this country forward? We're going to say, she se puede. When somebody says, is she qualified for the job? We're going to say, she se puede. When somebody asks, is she going to be the first female president of the United States? We're going to say, she se puede. Our voices, our vote, we're going to decide this election. And let me tell you, the energy tonight isn't just here in Chicago, it's all across the country. People are gathered at watch parties everywhere to celebrate Kamala Harris. Say hello. Yes. All right. We know how to work, so let's get to work. Let's turn all of this enthusiasm and joy into action between now and November 5th. Let's go. She se puede. She se puede.
Please welcome former Illinois Republican Representative Adam Kinzinger.
Hey, good evening. Good evening. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm Adam Kinzinger, and I am proud to be in the trenches with you as part of this sometimes awkward alliance that we have to defend truth, defend democracy, and decency. I was just a kid when I was drawn to the party of Ronald Reagan, to his vision of a strong America, the shining city on a hill. I was a Republican for 12 years in Congress, and I still hold on to the label. I never thought I'd be here, but listen, you never thought you'd see me here, did you? But I've learned something about the Democratic Party, and I want to let my fellow Republicans in on the secret. The Democrats are as patriotic as us. They love this country just as much as we do. And they are as eager to defend American values at home and abroad as we conservatives have ever been. I was relieved to discover that because I've learned something about my party too, something I couldn't ignore. The Republican Party is no longer conservative. It has switched its allegiance from the principles that gave it purpose to a man whose only purpose is himself. Donald Trump is a weak man pretending to be strong. He is a small man pretending to be big. He's a faithless man pretending to be righteous. He's a perpetrator who can't stop playing the victim. He puts on, listen, he puts on quite a show, but there is no real strength there. As a conservative and a veteran, I believe true strength lies in defending the vulnerable. It's in protecting your family. It's in standing up for our Constitution and our democracy. That is the soul of being a conservative. It used to be the soul of being a Republican, but Donald Trump has suffocated the soul of the Republican Party. His fundamental weakness has coursed through my party like an illness, sapping our strength, softening our spine, whipping us into a fever that has untethered us from our values. Our democracy was frayed by the events of January 6th, as Donald Trump's deceit and dishonor led to a siege on the United States Capitol. That day, I stood witness to a profound sorrow, the desecration of our sacred tradition of peaceful transition of power, tarnished by a man too fragile, too vain, and too weak to accept defeat. How can a party claim to be patriotic if it idolizes a man who tried to overthrow a free and fair election? How can a party claim to stand for liberty if it sees a fight for freedom in Ukraine, an attack pitting tyranny against democracy, a challenge to everything our nation claims to be, and it retreats, it equivocates, it nominates a man who is weirdly obsessed with Putin, and his running mate who said, quote, "I don't care what happens in Ukraine." Yeah, and he wants to be vice president. Yeah. How can a party claim to be conservative when it tarnishes the gifts that our forebears fought for? Men like my grandfather, who served in World War II, who believed in a cause bigger than himself, and he risked his life for it behind enemy lines. To preserve American democracy, his generation found the courage to face down armies. Listen, all we're asked to do is to summon the courage to stand up to one weak man. Some have questioned why I've taken the stand I have. The answer is really simple, ladies and gentlemen. We must put country first. And tonight, as a Republican speaking before you, I'm putting our country first. Because the fact is, I do belong here. I know Kamala Harris shares my allegiance to the rule of law, the Constitution, and democracy. And she is dedicated to upholding all three in service to our country. Whatever policies we disagree on pale in comparison with those fundamental matters of principle, of decency, and of fidelity to this nation. Listen, to my fellow Republicans, if you still pledge allegiance to those principles, I suspect you belong here too. Because democracy knows no party. It's a living, breathing ideal that defines us as a nation. It's the bedrock that separates us from tyranny, and when that foundation is fractured, we must all stand together, united, to strengthen it. If you think those principles are worth defending, then I urge you, make the right choice. Vote for our bedrock values, and vote for Kamala Harris. God bless you.
Please welcome lawyer, policy advocate, and sister of the Vice President, Meier Harris.
Hello, Chicago. In 1958, a 19-year-old from India left the only country she'd ever known to chart her own path in America. She came here to pursue an education, but she stayed here to build a life. Her name was Dr. Kamala Gopalan Harris. But we called her Mommy. Mommy was so many things to so many people. A civil rights activist, a scientist, a devoted mother to her 2 little girls. But most of all, Mommy was a trailblazer who defied the odds and defined herself. And when it came to Kamala and me, Mommy had great expectations for us, but she had even greater expectations of us. She raised us to believe that we could be and do anything. And we believed her. You see, Mommy understood the power and the possibility that come with knowing and showing who you truly are. She knew we could be the authors of our own stories, just as she'd been the author of her own. Mommy's journey and the opportunity that she wanted for Kamala and me, that's a distinctly American story. We may all have different histories, different struggles, or different perspectives, but what binds us together is the fervent desire to be free, to fulfill our God-given potential. Kamala's entire life has been about fighting for each of us to have that freedom. And like so many Americans, Kamala knows what it's like to be underestimated and be counted out. She knows what it's like to be the underdog and yet still beat the odds. And now, she has created so much electricity, so much optimism, so much joy throughout the nation, and it is why we need her leadership in this historic moment. We are living in a time when some are trying to divide us, to separate us in ways that make it difficult for us to come together. Well, look, my sister rejects that view. Where others push darkness, Kamala sees promise. Where others feel detachment, Kamala fosters connection. Where others want to drag us back to the past, my sister says, hold up now, we are not going back. Because Kamala understands we have so much more in common than what separates us. She knows the measure of our success isn't just winning an election. It's about who we bring along and lift up in the process. And so as I look out at all of you today and take in this incredible moment, I so wish that Mommy could be here tonight. I can just see her smiling, saying how proud she is of Kamala. And then, without missing a beat, she'd say, that's enough, you got work to do. She would tell all of us to roll up our sleeves and get to work, to elect a leader who sees the potential in each of us, a leader who cares for all of us, a leader who fights for every one of us. Our Democratic nominee, my big sister, the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Please welcome North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper.
Hello, America. I'm Roy Cooper, the last guy standing between you and the moment we're all waiting for. So I'm going to get right to it. All week, you've heard stories about my friend Kamala. I want to take you behind the scenes of one of them. 2011 was a rough time for American homeowners. Hundreds of thousands were losing their homes to illegal foreclosure. I was Attorney General in North Carolina, while Kamala had just become California's. All the AGs were close to a settlement with the big banks, and it was a pretty good deal. Would have meant $4 billion for California families who'd been ripped off. I know that sounds like a lot, but Kamala said, hang on a minute. I've met these families. I know what they've been through, and they deserve more. She went toe-to-toe with some of the world's most powerful executives, and she refused to give in. Let me tell you, this was a huge risk, but she knew it was a risk worth taking. That's Kamala. And we all know what happened. The banks caved. That $4 billion for California families became $20 billion. That was the first time I witnessed Kamala in action. And what I saw was a leader who does exactly what she says she's going to do, who never will settle for less. America, we got a lot of big fights ahead of us, and we've got one hell of a fighter ready to take them on. I know that because I know her. And tonight, I want the American people to know, even if you don't agree with her on everything, Kamala Harris will fight for you to the very end. For families who need better health care or a safer place to live, Kamala will fight for you. For parents who want better schools for their kids, for workers worried about a secure retirement for themselves, Kamala will fight for you. For any one of our allies, anywhere in the world, wondering if America still has your back, remember this: Kamala will fight for you. And when she fights, we win. Kamala's ready. Kamala's ready. The question is, are we? Are we going to stand up and fight for Kamala like she'll stand up and fight for us? All right. If you're ready, my home state of North Carolina, stand up. Stand up, Pennsylvania. Stand up, Michigan. Stand up, Wisconsin. Stand up, Georgia. Stand up, Nevada. Stand up, Arizona. Stand up, America. Are we going to stand up? Are we going to fight? Are we going to vote? Are we going to win? You bet we are. Let's go get them.
She grew up in a tight-knit neighborhood. It was the kind of place where your neighbor would look after you when school let out, where your first grade teacher would show up at your law school graduation. It's where Kamala Harris learned what it means to be in the middle class, making every paycheck count. She was raised by a working mom who taught her about standing up for what's right and protecting the people you love.
Kamala carries the lessons of our mother, the fighting spirit of our mother, the compassion.
She was all of 5 feet tall. If you met her, you would have thought she was 7 feet tall. And our mother, if I'd ever come home complaining about anything, she wouldn't have it. The first thing she'd say is, well, just stop the complaining. Just tell me what you're going to do about it.
And since she was a young girl, Kamala Harris has been fighting for families like the ones she grew up with.
That is Kamala. She can't help herself from standing up for people and standing up for what she thinks is right. She has been that way our whole lives. Being a protector is what led her to become a prosecutor. Looking back now, I could say it was her calling.
As a courtroom prosecutor, she went after predators who targeted women and children, and fraudsters who ripped off working families. And she put dangerous gang members and human traffickers behind bars.
We didn't have partnerships with DOJ or FBI or DEA or any of those law enforcement agencies. Now, we all work collaboratively. She was the person who built the foundation in how we do criminal justice in America.
As Attorney General of California, she held the big Wall Street banks accountable for fraud, winning $20 billion for California families. She took on one of the largest for-profit colleges that was scamming students. And in the Senate, she fought for her constituents with the determination of a prosecutor, standing up for reproductive freedom.
Can you think of any laws that give the government the power to make decisions about the male body?
I'm not thinking of any right now, Senator.
She fought to keep our children safe from the terror of gun violence.
How many of you guys had to have a drill where you learned about how you need to hide in a closet or crouch in a corner in the event that there is a mass shooter? Look at that. Look at that.
On the Intelligence Committee, she defended our nation against foreign adversaries. And in 2020, she made history as the first woman to be elected Vice President of the United States. She cast the tie-breaking vote to deliver urgent relief to the American people during the pandemic. She beat Big Pharma to lower prescription drug costs and cap the cost of insulin, and led the fight to restore reproductive rights after Roe v. Wade was overturned.
We have worked too hard and fought too long to see our daughters grow up in a world with fewer rights than our mothers.
Because she's never been afraid to stand up to powerful interests.
Sometimes people will open the door for you and leave it open, sometimes they won't. And then you need to kick that door down. Excuse my language.
Now, she's running for president, still fighting for families like the one she grew up with.
Our campaign is about saying we trust the people. We're saying we just want fairness. We want dignity for all people. And we are a work in progress. We haven't yet quite reached all of those ideals, but we will die trying because we love our country. We believe in our country. We're not falling for these folks who are trying to divide us, trying to pull us apart. We know what we stand for, and we stand for the people. And we stand for the dignity of work. And we stand for freedom. We stand for justice. We stand for equality. And so we will fight for all of it.
That's who Kamala Harris is. That's what she believes. And that's what she'll fight for.
Democratic nominee for president, Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, please, thank you so very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, let's get to business. Let's get to business. All right. So let me start by thanking my most incredible husband, Doug, for being an incredible partner to me, an incredible father to Cole and Ella, and happy anniversary, Dougie. I love you so very much. To our President, Joe Biden. When I think about the path that we have traveled together, Joe, I am filled with gratitude. Your record is extraordinary, as history will show, and your character is inspiring. And Doug and I love you and Jill and are forever thankful to you both. And to Coach Tim Walz, you are going to be an incredible vice president. And to the delegates and everyone who has put your faith in our campaign, your support is humbling. So, America, the path that led me here in recent weeks was no doubt unexpected. But I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys. So, my mother, our mother, Kamala Harris, had one of her own. And I miss her every day, and especially right now. And I know she's looking down, smiling. I know that. So my mother was 19 when she crossed the world alone, traveling from India to California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist who would cure breast cancer. When she finished school, she was supposed to return home to a traditional arranged marriage. But as fate would have it, she met my father, Donald Harris, a student from Jamaica. They fell in love and got married, and that act of self-determination made my sister Meier and me. Growing up, we moved a lot. I will always remember that big Mayflower truck packed with all our belongings, ready to go to Illinois, to Wisconsin, and wherever our parents' jobs took us. My early memories of our parents together are very joyful ones. A home filled with laughter and music, Aretha, Coltrane, and Miles. At the park, my mother would say, "Stay close." But my father would say, as he smiled, "Run, Kamala, run. Don't be afraid. Don't let anything stop you." From my earliest years, he taught me to be fearless. But the harmony between my parents did not last. When I was in elementary school, they split up. And it was mostly my mother who raised us. Before she could finally afford to buy a home, she rented a small apartment in the East Bay. In the Bay, you either live in the hills or the flatlands. We lived in the flats. A beautiful working-class neighborhood of firefighters, nurses, and construction workers, all who tended their lawns with pride. My mother, she worked long hours, and like many working parents, she leaned on a trusted circle to help raise us. Mrs. Shelton, who ran the daycare below us and became a second mother. Uncle Sherman, Aunt Mary, Uncle Freddie, Auntie Chris. None of them family by blood, and all of them family by love. Family who taught us how to make gumbo, how to play chess, and sometimes even let us win. Family who loved us, believed in us, and told us we could be anything and do anything. They instilled in us the values they personified: community, faith, and the importance of treating others as you would want to be treated, with kindness, respect, and compassion. My mother was a brilliant, 5-foot-tall, brown woman with an accent. And as the eldest child, I saw how the world would sometimes treat her. But my mother never lost her cool. She was tough, courageous, a trailblazer in the fight for women's health, and she taught Maya and me a lesson that Michelle mentioned the other night. She taught us to never complain about injustice, but do something about it. Do something about it. That was my mother. And she taught us, and she also taught us, and never do anything half-assed. And that is a direct quote. A direct quote. I grew up immersed in the ideals of the civil rights movement. My parents had met at a civil rights gathering, and they made sure that we learned about civil rights leaders, including the lawyers like Thurgood Marshall and Constance Baker Motley, those who battled in the courtroom to make real the promise of America. So at a young age, I decided I wanted to do that work. I wanted to be a lawyer. And when it came time to choose the type of law I would pursue, I reflected on a pivotal moment in my life. You see, when I was in high school, I started to notice something about my best friend, Wanda. She was sad at school, and there were times she didn't want to go home. So one day I asked if everything was all right, and she confided in me that she was being sexually abused by her stepfather. And I immediately told her she had to come stay with us, and she did. This is one of the reasons I became a prosecutor, to protect people like Wanda, because I believe everyone has a right to safety, to dignity, and to justice. As a prosecutor, when I had a case, I charged it not in the name of the victim, but in the name of the people. For a simple reason. In our system of justice, a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us. And I would often explain this to console survivors of crime, to remind them no one should be made to fight alone. We are all in this together. And every day, in the courtroom, I stood proudly before a judge, and I said 5 words: Kamala Harris for the people. And to be clear, my entire career, I've only had one client, the people. And so, on behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks, On behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another, on behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America. And with this election, our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward. Not as members of any one party or faction, but as Americans. And let me say, I know there are people of various political views watching tonight, and I want you to know, I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self, to hold sacred America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power. I will be a president who unites us around our highest aspirations, a president who leads and listens, who is realistic, practical, and has common sense, and always fights for the American people. From the courthouse to the White House, that has been my life's work. As a young courtroom prosecutor in Oakland, California, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks, delivered $20 billion for middle-class families who faced foreclosure, and helped pass a homeowner Bill of Rights, one of the first of its kind in the nation. I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges, for workers who are being cheated out of their wages, the wages they were due, for seniors facing elder abuse. I fought against the cartels who traffic in guns and drugs and human beings, who threaten the security of our border and the safety of our communities. And I will tell you, these fights were not easy, and neither were the elections that put me in those offices. We were underestimated at practically every turn, but we never gave up, because the future is always worth fighting for. The fight we are in right now, a fight for America's future. Fellow Americans, this election is not only the most important of our lives, it is one of the most important in the life of our nation. In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man. But the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. Consider not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also the gravity of what has happened since he lost the last election. Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes. When he failed, he sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol, where they assaulted law enforcement officers. When politicians in his own party begged him to call off the mob and send help, he did the opposite. He fanned the flames. And now, for an entirely different set of crimes, he was found guilty of fraud by a jury of everyday Americans and separately found liable for committing sexual abuse. And consider what he intends to do if we give him power again. Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists who assaulted those law enforcement officers at the Capitol. His explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy. His explicit intent to deploy our active duty military against our own citizens. Consider the power he will have, especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution. Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails, and how he would use the immense powers of the presidency of the United States, not to improve your life, not to strengthen our national security, but to serve the only client he has ever had, himself. And we know what a second Trump term would look like. It's all laid out in Project 2025, written by his closest advisors, and its sum total is to pull our country back to the past. But America, we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back to when Donald Trump tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. We are not going back to when he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions. We are not going to let him eliminate the Department of Education that funds our public schools. We are not going to let him end programs like Head Start that provide preschool and childcare for our children. America, we are not going back. And we are charting a new way forward. Forward to a future with a strong and growing middle class, because we know a strong middle class has always been critical to America's success. And building that middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency. And I'll tell you, this is personal for me. The middle class is where I come from. My mother kept a strict budget. We lived within our means, yet we wanted for little. And she expected us to make the most of the opportunities that were available to us and to be grateful for them. Because, as she taught us, opportunity is not available to everyone. That's why we will create what I call an opportunity economy where everyone has the chance to compete and a chance to succeed. Whether you live in a rural area, small town, or big city. And as president, I will bring together labor and workers and small business owners and entrepreneurs and American companies to create jobs, to grow our economy, and to lower the cost of everyday needs like health care and housing and groceries. We will provide access to capital for small business owners and entrepreneurs and founders. And we will end America's housing shortage and protect Social Security and Medicare. Now compare that to Donald Trump, because I think everyone here knows he doesn't actually fight for the middle class. He doesn't actually fight for the middle class. Instead, he fights for himself and his billionaire friends. And he will give them another round of tax breaks that will add up to $5 trillion to the national debt. And all the while, he intends to enact what in effect is a national sales tax, call it a Trump tax, that would raise prices on middle-class families by almost $4,000 a year. Well, instead of a Trump tax hike, we will pass a middle-class tax cut that will benefit more than 100 million Americans. Friends, I believe America cannot truly be prosperous unless Americans are fully able to make their own decisions about their own lives, especially on matters of heart and home. But tonight, in America, too many women are not able to make those decisions. And let's be clear about how we got here. Donald Trump handpicked members of the United States Supreme Court to take away reproductive freedom. And now he brags about it. In his words, quote, "I did it and I'm proud to have done it," end quote. Well, I'll tell you, over the past 2 years, I've traveled across our country, and women have told me their stories. Husbands and fathers have shared theirs. Stories of women miscarrying in a parking lot, developing sepsis, losing the ability to ever again have children, all because doctors are afraid they may go to jail for caring for their patients. Couples just trying to grow their family, cut off in the middle of IVF treatments. Children who have survived sexual assault, potentially being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. This is what's happening in our country because of Donald Trump. And understand, he is not done. As a part of his agenda, he and his allies would limit access to birth control, ban medication abortion, and enact a nationwide abortion ban with or without Congress. And get this, he plans to create a national anti-abortion coordinator and force states to report on women's miscarriages and abortions. Simply put, they are out of their minds. one must ask, why exactly is it that they don't trust women? Well, we trust women. We trust women. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. In this election, many other fundamental freedoms are at stake. The freedom to live safe from gun violence in our schools, communities, and places of worship. The freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and live free from the pollution that fuels the climate crisis. And the freedom that unlocks all the others, the freedom to vote. With this election, we finally have the opportunity to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. And let me be clear, after decades in law enforcement, I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border. Last year, Joe and I brought together Democrats and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades. The Border Patrol endorsed it. But Donald Trump believes a border deal would hurt his campaign. So he ordered his allies in Congress to kill the deal. Well, I refuse to play politics with our security. And here is my pledge to you. As president, I will bring back the bipartisan border security bill that he killed, and I will sign it into law. I know we can live up to our proud heritage as a nation of immigrants and reform our broken immigration system. We can create an earned pathway to citizenship and secure our border. And America, we must also be steadfast in advancing our security and values abroad. As Vice President, I have confronted threats to our security, negotiated with foreign leaders, strengthened our alliances, and engaged with our brave troops overseas. As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. And I will fulfill our sacred obligation to care for our troops and their families, and I will always honor and never disparage their service and their sacrifice. I will make sure that we lead the world into the future on space and artificial intelligence, that America, not China, wins the competition for the 21st century, and that we strengthen, not abdicate, our global leadership. Trump, on the other hand, threatened to abandon NATO. He encouraged Putin to invade our allies, said Russia could, quote, do whatever the hell they want. 5 days before Russia attacked Ukraine, I met with President Zelensky to warn him about Russia's plan to invade. I helped mobilize a global response, over 50 countries, to defend against Putin's aggression. And as president, I will stand strong with Ukraine and our NATO allies. With respect to the war in Gaza, President Biden and I are working around the clock because now is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done. And let me be clear, I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7, including unspeakable sexual violence and the massacre of young people at a music festival. At the same time, what has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. So many innocent lives lost. Desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety over and over again. The scale of suffering is heartbreaking. President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination. Take whatever action is necessary to defend our forces and our interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists. I will not cozy up to tyrants and dictators like Kim Jong-un who are rooting for Trump, Because, you know, they know he is easy to manipulate with flattery and favors. They know Trump won't hold autocrats accountable because he wants to be an autocrat himself. And as president, I will never waver in defense of America's security and ideals, because in the enduring struggle between democracy and tyranny, I know where I stand and I know where the United States belongs. I love our country with all my heart. Everywhere I go, in everyone I meet, I see a nation that is ready to move forward, ready for the next step in the incredible journey that is America. I see an America where we hold fast to the fearless belief that built our nation and inspired the world, that here, in this country, anything is possible, that nothing is out of reach. An America where we care for one another, look out for one another, and recognize that we have so much more in common than what separates us. That none of us has to fail for all of us to succeed. And that in unity there is strength. You know, our opponents in this race are out there every day denigrating America, talking about how terrible everything is. Well, my mother had another lesson she used to teach. Never let anyone tell you who you are. You show them who you are. America, let us show each other and the world who we are and what we stand for. Freedom, opportunity, compassion, dignity, fairness, and endless possibilities. We are the heirs to the greatest democracy in the history of the world. And on behalf of our children and our grandchildren and all those who sacrificed so dearly for our freedom and liberty, we must be worthy of this moment. It is now our turn to do what generations before us have done, guided by optimism and faith, to fight for this country we love, to fight for the ideals we cherish, and to uphold the awesome responsibility that comes with the greatest privilege on earth, the privilege and pride of being an American. So let's get out there, let's fight for it, let's get out there, let's vote for it, and together, let us write the next great chapter in the most extraordinary story ever told. Thank you. God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you all.
And there you have it, a live look into the DNC, the National Convention, the Democrat National Convention, where the Democrats just heard from their leader, Kamala Harris, a wide-ranging speech. She covered a variety of topics. They're still celebrating right now, as you see all the balloons have dropped, and the family of Kamala Harris there on stage, as well as Tim Walz, just really celebrating, soaking in the moment of really a historic moment. Tiff, what are you seeing here?
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, there's a lot of celebrations happening. It's very happy. I feel like these 4 days have been very happy, full of enthusiasm. There's a lot of talk about joy, you know, calling Kamala Harris a joyful warrior. When it comes to her speech tonight, obviously a lot shorter than Trump's. She did mention Trump by name 16 times. Kind of interesting when we think of Trump's speech where he mentioned Biden by name twice. He said, "You're only going to hear me say Biden once," but that made it twice. So that was an interesting point that stood out. When it comes to policy, I think we started to hear a little bit there, when it came to the border, a bit on foreign policy. When it came to some of the maybe trickier issues, if you will, Israel, Gaza, it almost sounded like she wanted it both ways. She mentioned standing up for Israel's right to defend itself, but also talking about the Palestinian people and, that they can have their future and their path there, while also calling Hamas a terrorist organization. So, putting that label back. So it'd be interesting to see how the pro-Palestine groups take it. There's been a lot of those protesters outside the venue.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll be hearing a lot more news on that. We're going to bring it back briefly in studio, at least to get our guests involved here. Dante, I want to start with you. From your perspective, did Kamala Harris deliver for the Democratic Party?
This was the biggest political speech in her career. She stepped up to the plate, and I think she hit a home run. I think she really, truly delivered and did exactly what she needed to do. She talked about we are not going back and looking for a new way forward, which is a little bizarre because she's a sitting vice president, but she made it seem as if former President Trump was the incumbent, the one in office that's holding everybody back. And she was the new way forward. And the fact that she could do that, despite the fact that she's the one in office right now, I think was very impressive. So that's what got the ball rolling. And then what she did is what she absolutely needed to do. And I just want to walk through this really quickly. She stood up there for about 20 minutes and gave a laundry list of policy. And the way she did it was brilliant. The way this speech was written was brilliant, and I'll tell you why. She talked about the economy, then the border, then the right to choose. She even talked about AI. She talked about space, the environment. She talked about Ukraine, Israel, defending our forces. The way she did it, news now. This speech is going to be broken down in sections and posted on X, posted on TikTok in small segments. And if you want to Google starting tomorrow or do a search on one of these social media sites about the issue that's important to you, you will find the 20 seconds where she addressed it and said what her stance was. So you will know where she stands on all of these issues. And she walked through a laundry list, and I think a brilliant way that answers all of the questions that people had throughout the course of the week. So I applaud her for what she did. She sounded very confident. I said she had to, and I think she had confidence in her voice, and she convinced a lot of people that she was strong enough to handle this position and to protect our nation and to move it forward.
And Gerard, you're also here, and you also heard the speech. What are your takeaways?
Well, first and foremost, she came across as likable, as someone who is appealing to people, who appeal to people on a very basic human level. I am a little less enthusiastic than Dante is about how much she accomplished with her policy positions. I think that this is a speech that will be taken for days after this, and people will be wondering what she actually said about things, whether it was campaign promises and platitudes or whether there was anything meaningful there. Future, but that vision is not as clear as I would have expected.
I want to zoom in on one part when it came to, Israel, Gaza, Hamas, the conflict there, when it comes to almost wanting to have it both ways. She did mention President Biden and I in both instances, talking about wanting the hostages and ceasefire deal to, please both parts there. And then also when it comes to, Israel's right to defend itself, and also the, Palestinian people and the conflict there, really shaping it in humanitarian terms, in terms of the suffering happening in Gaza. When it comes to putting herself and Biden together, Dante, I want to get your take on this. Could she be doing that in a way, in case there is pushback, to then still tie that to President Biden and say, I have to do that now because I'm vice president, but when I am in office, I'm going to do what you want, potentially. What did you make of her mentioning in that instance, putting President Biden with her?
Well, there's going to be parts, and there were clearly parts where she is in line with President Biden. And I think President Biden, he's still the president. He still has support. And you want to show that in parts you were together, especially where you believe he was right. for that specific issue. I don't think she's splitting the baby. We talked about this before. I think there's a way to look at this issue and say no side is completely right. And I think that's what she did, looking and saying Israel absolutely has a right to defend itself. But Palestinians absolutely have a right to life. And what she said is, in Gaza, in that region, those deaths should not be occurring. They have a right to life. She also very firmly said that Hamas is a terrorist organization, which they are. And there should be no qualms about that. And I don't think she left any confusion there or question there. So I don't think saying that two things can equally exist, where Israel has the right to defend itself, but Palestinians have the right to life, I don't think those are conflicting things. And because you say both, it means you're against one side or the other. So I think that she laid out where she stands and what she'll support, especially on this issue. And anybody that has a question or had a question before, you can't leave here after this speech with any questions about it.
And Gerard, on that note, earlier, of course, Steve was asking about how you see, the protests on college campuses playing out. After this speech, how do you see that playing out?
Well, when you say that you will stand up for Israel's right to defend itself and ensure its ability to defend itself, you will not be quieting those protests. Those protests will go on apace. She did herself no favor with the uncommitted crowd. But I also want to push back a little on this notion that it's the issue in Gaza, putting the blame on any respect on Israel is disingenuous, because you have to put it just as much on Hamas for continuing this war. When we hear ceasefire, we hear this narrative, which is not true, of Israel is doing something they must stop. Hamas at any point could have released hostages and had a ceasefire. Hamas at any point could have surrendered the people who committed the atrocities. Hamas is actually the democratically elected government of Gaza. So when you are talking about having self-determination for Palestinians, you can't do that without acknowledging what the truth is. And the truth is not that there's Israel versus Palestine. The truth is that the people of Palestine, Palestinians, are being basically held prisoner by their own government, by Hamas, and placing the blame on any extent on Israel and making this a dichotomy where you can support the people of Gaza. You absolutely can, but don't blame Israel for that, and make it clear you're not going to satisfy truth, and you're not going to do anything about the protests if you give into the illusion that somehow Israel is responsible for these civilian deaths in Gaza without blaming Hamas for what it has been doing for decades.
And in her speech tonight, she also outlined her plan for the border. Obviously, a top issue for both sides, Democrats and Republicans, is illegal immigration and the situation at the border. Let's play some sound of what Vice President Harris had to say.
I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border. Last year, Joe and I brought together Democrats and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades. The Border Patrol endorsed it. But Donald Trump believes a border deal would hurt his campaign. So he ordered his allies in Congress to kill the deal. Well, I refuse to play politics with our security, and here is my pledge to you. As president, I will bring back the bipartisan border security bill that he killed, and I will sign it into law. I know we can live up to our proud heritage as a nation of immigrants and reform our broken immigration system. We can create an earned pathway to citizenship and secure our border.
So Dante, for most Americans who are busy, taking their kids to soccer practice and just putting food on the table, they probably can't distinguish too much between the bipartisan bill that she's referring to and H.R. 2, which is a previous bill that was put forth that solved a lot of these same issues. What do you think it is between H.R. 2 and this bill that she's speaking about that the Democrats can't give some ground on and come to terms with?
Well, I think the Democrats did give ground. And in fact, when this bill was put forward, there were a couple of issues that the Republicans were really wanting here, which is the no amnesty, which they're not pushing for anymore. And she made it clear today in her speech, I believe, when she said she wants to create a path You have to create a path for people that's here to become naturalized citizens, because you can't realistically just kick everybody out of the country. It's just not going to happen. There's no feasible way to do that. And I think that would, in fact, hurt our economy. It would hurt the ecosystem that we have in play. So what I believe that she's saying is the Democrats did give ground and made the central part of the border, protecting and stopping criminals from coming in, and making sure that the numbers of people that's coming in, that's one of the biggest deciding factors when you talk about H.R. 2 and the bill that was kiboshed by former President Trump, is the number of people that's crossing the border and that's allowed to cross the border, the waiting periods that's going to be there, and the screening process that's going to be there if people are caught, if it's a catch and release or a catch and deportation. Those things are going to be flushed out. And I won't say that she presented all of those answers here tonight, but she did say that she's going to take the border seriously. She's going to make sure that our country is safe, that the people who are coming in, because you do want immigration into the United States. We need people coming in because they bring ideas with them. They bring work that needs to be done here. She's going to support that, but in a way that protects our country. And I think she made that clear, even if we don't know every single detail of what the policy will be when she gets to that point.
And Gerard, were the policies, in your opinion, in H.R. 2 unreasonable? And to Dante's assessment of former President Trump being the one that wanted that bipartisan bill, squashed, do you think that that's a fair statement?
I think it is a fair statement that Trump wanted the bill squashed, but I think it's also because what the bill does in part is it creates more of a bureaucratic system. It creates more procedures and more processes that doesn't go directly to limiting immediately the number of people coming in. And I think that is what the main difference is, that Donald Trump preferred a system where by executive order you can take action, by the executive could take action, DHS could take action, and it wouldn't be a matter of having a committee or having laws that have then result in regulations being written, which takes time before you start sorting things out. I don't think the bill itself is problematic. I think what's problematic is the interpretation of it. And that's always, it's not the language of the law, it's the language of the regulations that come out of it. And when you have any law that is not clear, as we have seen the Supreme Court do many times since this last term, and you leave it to the department to interpret, that's room for problems, which you don't have if you have clarity from an executive order.
But just in response to that, when you talk about establishing laws, we want to establish laws that long-term will be effective. And there is a dispute now about, and part of that bill, and why former President Trump may have quashed it is it's not immediate action. But immediate action may not be sustainable over time. You do want to have regulations. You do want to have some kind of hierarchy in court systems that can monitor people that's coming in, determine whether or not they should be sent back, whether or not they should be allowed to stay, how long that process takes. That should be regulated. And even if it takes a little bit of time to get everything ramped up and kind of catch up to where you need to be, you don't want to rush something through that's now, it's going to be complete chaos in the future because you just wanted immediate action. And I think thinking things through and being really thoughtful in the process is what should happen here. And I think, Vice President Kamala Harris made it clear that she's going to be dedicated to that process.
It does sound like we will be hearing a lot more from Kamala Harris in terms of fleshing out the border policies. Of course, we saw former President Trump down at the border today. He was talking about he's going to build the Rolls Royce of border walls amid his speeches there. I want to circle back to one of our earlier topics, the Israel-Gaza war. Kamala Harris did speak about that in her speech tonight. Let's actually play some sound and refresh our memories of that.
I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7, including unspeakable sexual violence and the massacre of young people at a music festival. At the same time, what has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. President Biden and I are working to end this war, such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination.
And there you had a little refresh. We were just hashing out this issue earlier, but now that we've refreshed our memories, if you will, does that change your perception at all? Probably not, but.
No, and I think she made it absolutely clear that October 7th can never happen again. That's first and foremost. And she made it clear by talking about providing weapons that Israel may need, providing support that they may need, whatever they need to make sure and ensure that does not happen again. And I don't think there was any room for any misinterpretation there. But as I said earlier, that can exist next to saying that Palestinian people have the right to life and that there should be a way to make sure October 7th or anything like it never happens again without innocent people dying. And the focus needs to be on eradicating Hamas, who she named a terrorist organization, but also in a way where you're impacting the bad actors here and not those who happen to be around it. And you have innocent people who are dying, and clearly you can't allow that to happen. So I don't think that there was any room for misinterpretation there or anything that conflicted with each other in the statements that she gave.
And on that note, we did see the uncommitted vote in Michigan in the primary. After this speech, how do you see that playing out in November, or will we see that play out?
I don't believe we will. I think that people have answers now about where she stands and what she's going to do. There may be a block of voters who that's their number one issue, and if they don't agree with her completely, I don't know if they then turn to former President Trump, but they may decide to stay home, but I don't think that's going to be a large block. I think that people really just wanted the information and to know what her stance was going to be, and now they can look at the big picture of her campaign and decide if they believe she's the best person to lead this country forward. So I don't think that that issue is going to truly impact the outcome of this election, even though it is a very, very important issue to a lot of people, rightfully so. And there may be some people who are affected enough not to vote for her. I don't think it's going to impact the outcome of this election.
And Gerard, now that we have heard Kamala Harris give her nomination acceptance speech, looking ahead, I think the next big one coming up would be the debate between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. After hearing her speak tonight, how do you think that debate will pan out?
Well, I think what we've seen with debates in the last two election cycles is it's really unpredictable. No one would have expected what we saw in the last debate, for that matter, which brings us here tonight. What I do think will happen is I think that they will debate. I think that it is in Kamala Harris's interest to debate Donald Trump, not to avoid any debate, even if it is on unfavorable terms. But really, it will be an issue of policy. I think that neither candidate will do each other or themselves justice if what happens is vague pronouncements like we saw today without getting into the nitty-gritty of how things will be paid for, how things will actually work. And whether either one of them is capable of doing that in the debate remains to be seen.
And how do you view the upcoming debate or debates, plural?
I agree. If a debate happens, which I still think there's a question as to whether or not it will, I think the terms of that first debate will be very favorable for former President Donald Trump, and Vice President Harris is going to have to decide if it's worth it, if that juice is worth the squeeze, because she's going to be in enemy territory. But if it happens, and I believe it should, the American people deserve a debate between the two leading candidates. It does have to include a lot of policy and more details. And I don't know if I expected Vice President Harris to walk through, say, crunching numbers at the Democratic convention. But she did mention what was important to her and what she was going to address. For example, when she was talking about the economy, she even mentioned getting money to small businesses and things like that. I expect that on her website, and there'll be platforms where she'll lay out her policy. So by the time we get to a debate, it will have been read through and kind of tested. But she will have the opportunity at a debate to flesh it out, which the same will be for former President Trump. And they have the obligation, I believe, to the American people, if they get to a debate stage, to talk more in detail I think this was a good start, though, as to where we need to be so we can make an informed decision of who we think is best to lead the country and who we will vote for come November.
On that note, now that we have heard, some ideas of the policy that Kamala Harris and her campaign will think are important, Gerard, going forward for both campaigns, including former President Trump and J.D. Vance, what are some of the details, the nitty-gritty that we do need to hear from both sides?
How to pay for things, how to pay for their priorities, how to, if you want to cut taxes, where do you get the money for that? What else do you cut? Neither side can be spending more to increase the deficit, although that is what both parties have been doing now for far too long. There needs to be a reckoning of how to pay for things. On immigration policy, it's a good question. What happens to the people who came here illegally? It's not realistic to say deport them all, but it's also not realistic to give a pathway to citizenship to all of them. It's these details, if you on immigration, on foreign policy as well. If you want to be supportive of NATO, how far are you going to go with Ukraine? How much weapons and money are you going to commit to that war? China as well. What are you actually going to do to make sure that it doesn't, and I use air quotes here, win any kind of contest, whether it's economic or military, against the United States? These are details that need to come out, and it can't be just words. And not to criticize Kamala Harris, because Donald Trump does this too, but this speech could have been given by anyone. It's not, the only thing that was specific to her was her personal history. Talking about giving money to small businesses, any candidate will say that. Talking about securing the borders, any candidate will say that. So really, it has to be how what you're saying is different than what the other guy is saying. How we will make it work when the other guy can't. So that's really what we need to hear in these debates, and going forward on the campaigns. How do you implement these ideas?
And Dante, I do want to get your thoughts on that, but first we're going to go back to the convention floor where we have our reporters Jack Bradley and Luis Martinez standing by. Guys, what is it like over there? I'm sure the emotions are very high.
I mean, what a night, right? Like, look at all the balloons that we see on the ground right here. It's just a sea of balloons.
Blue, white, and red, all over.
And hundreds of American flags. And look over there, we still have people in Minnesota still cheering on Kamala and Walz.
And yeah, today was different. Today we saw that the banners that were giving out by the ushers said USA. We saw everyone with an American flag, and then hundreds of larger flags as well. So a lot of excitement, thunderous applause during the speech of Kamala Harris. But it must be said that when she was talking about the war in between Israel and in Gaza, there were some pro-Palestinian hecklers, and we could hear them in the background. And I myself, Jack, had right next to me a pro-Palestinian delegate from the state of Washington, and she was completely silent throughout that part of her speech. So that was very interesting to see.
It was, absolutely. And as we're speaking right now, you can hear those balloons popping very loud. Confetti's still flying, and excitement definitely in the air right now. But what we heard from Kamala's speech was a lot of support from the audience when she was speaking. She definitely talked about how she wants her legacy as president, if elected, to really serve the middle class, to have a strong middle class. That was one of her promises.
She talked about an opportunity economy. She also went back and mentioned those 5 words. The first day she was a prosecutor in California, Kamala Harris for the people. Of course, it's been a campaign slogan. And of course, she also made the entire stadium chant, "We will not go back."
Not going back, going forward. And that forward is obviously what she says, a strong middle class. So both the Republicans and Democrats claim to be working on behalf of the middle class, representing the middle class. Even Harris said that she wants to offer tax breaks to the middle class. Something that the Republican Party has criticized the Democrats, of course, about having high taxes. Anything else stick out to you, Luis?
Yeah, actually, I wanted to comment to Steve and Tiffany and to our audience. I spoke to this delegate from Washington, pro-Palestinian delegate. Her name was Crystal, and I asked her what her opinion was of the speech. She was very, very somber, and she said that it was more of the same, that she couldn't really applaud a speech where they were talking about giving Israel all the weapons they needed to defend themselves, but at the same time talking about the self-determination of Palestinians. So, there's still, I think that we could still see in the United Center arena the pro-Palestinian delegates having their concerns unanswered with this speech.
Well, I mean, it's just a continuation, definitely, of the Biden administration's policy on the Israel-Hamas war. And just take a look over at Minnesota.
We have to turn around and look at the delegation of Minnesota. They're still cheering for their governor, Tim Walz. A lot of enthusiasm for what they call
energetic.
Coach Walz. And we also see some people still on the main stage also. I think this is probably the best moment to take a selfie, historic moment. No, of course, with all the balloons, all the red, white, and blue. So
look at that massive balloon right there. I mean, that lady's holding a giant one over there. The people are going to have some souvenirs going home, unless it doesn't pop in the airplane on the way home.
So, to wrap up over here, great energy. Of course, there was a great reception to her speech. I think there will be some unanswered questions to be discussed in the future. I will remember also that yesterday when we spoke with Amisha Cross, former Obama campaign advisor, she mentioned that most likely after the DNC, we will see Kamala Harris take questions from the press.
Absolutely, and we can look forward to the debates coming up, the presidential debates, the vice presidential debates, where we'll hopefully hear more policy from the Democratic Harris-Walz ticket. We didn't hear a lot of policy as we expected to hear earlier. We heard a lot of personal touching stories, their vision for the future, but how they get there, we're definitely going to be hearing more of that during the debate going forward. Obviously, with the southern border, they want to secure the southern border and offer a path to citizenship. But as far as how they do that, not really specified here tonight, but we'll look forward to see how they do that. Luis, any final takeaways?
No, just a high note at the end of this night. And, again, we're still hearing the chants from the delegation of Minnesota, so they are really hyped to see their governor being the ticket for the Democratic Party.
All right, guys, that's it from us here at the DNC. Back to you.
All right, Jack Bradley and Luis Martinez, they're on the floor. Thank you for several days of great reporting out there. And as Jack said, excitement is in the air. But let's bring it back to in studio here. Now, Dante, I wanted to toss it back to you and get a chance for you to respond to, the nitty-gritties in terms of policy that we need to hear from both sides.
Yes, it has to be fleshed out. And again, I think that will come postings on the website, putting it out there, specifics about policies, and then if you get a debate stage where they have opportunities to answer specific questions on specific areas, they can go into detail and flesh it out because they'll have the attention focused on those particular issues. But we can't overlook, what she talked about here. And yes, sometimes you hear a speech and you say, well, anybody could have given that speech, but she has the ability to decide what she wants to include and what she doesn't. So you can get a sense of what's important to her by what she includes in that speech, even if all the details aren't fleshed out. So when we hear her talk about things like an opportunity economy, that's a little different than what we would normally hear from the Democratic Party. And I talked about that earlier. That's what we're looking for, something that's earned, not given. She's talking about giving businesses giving funding for small businesses. That's a little different than giving money to people that's home and not working, right? She did not mention that, but she did mention an opportunity economy in small businesses. So you can take little cues from what's important to her by what she actually talked about, because the speech wasn't that long. It wasn't as long as former President Trump's speech. So it was truncated to only include what was important to her. And that's how we know what her focus would be if she's actually elected. Once if she's elected, even though we still may get details of those things a little bit later.
And Dante, to that point, just circling back to the foreign policy issue, if you want to kind of reflect on what she touched upon and for how long, she did seem to sort of just kind of brush over China. It was mentioned very briefly, and we all know that the Chinese Communist Party was watching this speech with a magnifying glass. And was it potentially a missed opportunity for her to not have highlighted the serious threat that the CCP poses, to reassure the American people that that is on her radar?
Well, again, she did talk about it, not in depth, but that's one issue that I don't know if you need to get into the details, because the bottom line is she said she does not want them to have a step
forward more than us. She doesn't want them to have a step ahead of us. That means in all aspects. She understands that China is trying by any means necessary to overcome us as the #1 country in this world. They are. But when she makes a blanket statement like that, I don't read into it as her glossing over. I read into it as her saying, we're going to do anything we need to do by any means necessary to make sure that doesn't happen. So she did mention it. I think she was firm when she said it, and she followed that up by saying that she thinks that this is the greatest country that there ever was, and she's going to make sure that it stays that way. So if they are listening and going through this speech with a fine-tooth comb, that's as far as they need to get. They know that as far as Vice President Harris is concerned, based on what she said tonight, she's going to do anything that's required to make sure that we keep our place in this world and that she protects our nation and makes sure that we as a country are well defended, but also are continuing to move forward so we're not passed by anybody.
At the same time, when the same way we counted how many times she referred to President Trump, I'm sure the Chinese government is counting how many times she talked about China and how many sentences she devoted to Israel and Gaza and even to Putin and NATO compared to how many times she mentioned China and what her positions may or may not be. So I think that it is telling that she is identifying this as something that is important, but not at the same level of importance as other foreign policy issues. And I also do think that the contents of her speech don't necessarily reflect her positions or priorities rather, but they reflect what is being talked about in the news these days. All of the topics that she hit are things that we've been talking about as pundits, that people on the street are asking questions about, that they're concerned about for this election. So she addressed those, and I think that is telling that she actually is aware of what ordinary people are thinking about or worried about for this election. But I don't know that that necessarily reflects her own personal priorities because she didn't actually say that clearly.
And Gerard, if we could just get your final thoughts on the night, what you expect coming out of this. Will there be enough momentum for the Democrats to sustain coming out of here, as well as if you could sort of touch upon the issue of press conferences and taking questions directly from the media. Kamala Harris has come under some fire for not doing that yet. She said that she would, but why is it important? What is the significance of her doing that, not just speaking at events and campaign rallies?
Well, I'll give you an example. When you start giving specific answers to questions, you run the risk of actually being fact-checked, or you run the risk of actually saying something that people will look into more and get a better sense of whether or not you're being truthful or accurate, or whether what you're saying is realistic. Even in this speech, she made mention of President Trump and positions on abortion, which I think will be severely fact-checked tomorrow. They sounded very inaccurate and not a reflection of what he has actually said. And when you sit down for an interview and take questions from reporters, you're opening yourself up to making statements that are not necessarily accurate, or being called out that they're not realistic or they cannot possibly be implemented. Also giving the American people a better idea of where you stand, even if they may not like the answers that they're hearing. I think that what we will see going forward is she will be giving more detailed answers to questions. She has to. They both do. I also think that going forward, this momentum that she has going from this convention will be sustained for a little bit, but short-lived. After Labor Day, people won't remember necessarily the high energy of this convention. They won't remember all the positivity. They will be looking more focused on, okay, what's next? Next are the debates, the questions. It was fun, it was great, it was enthusiastic. We have a good picture of Kamala Harris's background and who she is as a person and what inspired her to run for office. But now let's ask the hard questions. So this will give her a bounce. This will give her base enthusiasm. This will bring some more people to be interested in her and what she stands for. But now she has to deliver. And that's really what the next 2 weeks are going to be about.
Dante, was it a good enough performance tonight to carry over some momentum past and through Labor Day?
Absolutely. She will get a bump after this convention. And what she did was almost a reinvention of herself, because many people did not know her, so we kept saying she has to introduce who she is, but she did run for office, and that's what people had in their mind. Well, she ran for office before and failed miserably. I can assure you, after tonight, people forgot about that. They're now looking at her as the candidate of right now, not who she was back in the 2020 election cycle. She introduced herself to the nation in a way that was very strong. She was confident, and I think she answered questions of why was she handed the reins and nobody else even stepped up to try and take them. She answered those questions tonight, and I think people are comfortable with her on the ticket and at the top of the ticket. Now, they'll pay attention to the issue specifically and decide if they'll back her enough to go vote for her. But I think any uneasiness that they had about does she even deserve to be there, those questions are answered. And that was an important question that she had to answer. So I applaud her. I applaud the Democratic Party for this convention, the way they rolled it out and kind of built up to tonight. And then she came through and she delivered tonight, and she will get a bump riding out of this. We'll see how long it goes, and what a debate means in the future, or when she starts taking questions, what that means in the future. But they're celebrating tonight, I assure you.
Well, it has certainly been a historic night, and couldn't be happier to share it with everybody here. Great commentary, great analysis, and thank you everybody for joining us to do that. And this does conclude tonight's special coverage of the DNC.
We do want to thank everyone for joining us, especially Dante Mills and Gerard Filitti for, sitting through all of these nights with us and providing the excellent analysis and insights.
I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meier.
And from all of us here at NTD, have a great night. And remember, stay informed and always seek the truth.
According to ancient Chinese medicine, purslane is considered a medicinal herb and is used to help lower cholesterol, improve vascular functions, and prevent diabetes. Perilla seeds can nourish the lungs and spleen. It is used to treat asthma and improve pulmonary functions. Puritang green vegetable omega-3 is made from purslane and perilla seeds from Hwangmae Mountain in South Korea. It contains over 90% of omega-3, 6, 7, and 9. The highest concentration possible without chemical additives. The soft gel is made of natural seaweed. It is 100% organic and vegan. Both adults and children can take it with peace of mind. Ancient recipes were passed down from heaven to bring prosperity and longevity. Puritang green vegetable omega-3.